Babe, I'm not gonna blame Barchi. Okay? I'm gonna blame Rara because I was talking to my sister. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to days 3 and 4. Can't read. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's a lot. Y'all, I didn't get beat up too bad on social media last night because I did post videos, but something tells me it's coming. People in this Can't Read universe are crazy. Oh my God. Like, this man told me, oh wow, thanks for joining the bandwagon, starting the trial in the middle of it. Baby, damn. I mean, what did he say? After the whole first trial. Anyway, good morning, Missy. Good morning, India. Erica, I want to say good morning, but I'm gonna leave you because I saw you in them comments being messy. Hey Valerie, good morning, Miss Ivana. Hey Erin. Hi Jasmine. Hey Gabrielle. Hey Nisha. Good morning, Vitra. Good morning, Megan. Hey, Brianna. Too pretty. Thank you, because you always a reminder. Oh, it's already up. I don't know how that happened. Good morning, Aunt Too Pretty. How are you doing today? Good morning, DJ Mommy. Hey, Chatty. Good morning. Hey, T. Good T. Oh, you came in late yesterday, friend. You early today. Good morning, Nika. Good morning, Gibson girl. Hey, Lexi. Hey, Missy. There go Jaleesa. Hey, girl. We missed you yesterday. Jaleesa, it's a lot. But the good thing is we're only 4 witnesses in. So you didn't really miss. I don't know. You did. I feel like it's a lot because so much of the story was told through those 4 witnesses that I know everyone else is just going to add on to what we started with, right? Good morning, Shalon. Hey, Gina. Hey, EBS. How are you? Hey, Niara. How are you? She said, I just saw you covering it, friend. We just started too. So great. You right there. Hi, Mia. Yes, Jaleesa. It's been a mess. Jasmine, let me tell you what happened to me last night. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if this air on. Hold up. Y'all, it's gotta be like getting this close to 40 because I'm knowing I put my sweatshirt on. I was hot earlier. I mean cold earlier. Hey Carol, hey Alicia, hey Rita, hey Kira. Let me tell you, Jasmine, we're only 2 days in. And when I tell you I my favorite part of TikTok is going through the comments and having conversation about what we're seeing. My favorite part of this live stream is having the conversation in the chat. I had to just shut my phone off. Otherwise, I would have been responding to comments on TikTok probably for 1 to 2 hours later than I wanted to. It's so much to unpack. And it's like, I haven't watched everything. So there are people who want to, like, they're saying more. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that. I don't know all of the stuff that they're saying. But it's been a mess. It's been a mess. Why y'all putting 4s in the chat? What's the 4 for? Eric, I know it's something silly. So I'm gonna just bypass it. She's innocent and the police did. So Mia, I haven't watched anything yet. And I actually like it that way. I want to watch after hearing what everyone has to say. I like it that way. I love it that way. No, Valerie. So Valerie sent me a really great it was like a recap from the creator Googe. I hope I'm saying it right. Amazing. But I was listening to it. I don't even know some of these characters. Like, it hasn't unlocked for us yet that are just starting it. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Kiana. I don't know if I spoke. So that's really good. But the recap just let me know there's so much to unpack in this case. Like, it's so much to unpack. And hold up, why is this on? Okay. I just feel like I hope I can learn everything. It's just it's so much. And I think that's the part that's hold on, y'all. I done lost y'all. Okay, there I go. That's the part that I don't like. And even after we get out, after we finish the case, we still have to catch up on all of the outside drama of everything. Remember they were all, hey Lauren. Remember they were talking about the John's brother, Paul, and his like we have to catch up on that. Because why was Paul sending that 40-year-old body out like that? Like, why would Paul do that? I don't know why Paul had all that going on, but we're going to have to figure out. But I don't want to tap into the drama until we at least, get what's going on. Hey, Jazz, good morning. Good morning, Tiffany. Oh, no, I didn't listen to it, Lauren. Damn, I probably just forgot you sent it to me. Hold on. Are we going to get, I don't want to skip, Lauren. Are we going to get to in the trial? Because I do remember now that you sent me a voicemail. I do remember you sent me a voicemail. Hold on, y'all. We got to do. I just can't believe this. So far, I can't believe what I'm watching. I can't believe what I'm watching. It's not in the trial. Oh, this. Okay, hold up, y'all. Thank you, Lauren. So Lauren sent us. Hold up. Okay, let's find it. Where is my girl Lauren? There she is. Lauren, I didn't even see this. Hold up. She said this is the size. Y'all, hold on just a second. Let me show y'all what Lauren sent me. Lauren said this is the size of the yard, y'all. It looked huge on the picture that we saw. This is the size of the yard. Hey, hey, Theo. Hey, Alice. That's the size of the yard. Hey, Lynn, I'm really pissed about this. That's the size of the yard. That yard looked huge, Jasmine. Baby, that yard look, I could do 2 cartwheels and be off that lawn. Like, come on. Yo. Let me show y'all one more time. Do y'all see this? It literally, like that yard looked huge from their pictures. It did, EBS. It did. The house looked smaller and everything. Yes. They had a drunken fight. He got kicked out or he left, stumbled, fell, and froze to death. T-Boss, man, that could be it. But here's my issue there. I hate when people like cover stuff like this up, because if that were the case, you can literally just say that. And no one saw him in that yard. Come on, Alice. Snow will trick you. Listen, because that yard looked huge. That yard looked huge. Hold on, my girl sent me. Oh yeah, okay, y'all. This is Paul's voicemail she sent. Hold up. Is it long? Let me see. Oh, this is the Turtle Boy guy that I've got to follow. Okay. I've got to follow him too. Hold up.
So caring and
hold up, y'all. Let's see what Paul up there saying.
That's a whole other thing, but I've really enjoyed like talking to you and getting to know you, and I kind of feel like I do know you at this point. It's kind of
Aaron need to beat his ass.
Weird, but I just really like you, and I know you think I'm talking to like everybody on the side, but that's really not the case. It's the
don't need to get beat.
I don't know, think what you want, but we don't think that. But I just really enjoy talking to you, so thank you.
Baby, I would have to beat Paul ass, baby. Not you out here thanking somebody for even talking to you. That is John's brother, guys. Aaron needs to beat his ass. I'm sorry. Aaron needs to beat his ass. Okay, let's catch Jaleesa. Let's catch Jaleesa up. Jaleesa, why the reason why so far, and remember, I'm only 4 witnesses in, but people in the comments, let's help my friend out. She just kind of wants to know, why do we think they're trying to cover something up? Me personally, Jaleesa, Karen's story is that she dropped him off. He went in the house. He never came back out, so she left him. About 4 a.m, she wakes up. She notices that he's not there. She is still drunk. Let's keep that in mind, okay? So she's frantic. She's trying to get to him. She calls her friend. A friend they ended up coming. No, y'all was watching the recap yesterday. Hey, Isis. Somehow the friend gets to her. They drive to where she last dropped him off. They see his body in the snow. He's unresponsive. Now, the house that he's found in front of is the house that she dropped him off at the day before, like hours before. The tricky part for me is one of the women that's with her. She is the sister to someone inside that house. She never knocked on their door to get them, and they never came out. Even after all of her screaming, firefighters coming, the ambulance coming, the police, nothing, never comes out. And all of a sudden, they're saying that she was walking around saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right? But no one really heard that. It wasn't documented, anything. So none of it adds up to me. And it's really tricky how the police never searched that property, even though he was found with one shoe on. They never searched that property, which Law and Order teaches you that. My first thing would have been, why is he in this law? Like, the head of investigation is also there. Yes. And now, Theo, people will tell you stuff in those comments. Hey, Jabria. So, y'all, I saw that the ATF agent that was at the house, he's friends with the homeowners, and him and Karen kissed before. Y'all, I watched the recaps Val told me to watch, and I said, oh, hell no. Said he saw her with John at the bar, and now he texts her. I said, oh, this is messy. He wasn't found with one shoe. I believe they found that one shoe hours later. You mean like you think somebody took his shoe off? Oh, yes. The sister-in-law Googled that. How Googled about a body freeze time in snow. Yes. She's saying they found the shoe, but maybe they're saying he had 2 shoes on, and then at some point it was lost. Wait a minute. I drank until 4 a.m. because I was mentally fucked that day. I may have been drunk still. Okay. She said, okay, Valerie's saying she thinks they planted the shoe and the tail light. But Aaron, the day he testified, it's the mint that gave it away for me. Hold up, y'all. Lauren said she sent me those text messages. Hold up. Oh, hold on, y'all. Hold on just a second. Sorry, y'all. My sister was calling. Like, I just said I was going online. I thought maybe something was wrong. Okay, let me go to my friend Lauren. Lauren got all the Karen Reed tea. Could be chatty. Could be. That's a voicemail. Hold on. Which link is it? Oh, here it is. I know. Y'all, this thing says Paul O'Keefe invited his online girlfriend to fly in for the Kim Reed trial. Aaron, if you need us to come help you beat Paul, call us. What? Hey, Dante, I'm great. I'm great. I hope you're having a great morning. Y'all, Paul, that's messy. Why would you invite your mistress to come to a trial as if it's not a trial for your deceased brother? It's not like a day at the fair. Y'all, he done text that woman. How did I do? No, Lauren. No, not yet. You can send it. You can send it. I heard about this crash. Y'all, he said, is he not still married? Very married. They've been together 24 years, married 17. Y'all, he said, how did I do? She said, very well. Very calm and collected. Stronger than I could be. He said, I drank until 4 in the morning because I was mentally fucked that day. She said, the night before or after? Were you eating a mint? I couldn't tell. I could. He said night before. Yes, he was eating a mint because he had been drinking. He probably reeked of alcohol. She said, don't you get a hangover? I mean, I can drink and hold my own, but if I drank all night, I would not be able to be up at 7 a.m. to go to court. He said, I may have been drunk still. I may have been drunk still. T said, my Apple Watch just told me this too much. It's a lot. Makes me think now, after he blew Karen a kiss, did he want her? Megan, I still don't know what was going on with that kiss. I'm not convinced. I personally am not convinced that the kiss was sexual. I just don't know why he decided to blow that woman a kiss. I'm not convinced that's what it was. But I still don't know why he couldn't do something like this, I'm with you. Praying for you. Why do you have to blow a kiss? I don't know. Erica, you did. You did. You definitely did. Why would he text that lady that? There's absolutely no reason for him to text that lady that. Okay, y'all. Now remember, for those of you that weren't here yesterday, we're trying to catch up before the new trial starts. So we're doing 2 days in 1 day. So yes, that means I'll be streaming longer. So if you leave, when you come back, I should be here. Hold on, y'all, just a second. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Yes, if you leave, we'll be here probably until we'll probably be here until about 8:30. Yeah, tonight. So excuse me, guys. So first question next year, are you drunk today? Oh, you're watching jury selection, Dante? I heard I thought they weren't going to stream jury selection. I saw people say that they didn't know if it was going to be streamed. So that's good that jury selection is being streamed. This new trial will probably start the end of the month, next month, somewhere like that. So yes, because of that, I'm doing 2 days in 1. So Lauren, I was looking at that. People were saying 24 miles an hour. So Not me talking about, I'm going to need somebody to drive 24 miles an hour because I need to see how fast the car would be going. Because you guys said that Paul's crash, I mean, not you guys, but people online said it left someone paralyzed. So, come on, T. She's crying and asking, is John alive? And his response is blowing a kiss. His mind went straight to being a shoulder for her to cry on. Oh, Erica. Yeah, in reverse. I've got to see. I know school zones are like 15 to 20, and that's what I imagine, Brianna, when I'm thinking about the time. And couldn't do it, Lexi. I was like, all that damage to his face. I mean, I don't want to get hit by any car, but I wanted to see like his eyes. He looked like he was beat. Like he had been at Fight Club or something. That's personally what I saw. It's not that fast. I'm gonna have to, I said I need to, but I'm Brianna making me picture the school zone again because that's what I thought about. Hey Ash, I think so too, Mia. I think so too. But yeah, so if you are here, we'll be here for a while today. And the great part is we can skip through breaks. So that's why we're able to get through 2 days in one day. Day 3 will probably be 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. I didn't see that. I don't understand it either. So yeah, this is day 3. I think Bev is already talking. And when she's talking to the jury, I'll just skip through that because she's giving them the same spiel each time.
Your job. We all have different jobs, but finding the facts in the case is your job.
And I'm going to just say this. Bev puts so much emphasis on the jury, but from what I'm seeing online, people think that she's trying to prosecute this case from the bench, which is so ironic to me because she really, when she's talking to them, it really sounds like this woman, like, you're important, jury, okay? I need you to hear the facts. Don't worry about the outside noise. Listen to the facts. Only for you to get up there and look like you're kind of taking a side. I don't know which side, because I haven't seen her rulings. And after I get through, I'd love to go see what she was talking about. But I thought that was ironic. I thought about that yesterday. You put so much emphasis on the jury and like everything being fair for you to not be fair. Good morning, Ronnie. Did you see that was good? No, Brianna, I think I saved that on TikTok. I didn't read the full thing. I was probably tweeting. I mean, not tweeting. I was probably waiting on a video to upload and saved it and to come back. 116 miles an hour and all of them are gone. If you feel like you're gonna drive while you're drinking, let me know so I can Uber. Okay. Hey, Keita. Was she detained? No, she's on bond. She's on bond, Jaleesa. They was recording and drinking. Like, that is not funny. I didn't see it. I didn't see like I didn't watch it, but I think I saw someone saying like girls were drinking, and I saw like I didn't think all of these girls were gone. Like, that is foolish. And I'm blaming social media. Y'all do too much. Like, be like the rest of us, girl. Just record yourself in the club. Or you out having fun. Why you got to do it while you're driving and you want to be drinking? And if the driver drinking just as much as me, I don't need to be in that car. Okay, I will, Aaron. I mean, not Aaron, Lauren.
Okay, so with that, please get the Commonwealth's witness back on the stand, Mr. Flamati. Jim. Yes. Swear it again, please. Thank you.
Paul might not be drunk today.
Just watch your step forward. I just need you to raise your right hand one more time. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now and here should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Hey, T-Lynn.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Before I begin, may I just approach the witness to return exhibit 1?
Sure.
Now, yesterday, guys, I didn't even think about the likes because I was just so tapped in. But please make sure you are liking the live as you come in. Definitely helps me get into the YouTube algorithm. And since I've been gone, baby, I need a little help getting back into the algorithm. And shout out to all of my members on the live too. Y'all, I appreciate y'all so much for becoming members of the channel. Erin, Monique is on. Brianna is on, India is on, Ronnie's World is on, Monique T. I appreciate you guys so much for supporting my channel. I appreciate it, and I thank the chat for being here too. I don't know if I said this yesterday, but I love you guys, and I missed y'all so much. I was telling my sister that this morning. She said we were crazy for being online yesterday for 10 hours, and I said it never feels like 10 hours. Because we're having such a good time. Jaleesa, why I can't? Oh, Jaleesa. Jaleesa, you know why I can't tell? Because you're also an admin. And now I see that you got like this special symbol right there. Destiny. Hey, Destiny. Thank you so much. Thank you. But I wanted to, Jaleesa, yours is not green like theirs. But yours is blue, but I see the symbol now. I'm new to this too, Jaleesa. I see the symbol now on there. Thank you, my girl, Jaleesa. And if you order shirts, I see people are getting their shirts. So thank you guys for posting all of the shirts, everything. But my sister, I got my girl Too Pretty here too. Too Pretty. Why didn't I see you when you must haven't said them. You probably at work. My sister said, y'all ain't got nothing to do. Yes, this is what we're doing. And I said, we have a great time doing it. So she said, we're crazy. Y'all on that damn internet for 10 hours. We were. And it didn't feel like it. It didn't feel like it. It did not. Oh, thank you, T-Lynn. Thank you so much for joining. Y'all, I'm going to tell you for members, for the people who have subscribed to members, I will eventually have the members only content. But I gotta ask you guys what type of content you want to do, because I know we all enjoy the chat and we all enjoy talking to each other, but we have to find something for us all to do, but it needs to be something that you guys want. I don't care if it's like a meetup, whatever you guys want to do, we're gonna figure it out. She doesn't understand, Valerie. My sister does not get it. She says all the time, oh, thank you, Emily. My sister says all the time, you don't do anything but sit online talking to 200 people you don't know. Girl, I do know them. These are my people, okay? I know them. And the more we're on here, it's just like, it feels just like when you're in an office, you're really in a community, some type of space. You learn your people, baby. Like Valerie, she just doesn't get it. She does not get it, and I appreciate this community. India, she's messy. She's messy. Monique, you messaged me on IG? Girl, not me finna say message me on IG. You talking about I sent you something on IG. All you have to do is send me sis needs to join one day. Girl, she can't handle this chat. Look at Tiffany. Have you gotten a P.O. box? No. But Tiffany, I'm going to tell you the hold up. I'm moving soon. I really did want to get one over here where I'm at because I am moving soon. But I am going to have one. What you trying to send? What are you trying to send? Monique, why I can't see? Hold on, y'all. I really want to find Monique's message. Child, now me got all these messages over here. Theo, I'm just now seeing your message. I'm sorry, Theo. I'm just seeing the message. I'm trying to find Monique's. Hold on. Purple Nix, just saw yours. So sorry. If I'm responding fast, y'all. Oh, no, Brianna. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all something about that. Hold on just a second. You just seeing. Okay, so let me tell y'all, and maybe y'all can help me with this because I'm kind of struggling. I don't see your message. I don't see a message. I don't see a message, Monique. So y'all know, I really wanna go to the city. I really want to go to the city. But with my baby coming home, I was like, if I go to the city, I don't want to be like crunched in or whatever, boxed in space wise. And I don't know how often, I don't know if I love the idea of having to go up and down the elevator with Barchi and potentially other people to take her outside, things like that. So I was just going to move outside of the city. But now it looked like my girl's staying at school. And if my girl is staying at school, Tiffany, can you message me again? And then I'll send you an address. Looks like my girl is staying in school, so I'm gonna get me a bachelorette pad, and I think I want one at the city. Am I too old for that? Because I've thought about that too. It's like everything is kind of changing because it'll still kind of be just myself and Barchi. Brianna, I want the high rise. And Barchi, it's just, girl, I don't know. I don't know if I want to be on a elevator having a whole Barchi face in my shirt. Because when she sees people, she likes to bark. She said in the city of Atlanta, yeah, I really want floor to ceiling windows. And now that my baby is staying, girl, I can get them floor to ceiling windows. And I told y'all, hey, Zakia, I told y'all, no, not Sky House, Erin, never Sky House. I found 3 buildings that I really love. They have a gym in the inside. I love the area. I love the space. The windows look, beautiful views, everything. And y'all, hold up. Can y'all imagine? No, Midtown, India. I would do Midtown. I would do Midtown for sure. I like Midtown better than downtown. But y'all, the bathroom, the kitchens. Can y'all imagine? Can y'all imagine Melvin making me some eggs in a kitchen with a view? Can y'all imagine that? Hey, Nay. I'm just saying. Yo, I'm just saying. Why y'all acting like y'all can't see that? Y'all can't see that. Oh. Y'all know it's a Baby Boy reference. The movie. Do y'all remember the movie Baby Boy? He woke up and the man was in the kitchen making eggs with no clothes on. Zakia, don't come on here being messy. I can imagine in India. And not Erica being messy. Oh, Erica, not you being messy. Go ahead. And that's just the thing, guys. It's like I have been a mom with kids since I was 18 years old. And so now it really seems like, this at least for the next 3 years, because Mariah's just now finishing her freshman year, at least for the next 3 years, y'all. No, Isis. Midtown, I was an 18. I did see a man peeing on a plant pot. Aaron, please, no. Can I imagine gazing in some dreamy eyes in front of that view? Girl, I've been thinking about that. How big is the island? It's a nice size island. So I've looked at 3 different spaces. I'm going to do a tour for you guys. I'm definitely going to bring you guys along with me when I figure out what I want to do. I'll at least show them to you. But, or get us some edibles. Yeah. Dairy, girl, I can just imagine looking in that man's eyes. but y'all know what? Oh God, a few drinks in me, I won't mind if the blinds open. Let me stop. Let me stop. I think I'm getting carried away. I'm getting carried away. He real tall, so that island got to be very big. Y'all know I like me a 6 foot or taller. Okay. They do have doggone one. Girl, it ain't worked for. It hasn't worked for since Freaknik in '96. Hold on, Theo. It's been wonderful since I moved. Nay. Okay, we don't. This. I'm getting carried away. Don't do that. You know somebody watching. Ash, I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with you today. But dang, y'all. But yeah, so I'm gonna take y'all along the ride with me when I figure it out, because now one of the things I have to have is I have to have a space for streaming, because like I start like purchasing stuff for my whole setup, and I'm also starting an in-person like podcast, so I have to have a space dedicated to that. I have to set it up the right way, everything. So I have to have space. Like that's a must-have for me. So we shall see, guys. We shall see, but I'm telling you, 2025 is looking like an amazing year. Girl, I might just, I don't really want to go to parties and stuff in Atlanta, but I'm so excited to just get back active in Atlanta. Yeah. The View gonna go crazy streaming. Yes, Brianna. Yes, and the buildings that I've looked at, that's like a high priority for me, that I'm able to not only stream, but I'm also able to do these in-person interviews, and it just look amazing. So yeah. So that's where we are. But enough about me and my moving. She said Freaknik in '96 was when it was worth going. Good morning, Shay. Good morning, Shay. Shay, we're just starting right now. We are just starting right now. Hold on. She said I might want to put Barchi in school training. Mama gotta have a life. Can you? Oh, why I keep reading that one? Melvin with the eyes. Mick Dreamy Eyes. I'm gonna call him Teddy Bear. Thank you, T Lynn, for becoming a member. Thank you. I was in a frat too. Oh, you probably had some stories. You probably got some stories, baby. Hold up. Hold on, y'all. She said her first client canceled. Well, Shay, here we go.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, Firefighter Flamati. I believe when we had left off the other day, you had arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you do upon your arrival?
So on arrival, positioning the apparatus is going to be our most important thing, trying to figure out where our patient is and parking our apparatus.
Y'all, this is the other paramedic that was on the scene with, paramedic of the world, Nuttall. His name is Flamati. Hold on, because y'all know I got notes. Yeah, this is Flamati. This is Tony. This is who Nuttall called Tony.
Apparatus close enough, especially at nighttime, that we can light up the scene as well as we can. Try and figure out how to approach a scene, because if we have to trek equipment farther distances, it can slow our response down. So we try and make sure our arrival and positioning is as best as we can put it.
And as far as positioning in reference to when you first are sort of pulling up on the scene, where are you in the ambulance again?
So I would have been the passenger of the ambulance. Usually the tech that's leading into the call will sit on the passenger side to try and mentally get ready for what's going on, whether it's reviewing protocols or just trying to assess the information coming across the radio so you can update your treatment plan as much as you can before you even see the victim.
And when the ambulance comes to a stop or it's parked at your positions, what if anything do you see sort of as far as the scene is concerned?
So we have our fire apparatus that are helping light up the scene, but we also have 2 female parties going by to the victim on the side of the road, and going back and forth between that person and the side of the road.
And from the position when you first arrive, are you able to see the person on the side of the road?
You can see a shape of a person, so we know that's where the patient is, because we reported that there was a party on the side of the road. So seeing a body shape, that clued us that was where we were headed.
In addition to the ambulance that you're in, how many other vehicles are on scene when you get there?
When I get there, I believe it is engine 3 and car 5.
And beyond sort of the vehicles from your department, what if any other vehicles do you see when you get there?
If I remember correctly, it was just a personal vehicle. I don't remember if there's any police cars on scene at that time.
And from your orientation when you pull up, where is the body positioned? To your left, to your right, or something?
To my left.
And so after the ambulance is positioned, what do you do from there?
So then it's going to be bringing all the equipment over to the patient's side to be able to extricate them from that situation, whether it's a house or a street or a road. We assess where they are, and then the best tools to get them out into the ambulance to be able to work effectively on the patient.
When you proceed over to, now, again, at some points subsequent later on, are you able to identify who the person on the ground is?
Yes, we will try and get a general idea of the age of the patient, the positioning of the patient, how they were found, and then when we get them into the ambulance, we can start identifying ways to register that patient in the emergency room. So identifiers, whether it's a license or witnesses, or we try and figure out who they are so they can get registered at the hospital.
And at some point, were you able to identify who this person was?
That's correct. His wallet was in his pocket, and we were able to grab his license.
And who were you able to identify as?
That was John O'Keefe.
And so, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first observed him on the ground, how far away from the street or the roadway is he at that point?
I'd say approximately 10 feet away from the road.
And how is he positioned as far as how is his body positioned on the ground?
I'd have to.
Y'all 10 feet away from the road. And you guys remember that picture we just saw of the house? 10 feet away from the road, damn near looked like it was at the front door. Just think about it. If the road is here, he's saying the man was about 10 feet away from the road. Hell, that means lay Shaq ass out on the lawn, because he about 7 feet, right? And add 3 feet to that. He damn near at the door. He's damn near at the door. That yard, seeing that yard is not as big as we thought it was. Really, really, really. You know, yesterday we were talking about how that was in the house. Right. That's the front door. He flew 30 feet and didn't have one bruise or broken bone. Oh my.
But I believe he was supine on his back.
And just in general terms, first, when you're responding to a call of this nature, what are some of the protocols or that you were speaking about? What is it that you're seeking to do or assess when you first arrive?
So we're trying to determine if it's a cardiac arrest, that whether it's a viable transport or workable arrest. We have certain protocols within the Massachusetts protocols for whether we work the patient or we relieve the patient on scene. If it's a police matter, if there's
Good morning, Ashley. I don't remember saying good morning. Good morning.
injury is not sustainable with life. So we're trying to make that assessment before we make any decisions.
Let me stop you there just for 1 second. You use a term as far as cardiac arrest. Based on your training and experience, what do you want to say in that term?
So cardiac arrest, to the best of my knowledge, is just the cessation of electrical and mechanical activity in the cardiac muscle. So the cardiac muscle pumps blood throughout the body, and when that stops, all life stops after that.
Now, in particular reference to the conditions, the weather conditions that you find yourself in, what, if anything else, is sort of on the scale or spectrum in regard to diagnosis?
So cardiac arrest, depending on where they're found, we try and figure out what led them to be at that point. So we're looking at weather conditions as well. That can also affect viability of resuscitation. So due to the extreme weather, extreme cold, we'll attempt resuscitation on that patient due to the fact that it'll prolong viability of the arrest or ability to recover from cardiac arrest afterwards. So weather is definitely a key factor in where they are found.
And you're familiar with the term based on your training experience called hypothermia?
Correct.
And so what, if any, sort of relationship does cardiac arrest have? Well, let me ask you this first. What is your understanding of the term hypothermia?
Exposure to extreme cold that lowers your core and extremity temperatures down to below 95 degrees, usually.
And what, if any, interplay is there between hypothermia and cardiac arrest?
So like I said before, it'll prolong how long, it'll preserve the body after arrest. So if somebody's found in like a cold water situation, there's been multiple reports of patients recovering after being drowned in cold water for up to an hour. So viability is definitely improved by the cold weather.
As far as viability is concerned, you talk about doing your assessment. What are sort of the steps that go into your assessment?
So we're looking at obvious signs of death. So we're looking at exposure of brain matter. We're looking at traumatic injuries, decapitation, things that would basically be non-life sustainable. We're looking at signs of lividity and rigor to basically show us how long the patient has been down for.
And the age of a particular patient, what, if any, relationship does that have to your assessment?
So it'll show the extent of frailty the patient has. If somebody's an elderly patient, severe cancer patient, their ability to sustain a cardiac event like that is less. So somebody that's younger or middle-aged will have a much better chance of recovery afterwards. But that would really be the only key that we're looking at.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe during your assessment of him initially?
Just that he was a middle-aged male, and that was all we had.
And as far as the other things that you're talking about, as far as viability of resuscitation, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to Mr. O'Keefe in regard to that?
So with viability, we were looking at any rigidity or rigor in the body, or lividity or separation of blood. You would have a pooling of blood or bruising, it would look like, at the lower parts of the body, depending on how the person's positioned. Basically, if they're supine, you'd have positioning or pooling underneath the body. And then you would have stiffness of the arms, legs, jaw, neck to be able to move the body. We're looking to, if they don't have those things present, it's another check mark of saying this is viable, we can work this.
And specifically as it applies to your assessment of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to that initial assessment as far as viability?
So his limbs were able to be moved, jaw was able to be moved. The posterior of his body was red, so not the indicative of lividity that we're looking for. So we termed it to be a viable arrest and continue to work.
You mentioned as far as sort of gathering your equipment, bringing it over to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, equipment did you gather?
So equipment initially is going to be our scoop stretcher to be able to pick the patient up, break apart, put it underneath him. We have our first in bag, an airway bag, cardiac monitor. We'll bring all that over to the patient's side to be able to do as much as we can in that situation. But due to the weather, we wanted to get him out of the weather because that was one of the things that was hurting him at that point, is getting him into the warmer ambulance and beginning the warming process. So get into an area where we can assess the patient thoroughly with good lighting and to be able to expose the patient, begin the warming process.
And when you go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is, about 10 feet off the roadway, who, if anyone, from your department goes along with you?
So I have Matt Kelly with me and Tim Nuttall. I also have Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodbury, and Captain Robbery.
And as far as this sort of initial assessment on the ground with Mr. O'Keefe. What, if anything, were sort of each of those respective people doing with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I'd have to review specific interventions as far as who did what, when. But that's why we document things immediately afterwards, so it's all fresh. So CPR was initiated by me and ALS assessment as well. So I can go over individual interventions if you'd like, but it's really your call.
And for the record, sir, you're looking at exhibit number 160, and what page of that are you looking at?
It says 2 of 5 of my EMS report, but there's also the ANFIRS report on the top as well.
So initially, when you go over to Mr. O'Keefe, how many other people are sort of in that area at that time?
So in the area, we have the first responders, and then we have the 2 female parties on scene.
Where were the 2 females in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
So as we're approaching the scene, they were kind of in between us and the patient. So we tried to gather as much information as we could from them as we could.
So once you make that determination as far as viability of resuscitative efforts, sort of specifically, what are you and the other firefighters doing in regard to those efforts with Mr. O'Keefe?
So we're beginning CPR. We're trying to establish good quality CPR, get the patient onto our stretcher, begin an IO, start medication, start ventilating the patient. All this, all of the conditions that the body has, we're trying to remedy through intervention. So we're trying to breathe for the patient. We're starting to press on his chest to do CPR to cause his cardiac muscle to compress, spread blood through the heart, cardiac muscle, cerebral brain. And we're trying to reverse what's happening in the body.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe, you observed him on the ground, what, if any, snow did you observe on or around him in that area?
So the snow was probably up to the mid-axillary point. So we're looking at probably halfway up his rib point. Top of his body was clear.
And do you know about how much snow was covering his body up to the mid-axillary?
I'd say probably about 4 inches, 4 to 6 inches.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe when he's on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how he was dressed?
For the exposure, I'd say he was pretty underdressed. Long sleeve t-shirt, jeans.
And this is why I'm struggling to believe Nuttall. Do you guys hear what he just said? Now, Flamati is testifying that when he saw John's body on that ground, he thought he was underdressed for the weather. Meanwhile, some damn reason Nuttall think he had on a big puffer jacket, a big jacket, and he's like, no, he was significantly underdressed for the weather that they were having.
It's nothing really substantial to be out in that type of weather.
And at this point, or any
All right, let's just play. Why would he be underdressed, y'all? Why would this man be underdressed in that type of weather? We didn't create this. That's their man last name, Brianna. He said the man had on a thin t-shirt. Okay, T said his body was planted. Okay. She said, Aaron said Google Earth says the front yard is 42 feet from the street to the door. Okay. So if it's 42 feet from the street to the front door and he was 10 feet from it, then we had 30 feet of yard left. Okay. Because he wasn't. He was in the house and they placed him outside. Yes, he had to be in that house, y'all. Nobody travels is just randomly in cold weather like that with nothing on. He was inside, Campbell. Valerie said she don't think he had on a coat at all, which I could probably believe. They said because he was originally out there. Now, Valerie says she doesn't think he had on a coat at all. Or he didn't plan on being outside long. Yep. Yes, Crystal. Brianna, or he didn't willingly go out there, but this reminds me of Kanika Jenkins' case. Oh, yes, Brianna. Like, how did it happen? Yes, Brianna.
Subsequent point, what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's footwear?
By the time so our first priority is obviously going to be treating the patient. His clothes do matter, but it's on the list of priorities, not huge. So by the time
Hold on. Alexandria, I believe that too.
we figured out he was missing one of his shoes, we were already at the hospital at that point.
And do you recall which of his shoes he was missing?
I don't.
And as far as that missing shoe, was that something that you or any of the other firefighters, paramedics would have needed to have removed on scene pursuant to any sort of treatment?
Nothing would have been done through the feet. It would have been just exposure of the patient to see possibly the extent of frostbite, if it had started affecting extremities, fingers, nose, that type of thing, of hypothermic reaction there.
Would that be something that would have been removed by one of you or one of the other firefighters while he was on the ground?
If it would have been removed, both of them would have been removed to assess that. It wouldn't do much good to just remove one and leave it there on scene.
So here's the thing. Flamati is testifying, Lynn, that when they got to the hospital, they noticed he only had on one shoe. I guess at some point, maybe we'll learn, did that shoe fall off? What happened? But Flamati is testifying right now that when they got to the hospital, they noticed he only had on one shoe. And this is what I thought. Hey, Yates, this is what I thought. I thought he only had on one shoe too, but I don't know how we only got to the one shoe. But Flamati is saying when they got to the hospital, they noticed he only had on one shoe. Okay, it's so much going on.
Now, as far as the two females that you observed, did they sort of remain in the same position you initially observed them? Did they move around or something?
They kind of cleared a little bit away from the scene. I would say they moved off to the right of the apparatus so we could work on the patient at that time.
And what, if any, conversation or what, if anything, did you ask either of those two?
So how the patient was found and what brought them to that situation is critical. So we're trying to figure out as much information past medical history that we can of the patient. So we're trying to find somebody who has knowledge of the event. So as we approach the scene, begin to talk to one of the females. What is going on? Why are they there? What happened?
And you say you're speaking to one of the two females, is that correct?
That's correct.
You see any of those females in the courtroom today?
That's correct. Miss Reed.
Could you just identify as to where Ms. Reed is seated or an article closed?
Right there.
I can just ask the record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, with regard to one of the two females that you were talking to, was that Ms. Reed or was that somebody else?
That was Miss Reed.
And why, if at all, were you talking to her versus one of the other females that you observed?
She seemed to be the one that was most personally affected by it, so figured she'd had the most information about why the person was there.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her in regard to your conclusion that she was the one who seemed the most personally affected by it?
She was the most distressed on scene, obviously upset, so personally related to or had a kind of relationship with the person.
Before we get to conversations, what, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed or any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first started to come up to this?
So I would characterize it as an attempted resuscitation. She was attempting to do CPR, but due to the erratic behavior, she was running back and forth between the other female on scene and the body, back and forth, trying to press on his chest, wake him up, talk to him, just to no avail.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, what if any questions asked in regard to as a demographics or anything else?
So do you have any information of who this is? How are they here? Tried to get any type of information we could from her at that time, but with no luck.
When you say with no luck, what if any response did you receive from Ms. Reed in regards to your question?
So the only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
And when she's saying, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him, how loudly is she saying that?
So she was within 2 feet of me, but very loud. Any type of follow-up questioning, did you hit him with your hand? Did you kick him? What happened? She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him.
Okay, y'all. Ronnie, they have to think she did it because they're suing her. They have like a wrongful death lawsuit. Hey, T. Townsend. Okay, y'all. Here's another. We got to write that down. Flamati saying he heard, I hit him. Okay, I'm going to tell y'all something. Hold up. I'm going to have to hear what he said. The only reason I can't believe it because he better had documented this. He better had documented this. Otherwise, I can't believe it. Sorry. Otherwise, I can't believe him. I also want to say this. I don't think it's far-fetched that she would have said that night because she was still drunk and she probably was thinking it, right? And I think somebody said in the car, somebody asked her that. So for somebody, a drunk person, for that to be planted into their brain, and then they get there and I don't think it's far-fetched that she said it. My problem with believing them is if someone said that at a crime scene, that's something you need to be documenting and making sure you tell law enforcement and that you tell the people at the hospital. That's my problem. I don't think, yeah, she was second guessing herself. I don't think it's far-fetched that she said that at all. I really don't. Y'all think about a drunk person. Think if you ever been around somebody who's drunk, just be saying, oh my God, get to apologizing. But they get to apologizing for shit you didn't even know they did. Okay. Hey, Serena. No, Serena, you didn't miss a lot. We only been on for an hour. So I don't think it's far-fetched. The only problem I have with believing them is as first responders, as police officers, as firefighters, EMTs, they were supposed to document it. They're supposed to tell people at the hospital. So that right there is what gives me like a
And just to be clear, where does this conversation occur?
This was as we're bringing equipment over to the patient. The interventions are going to be started basically by whoever gets over to the scene first. I'm trying to gather information as a lead paramedic to try and coordinate interventions and therapy.
No, Mia.
To kind of holistically be the team leader in that situation and treat and transport the patient. So it was on approach to the patient, probably halfway between the ambulance and the patient.
And with regard to that treatment of Mr. O'Keefe, and you referenced it earlier being within your report, what were sort of those steps or what, if anything, did you and the other firefighters do with regard to treatment? Before you answer that, Your Honor, may I request, may the witness just refer to the ZMS report as he goes?
Yes, if need be.
Thank you. So we try and document through our flow chart of all of the interventions that we're doing. So CPR is obviously going to be our first priority. CPR is initiated, unchanged but successful in the actual intervention itself, no complications. we do our ALS assessment that we talked about of any further indications of this is not a viable arrest. We determined it was a viable arrest and we move on. Then we're going to start, we refer to it as a bag valve mask at 15 liters per minute on oxygen. The patient's not breathing on their own, so we're trying to assist ventilating that with high flow oxygen as well. And easy IO, which is a needle we put into the bone of the tibia of the patient. That was on that right tibia was the first one we put in. We're going to be putting in warm fluid. We have a warmer in the back to be able to bring up the core temperature. Then we start with epinephrine, 1 milligram through that IO.
If I could just stop you there for 1 second. When you say as far as IO and put it into the leg, how is that sort of inserted into the leg?
So we have two different methods we can do. We have a drill, a power drill that drills through the outer layer of the bone into the capillary area of the bone, the soft, spongy material. So we drill through that, or we can do it by hand if that fails.
And when it comes to the epinephrine, what is sort of the purpose of that medication? What are you trying to do with that medication?
So that medication will improve, it's a vasoconstrictor. It'll cause the vasculature to constrict. So it'll improve the quality or effectiveness on the cardiac.
Okay, y'all. I just have to do something real quick because hold on, y'all, just a second. Kira said it's not that far-fetched that they would not say anything until they started going through the legal process. I just gotta ask. Hold on, is the phone ringing? Oh God, what time is it? Okay, we're gonna see if he called me back because I really just want to know. I really want to know, as firefighters, if you're on the scene and you hear something that's going on, what's the protocol? What is the protocol? I would just imagine the protocol. One, if you know what happened to the victim, it would help the doctors treat the victim if you knew what happened. So I really, that's what I want to know, Kira. Because I think it's not far-fetched for somebody like me to be like, oh, yeah, I think I remember that. But a trained firefighter? Yes, that's kind of what I'm thinking. You got to tell these people. This is what they are trained. This is what they're trained to do. Because when you get down to it, the patients, like, you want to make sure the patient receives the best care. And if it's not obvious what happened to them, somebody's saying, I hit him. He may have been hit. I don't know what she meant. Maybe he was hit with an object, a car. Like, I don't know what she meant, but this is what she said. Then when she's at the hospital, we can question her more. He's trying to do better. That's why I'm having a hard time believing these. I'm having a hard time believing them.
Cardiac muscle, cardiac vasculature, and the cerebral area.
So as far as the administration of epinephrine is concerned, is that something that's done once or more than once? And is there a protocol for that?
So it's going to be serial every 3 to 5 minutes during the cardiac arrest to try and bring them over to the hospital. So it continues that entire time unless there's a rhythm change or that can change our algorithm of how we approach the patient. If there's a rhythm regain or return of spontaneous circulation.
And so how many times or what times was the epinephrine administered via the IO to these folks?
Okay, so I have epinephrine at 620, 625, 630, 635, 640, 645.
And when was that first administered? Would that have been at some point when he was outside of the ambulance on the ground or in the ambulance or something else?
It would be dependent on transport time. So we're at patient side at 6:15, transport 6:27. So best estimation would have been inside of the ambulance at that point.
I'm sorry I interrupted you before, but after sort of the introduction of the epinephrine, what if anything, did you and the other firefighters?
After the first round? Yeah. So first round of epinephrine. After that, we would drop in what's called an OPA. That would be to push the tongue out of the way, open up the airway to improve our bag valve mass so it has an open air way to get the oxygen into the lungs. We begin external warming, stripping the patient, getting the heat turned up in the back of the ambulance. We would then switch over from manual CPR done by hand to a mechanical CPR device to ensure adequate, consistent CPR compressions of the chest. It was a Lucas device. Put that on the patient. And then we continue with another round of epi. Patient's starting to warm up this time, so we would do suction at that point to try and suction fluid out of the airway to improve ventilation efforts. Another round of epi is done. We have another suction, this time through a deep suction via the endotracheal tube. At 6:22, after warming, we intubated the patient. We have a 7.5 tube paced at 27 centimeters, and then verified through various means, through chest rise, auscultation, waveform, and tidal CO2. So we had complications listed as patient vomiting, aspirating. Suction was then done with a rigid tip suction device. After successful intubation, we then suctioned via French tube through the airway established. Jump back up to 6:31. Another IO line was established on the opposite tibia on the left side. And then another 3 rounds of epi, and then arrival at the hospital.
What was the arrival time at the hospital?
At destination was 6:45.
What hospital was that again? I'm sorry.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
The term that you use in your reports called, and I'll probably butcher this, but asystole, is that correct?
Yeah, asystole is going to be a cardiac rhythm where there's no electrical activity in the heart and is referred to as flatline.
What, if any, observations did you make in your treatment diagnosis in regards to Mr. O'Keefe as far as asystole?
So that was the rhythm he was found in. From initial rhythm, I have on the EKG at 6:32 as asystole. So we basically observe that for any changes, whether it's increase of electrical activity, regain of adequate pulses, all of that can kind of be hinted at with the cardiac rhythm. And then we would change our algorithm based on whether we go down the ROSC protocol or we continue down the cardiac arrest protocol.
And whether it's on scene or it's in the ambulance, is there sort of a division of task or a division of different skill that's being employed in patient care?
So patient care will have to do with level of training and also proximity on the patient. Where you get into the ambulance is just logistically, if you have the training, it's not a huge open ER, it's a small environment. So we try and not have people jump over each other as best as we can.
And if you recall, who was sort of doing what in relation to treatment of this patient?
So in the back of the ambulance specifically?
Yes.
Okay, in the back of the ambulance, Tim Nuttall was managing the airway. I was the team lead that was kind of coordinating all of the interventions. Matt Kelly was assisting in gathering equipment, doing CPR before the mechanical device was placed on. Basically, they act as an assistant to hand equipment, place things in strategic areas around so we can actually work without having to go get those physical things ourselves.
Now, as far as you indicated removal of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing once in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
What was it about sort of the condition of the clothing that led to the removal of that?
So removal of clothing is actually pretty standard for any cardiac arrest, any traumatic injuries. We're basically trying to get further clues because this is all happening very quickly. So we're trying to get more evidence of why are they here? We're looking for extremity injuries, crush injuries, bruising, anything that we could document, that we could pass on to the emergency room staff and doctors. So we would strip most patients.
And as far as were you involved personally, as far as sort of the cutting of the clothing and
Yes.
stripping the patient?
Yes.
And upon removal of the clothing, what, if anything, did you observe as to sort of the condition of the clothing or texture of the clothing?
Condition seemed pretty well intact, but just wet and cold.
And what, if any, relationship would the wet and cold clothing have to any of the diagnoses that you were running through in regard to this dose?
It would really just be the exposure to the weather would be our biggest trigger off of that, or if you had protruding injuries through the clothing, compound fractures, things like that. The clothing was intact, but we knew it was wet, it was cold. So as we strip things off of him, we can see underneath basically if there are any not every fracture breaks through the skin, not everything causes obvious things, obvious signs. So as we strip the patient, we can begin to further assess.
Take you back just for a second to outside of the ambulance.
Yep.
What, if anything, specifically were you able to observe with reference to any injuries Mr. O'Keefe had sustained?
Injuries are pretty tough to see outside of the ambulance just due to the weather, due to the lighting. We have seen lighting on the ambulance as well, but
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
as far as what, if any, difference did you know between the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus when you were with Mr. O'Keefe on the ground?
so he was still out in the weather at that point, so bleeding wasn't really obvious at that point. As soon as we get him into the back of the ambulance, then we start noticing hemorrhage from different areas of his body.
And when you say hemorrhage from different areas, which areas specifically?
So mostly from his mouth, his eyes, nose. Yeah.
And just to be clear for the record, when you use the term hemorrhage based on your training experience, what do you understand that?
Bleeding, external bleeding.
Now, you mentioned that there was some suctioning of Mr. O'Keefe's airway, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, specifically was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
Suctioning from the airway was mostly blood, sputum.
And as far as how much, what if anything you have to sort of measure how much blood was suctioned out of Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So we have a canister that has marks of milliliters, so we can determine as we're suctioning how much is in that container at different times.
And about how much, based on that, was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So the initial suctioning with the rigid tip was about 150 milliliters. And subsequently, so that would have been above the airway, in the mouth, in that type of area. We established the intubation, and then deep suctioning with that soft tip through the intubation tube would have been another 50 milliliters of fluid.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned some observations in Mr. O'Keefe's back, correct?
What's that?
You
Sorry.
mentioned some observations you made earlier in reference to Mr. O'Keefe's back.
Yes.
And what were those again?
So that would have been redness of the skin and the posterior of the body.
What, if any, significance does that have to you as far as your observation?
So redness from the skin, if it's general or across the body, can mean certain things. If it's just a particular area, and due to the fact that it was cold outside, that would have been the initial stages of frostbite or exposure to cold.
And as far as the remainder of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if any, other observations did you make, and which areas did you make those observations to in regard to the initial state?
So for as far as the cold exposure, cold exposure, we're looking at the most exterior parts. Extreme cold exposure can lead to frost nip and frostbite in different areas. The first affected areas are going to be your fingers, your ears, your nose, your toes, that type of. So that was a cold, waxy, pale, stark white substance, basically, or condition of his skin.
And on each of those areas that you just described?
Yes.
Now, sort of up in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you mentioned some bleeding from the eyes and the nose, correct?
Yes.
As well as his mouth.
Yes.
And beyond that, what if any observations did you make of any other sort of injuries to his head or his face?
So his eyes were pretty well swollen. We were trying to clear areas of blood to figure out if there were any contusions around the head. I believe there was a contusion on his forehead. Also had some markings on his extremities as well.
And just as far as your understanding, based on your training experience, when you use the word contusion, what do you understand that?
Bruising.
And before we get to the extremities, what if any observations did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen?
Abdomen we noted as significant as distension or swelling of the belly.
And what, if any, significance did that have to you in regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
It's another of our detailed assessments. We go through the body in a more detailed way to try and find more clues that we can pass on for the assessment. Distension in the belly could be due to trauma or bloating. It could be, those are usually our biggest triggers for distension.
You mentioned as far as the extremities are concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's?
So we're looking at, so we had the cold, rigid fingers, hands, feet, and we had multiple dry blood lacerations to the right arm.
Recall specifically where on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Would have been his upper arm.
And you mentioned dry blood, is that correct?
Yes.
So these were not actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
Now, as far as being dry blood versus actively bleeding, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as sort of timing?
So we had active bleeding from other areas in the body. So the fact that it had already stopped and clotted, I would assume that would have been several hours before the incident that led him to be there, but I would guess earlier in the evening.
Now, as far as the history is concerned, your attempts on scene, and then what, if any, attempts were made subsequent when you were in the ambulance to obtain any sort of history of how Mr. O'Keefe came to be there, or what, if any, can cause some injuries you observed?
Once we get the patient into the ambulance, there was no family, no bystanders in the back of the ambulance, so then it's going to be solely based on physical assessment.
And within sort of the team of firefighters that you had, who, if anyone, did you direct to try and obtain that information while you were in the back?
So that would have been Katie McLaughlin.
And what did you ask Ms. McLaughlin?
So Katie was one of our senior paramedics at the time. So we had enough skilled hands working on the patient at that time. So to direct her, I wasn't able to get as much information and still had a skill to do, or still had a task to do, to run the cardiac arrest. So I directed Miss Reed over to Katie to try and gather more information as to why they were there. If you could get any more information about who he was, events leading to the injury, how long he was down for, any type of information, and then moved on to the patient at that point.
And so Firefighter McLaughlin is having this conversation outside of the ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
This is going on while you're inside of the ambulance actively treating Mr. O'Keefe.
It was a very quick process. So I start the conversation, wasn't productive, wasn't moving forward, moved her over to Firefighter McLaughlin, continued on to the patient, and then started treatment, moved the patient in, and then Katie came into the back of the ambulance to help. So it was a very quick process.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe,
Wait, the other EMT, Valerie. Oh, sorry, y'all. Hold up. Okay. Valerie, the EMT that he's speaking about right now, Katie, is good friends with the Albert's daughter. Y'all, this is so messy. Y'all, it's so messy. Hold on, y'all know I gotta write that down again. This is too messy for me. I hate that. I don't even understand why I have to take so many damn notes. Maybe I don't understand it. Oh my God, this is too much. Albert's daughter. I mean, it's just too much. Wait until you hear about the jury pool today.
O'Keefe's eyes were concerns. What, if any, observations further did you make as far as
Hey,
Mr. O'Keefe's
hold
eyes?
up.
So-
Y'all, we need to ask Ash how she's feeling yesterday. Do y'all remember yesterday when Ash said, this seemed like this too serious for me? I don't know about this. How you feeling now, Ash? How are you feeling right now? I need to ask her. We need to know how she's feeling now, because yesterday she was definitely team, this ain't messy enough for me. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this trial. No, oh God. She said, real. It's crazy. And we're only, oh shit, y'all ain't even reminding me to tally our witnesses, because it kind of helps me see how much longer we got. It must, oh, here it is. Hell, I can't remember if he was 5 or not. I think he was 5. Okay, y'all. About 75 more witnesses to go.
Both eyes were swollen and bleeding.
What, if any, observations were you able to make of his pupils?
I'm sorry, what?
Pupils?
Pupils. So I've documented as 4 millimeters and non-reactive.
What, if any, significance is those observations as far as the 4 millimeters non-reactive?
So we're looking for equality between the two. So signs of bleeding can be demonstrated by unequal pupils, or if they were restricted, could lead us to believe it was as a result of an opioid interaction. But we're looking at whether they react to light as well. If there's brain activity, if there's still something causing the body to react, you'll have some type of pupillary response. So we shine light, there were no response, so it was fixed and at 4 millimeters.
Now, at some point, you leave the scene en route to Good Samaritan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance during transport?
So back to the ambulance and transport would have been Firefighter Kelly, Firefighter Nuttall, and myself.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance between Fairview and Good Samaritan?
So that'll be determined by basically just positioning on the engine. So the step driver for that position would then drive as the detailed person over to the ambulance. That was Firefighter McLaughlin.
Now, during the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, what, if anything, are you and the other firefighters in the back of the ambulance doing as far as continuing treatment of the stroke?
So we started transport at 6:27. So between 6:27 and 6:45, treatments included epinephrine, additional suctioning, managing the airway, placing another intraosseous line, and then 3 additional rounds of epinephrine while the mechanical CPR is continuing CPR.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, changes in Mr. O'Keefe's status as far as the cardiac arrest or the breathing occurs during the transport?
No changes.
Now, that time that it took to get from Fairview to Good Samaritan, is that sort of a typical transport time?
Not normally. Due to the weather, it was pretty slow driving. Even though the ambulance was a smaller vehicle than the engine, slow transport compared to normal.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, communication are you having with Good Samaritan in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his eventual arrival there?
Every medical that goes on, we try to give the hospital staff a heads up, basically, of what's coming in. We'll have different alerts that we would give them, whether it's a cardiac arrest, a stroke, a STEMI. to have the certain appropriate teams come in and be ready, whether it's a trauma alert. There's different specialties within the hospital that'll treat those different particular cases. So we call them 5 to 10 minutes prior to give that team time to get down into the emergency room to get ready to work.
When you arrived at Good Samaritan, with anyone were you met by, and sort of what happened with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
So we're continuing interventions from the ambulance through the bay into their cold room. We're then met by registration, a registered nurse, and the doctor that took care of the patient, as well as a team of other assistants and CNAs.
And where do you physically go with Mr. O'Keefe, or how does that work?
Yep, so that's referred to as a transfer of care. So there's different people, like I said, it's a team base where different people are in charge of different things. You'll have the nurse in charge that's in charge of documenting our interventions that have been done so far, time of down, the patient was down, and then she starts documenting all the different interventions that were done by the hospital staff as well. You also give a report to the doctor who's then taking over as lead for the cardiac arrest. They're going to start issuing orders for the patient and treatment. And then you have registration that will get the information to register the patient that they can tie all of their interventions to.
And during that sort of process of exchange of information and things of that nature, what, if anything, did you learn in regards to the sort of core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe?
So to add that assessment, I believe he had core body temperature of 80 degrees.
What, if any, significance does that have in regard to sort of the typical core body temperature?
Typical core body temperature is going to be in the high 90s, where body temperature being at 80 with a rectal temp or core temp is going to be extreme hypothermia.
Now, you're at Good Samaritan for a certain amount of time, correct, before you quit?
Correct.
And at that point in time, while you were at Good Samaritan, that initial time, what, if anything, did you learn as far as Mr. O'Keefe's status or what had happened?
So as we talked about before with the hypothermia and the extreme cold, they're going to work that for an extended period of time. Most cardiac arrests, I will try and hang out by the patient or in the area. As new staff come through, different things are found. The doctors and nurses might have follow-up questions. So I try to stay available as an asset that they can bounce those questions off, at least for 10 or 15 minutes afterwards, to make sure the whole process is completely transferred from all the interested parties.
And during that course of time, what, if anything, did you learn as sort of the eventual status of Mr. O'Keefe?
We didn't learn anything while we were at the hospital. We then cleared the hospital, returned back to quarters to decon the ambulance and to replenish all the equipment that we had used, get back in service, and move on with the shift.
At some point during the course of the shift, did you have occasion to go back to Good Samaritan?
Me personally, no. It would have been for an additional medical call if there was any calls for service afterwards.
Did you recall whether or not you went back to Good Samaritan for any additional medical calls or anything of that nature?
I don't recall.
So if I could direct your attention to the screen just over there. Ms. Gilman, if I could please have exhibit number 9. And so directing your attention to what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9 up on the screen, you recognize what's in that photograph?
The house.
Is that the house that you responded to? Is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. again, sir, what's up on screen? You recognize what that is?
I see blood, snow, general area, not sure.
And lastly, Mr. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, firefighter Flamati, you recognize what's picked up on screen as exhibit number 18?
Yes.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Very much.
So, sir, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Basically, just press on this button here and this direction on the screen. So, firefighter Flamati, within this photograph up on screen as exhibit 18, do you see the area in which you observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the ground when you first arrived?
Yes.
And using that laser pointer, could you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed Mr. O'Keefe when you initially arrived?
Initially arrived would have been,
Okay, so all of us are feeling the same thing. All of us feeling the same thing. It's the snow, and it feels like they're taking the picture from the neighbor's part of the yard too, because this can't be the same house that we just looked at. Do y'all get that yard looked huge, which made me feel how I felt about them not seeing him. But the picture that she sent, that Lauren sent, it doesn't look that big. So I'm like, y'all, I'm confused. It looks like the house is changing on us. It looks like it's changing right before our eyes.
in this area here.
And just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. If you could turn, thank you.
Nothing further for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to start sort of at the beginning. When you first arrived
Yes.
at the location, you indicated that you could in fact see the body from your perspective, correct?
I could see a body, yes.
And I think you indicated the shape of the body.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell if it was female or male.
Nope.
But obviously looked like a human figure.
Yes.
Okay. That drew your attention to the left side of the ambulance as you were approaching, correct?
Yes.
And you're sitting on the right side, which means you're sort of the furthest away from that figure from the perspective of the ambulance.
And the ambulance, yes.
And you had no problem making out that figure in the snow.
So figure in the snow, we had a good distance between the ambulance and the engine, so yes.
Okay. And you indicated that the figure in the snow was on top of the snow, if you will, with some snow accumulating up the body of the individual.
Yes.
But he was not covered in snow.
No.
There wasn't like a mound of snow over this figure.
There were mounds of snow in the area, but not over the patient. Due to the wind, there were snow drifts in the area.
And his clothes were dark as compared to the white snow.
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of quick questions about some of the last conversation you had with Mr. Lowry about the injuries. You did note that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration over his right eye, correct?
No, over his right eye.
Over his right eye.
There's a contusion over the eye.
Okay, and your definition of a contusion is,
Bruising.
was it also swollen?
There was swelling around the eyes and a little bit of contusion and bruising around.
Did you see an actively bleeding laceration over?
Pause. We got to pause for my girl. Can someone explain whose house this is and why they would want to unalive? Not Brian, John. So Zakia, he went to about 2 bars. He's a cop. This home is a prominent family in this small town. And they were having like a nightcap, I guess you could say. They had all been at the bar drinking, and they're like, hey, come over. We're going to go to this party. He didn't really know the owners. He didn't really know them that well, but they were familiar with each other, is what I've been hearing from research. And he decided to go to this place. In fact, they're saying when they got there, Karen wanted him to go in and make sure it was okay because they didn't really know them that well. Nobody knows why they did it. He wasn't beefing with the people in there. We don't know what happened. Which I want to, cause they all were drunk though. And I'm going to tell you, I've been around some angry drunks. They were all drinking. It's about to be a snowstorm. They leave. They had been, I think he'd been to maybe 2 bars before he got to their house. Baby, if y'all already been doing all this drinking, why do you need to go do more drinking and you're about to have a blizzard? You're about to have a blizzard. The owner, they said the owner is the sergeant. The owner is the sergeant. The owner of the home was the sergeant. We don't know that yet. I think they didn't like him. Y'all think so? Okay. Well, Chad said we don't know that yet. They didn't see. Let's say it is from starting the trial, because I'm only 5 witnesses in. It doesn't seem like he had a problem with them. Yeah, Brian. Well, wait. The other Brian Higgins is the ATF agent. Albert, hold up, girls. Hold up, y'all. Because I don't have to sit on here and guess, because my friend Lauren sent me a flow chart. Okay? Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer. His wife is Nicole Albert. It was their home. Okay? That I just have to pull up my little chart when we need to figure out who's who. So Brian Albert and Nicole Albert. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to their kids and this dog. I hadn't even got that far yet. Gary. Gary said, I think it was a freak accident and they didn't want to take the fall forward. Then Gary, how do we explain all these bruises and stuff on that man? Lauren said, I'm waiting for my paycheck, period. Look, Lauren, because Lauren has been sending me all of this stuff, so can keep track of who's who. But I can't tell you why they wanted to do this. But I don't think it was a freak accident. I really do think somebody beat the hell out of him. And they probably were drunk when they did it. But I think somebody beat the hell out of him. Tell her she was welcome. Never. That was Shay. Were they telling her she wasn't welcomed? Okay. So Alexandra said there's a little speculation. So right now, Brianna, they're saying there may have been some issues. Now I could see issues with Brian and John because Brian was trying to get Karen, and Brian is the ATF agent that was also at this party.
Where's right eye?
I don't recall.
You don't remember that? What about his left eye?
Yes.
Both eyes were pretty well swollen shut.
What about not from the nostrils, but on the skin on the nose? Did you know the laceration or multiple lacerations on the nose?
So due to the bleeding that was coming from the orifices, trying to clean the area and find exactly where it's from is sometimes difficult. So we can just say it was bleeding in that area.
Okay, so you can't define, as you sit here, you don't remember if it was bleeding from the nostril or from a laceration on the nose?
I believe it was the nostrils.
Okay. Are you saying that there was no laceration on the skin of the nose, or you just don't recall it?
On the top of the nose? No, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
On the top of the nose, I don't recall.
You don't
As
recall.
you know, we ain't got to that yet.
With regard to his abdomen, you indicated that it was distended,
Yes.
a medical term for swollen.
Yep.
You said that could be from trauma or it could be just bloating, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any contusions on his abdomen?
No.
Any skin that was abraded?
No.
Or cut? No. So there's no bruising, no contusion, but there was a distension, correct?
Yes.
Don't do that. I had to call you because I'm on live right now, but I needed to call you because I need to ask a question and I need a firefighter's perspective. No. Listen, this is a quick question. I just wanted to know if, like, say you get to the scene and you find someone like that looks like they've been beat up really bad and they're unresponsive. I'm non-responsive. I keep saying unresponsive. Non-responsive, and there's somebody around you saying, I hit him. What would you do? Right. That's what I'm thinking. Is that something you wouldn't tell like the hospital and the police? Right. That's what I was thinking. It sounds like that's something that you would have to say. Mm-hmm. You are just such a great firefighter. Not you out here talking about you can't help nobody if the scene ain't safe. Look at you. Oh my gosh. See, this is what I'm talking about. Protect and serve. I feel like you do that. Okay, I'll call you when I get off. All right. That man said you supposed to tell them. That man said you supposed to tell them. Listen. That man said you supposed to tell them people. Let me tell you. Wait a minute. Let me look at y'all comments. Not you called the firefighter. Yeah. I need to ask him about that. I was serious. I really want to know. I wanted to know. I had to call him. I had to call him because I wanted to know about that. Listen, we want to be on three-way. Aaron probably died. Y'all, but listen, he said, when you are, I'm not dealing with y'all. He said that if he were to hear that, the first thing he would do would be to go back into the truck and immediately call the police and try to preserve the scene as much as they can until the police gets there. And he was just saying that is something that is important that he would want to make sure they're aware of to make sure the patient is okay. That's it. Who else can we call? My voice changed, y'all. It might have been my flirty voice. Then my voice changed. Hold up. Did my voice change? I put on the customer service voice. I ain't talked to him in a while. He had been calling me. I kept forgetting to call him back. So I'm glad he called. I'm glad he answered the phone. Glad he answered the phone. Very much it changed. I ain't think it changed, old bag. They just be on here being messy. They be out here being messy. And please don't tell him because he messy too. But yes, it's just what we thought though. That's an important part. That's important information that you should be telling to make sure your patient is good. It's just what we thought. It's just what we thought, guys. We were absolutely correct, and we heard it from the real firefighter. Their voice was gonna talk his jaws off. You know, I love when men can hear you smile, and you know, I think it makes their day. They should. I feel like that with customer service too. If you have a customer service job, I do think your customer should always hear you smile through the phone. He might be making me eggs. No, that's old news. Been there, done that, guys. You just have listen. People should hear you smile through the phone. I do believe that. I believe that with my whole heart. You should always make sure that they know I'm happy to talk to you. You know, even if it's something silly, you know, like, hey, you pull up to a hypothetical scene, what are you going to hypothetically do? You got to let them know you appreciate it.
So there was no visible trauma to the abdomen.
Visible trauma doesn't really matter to internal trauma. It's not always indicative one way or the other.
So my question was, did you see any visible trauma on his abdomen?
No.
Okay. But you did note that it was bloated.
That it was distended, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you for a second about, if I could shift gears, about the conversation that you indicated to Mr. Lally that you had with Ms. Reed. You were also asked about that conversation at the grand jury when you testified, correct?
Correct.
You testified that as the lead paramedic, you were specifically trying to get as much information from my client, Ms. Reed, as you possibly could concerning the victim and how the victim ended up being there, correct?
Correct.
You indicated in no particular order that you asked questions like, how do you know him, correct?
Correct.
How did he get here?
Correct.
What happened?
Correct.
Is there any additional information you can give me about what happened to this person?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a conversation that you were personally engaged in with my client in order to gather as much data, if you will, about what you were dealing with, correct?
Correct.
But your focus was, when you first arrived, your focus is, I need to attend to the patient, correct?
Correct.
Like, conversations notwithstanding, I need to deal with what's in front of me, which is an unconscious man in the snow.
Correct.
Dressed inappropriately
Correct.
and possibly freezing to death.
Correct.
But you did say that you had enough of a conversation with Ms. Reed that she answered you and said something to the effect of, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
Correct.
So then you followed up on that conversation, correct?
As much as I could, yes.
As a matter of fact, you said that you asked her additional elaborating questions.
Correct.
Well, did you hit him in the face? Or did you kick him? Or did you hit him with your hand? Okay. So that's a conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed face to face.
Correct.
You're talking to her, you're looking her in the eyes, she's looking you in the eyes, you're standing still, and you're attempting as best you can to converse with this woman so that you can gather as much information as you possibly can as you attend to the victim.
Correct.
You indicated that that conversation lasted long enough that the conversation was frustrated by the fact that you weren't getting information that was helpful to you. So you turned that conversation over to Katie McLaughlin.
Objection? Sustained. Ask it a different way.
Sure. Did you have, was your conversation in some way in your mind, and when I use the word frustrated, I mean, it was just, you weren't getting the information that you were seeking, correct?
It wasn't productive.
Okay, better way to put it, I'll use your word. That conversation was unproductive enough that you then moved the conversation over to Miss McLaughlin, correct?
Correct.
Firefighter McLaughlin. And once Firefighter McLaughlin engaged Miss Reed, you then began to attend to the patient again.
So the patient was already being treated by the other personnel on scene.
Okay.
I started the conversation, realized it wasn't going anywhere. I had other responsibilities. So regardless of how they ended there, they still needed treatment
Of course.
and transport. So that began my priority and moved her over to try and get as much information while treatment was being done.
What part of the treatment were you responsible for?
All of it.
Sorry, that's a great answer to a very vague question.
Sure.
What physically were you doing with Mr. O'Keefe?
In which particular moment?
When you first arrived and attended to him and physically touched him, in other words, were you the airway person? Were you the cardiac person? Were you doing chest compressions? Were you squeezing the bag?
I would have been doing chest compressions initially until I could delegate that task to somebody else.
Okay. And chest compressions, I'm going to butcher this because I've never been trained other than my little toddler. They look a little like what I'm doing now, correct?
Correct.
And I indicated one palm over my hand, arms extended, and you can see my shoulders moving up and down in a rhythmic fashion, correct? So if
I didn't get an answer, correct?
yes, I'll wait till then. What were you wearing?
Let me pause and show Brianna this. So Brianna, we have one because, again, Lauren sent me a link. Hold on. Okay, can you guys see this? Let me make sure y'all can see it. Okay. She sent this link, and the 13th juror has laid everything out. Who's who in Canton? That's what I've been pulling up on my phone. So she has literally laid everybody out. And y'all look at the yard on there. So we know who everyone is. And I'll put the link in the chat. Hopefully you guys can click on it. So if you need to know who's who, you can. So there you go. That way we can pull it up when we're hearing all of these names and kind of how people are connected. Right now, I said we're only 5 witnesses in. But so far, we know too many people are connected for this to not. I just can't. Cover up seems right to me. Too many people are connected. So yes. So please pull that up when we are. If you get lost, you need to know who's this person, who they're related to. It is super helpful. Travis Rudolph trial. She said Brandy streamed that trial as well. But if you guys get lost, it's super helpful. She sent me screenshots, so I have them on my phone. So as I'm listening to people, if I get a little lost, baby, I just pull it back up. Thanks, Lauren. Y'all put TY Lauren in the chat because that's from Lauren, and I appreciate it. She sent that.
What are they wearing? My uniform.
Didn't expect that one, did you?
That was a different one. Heavy winter coat.
Okay.
My uniform.
Do paramedics wear sometimes bright yellow for safety?
Yes.
Were you wearing a bright yellow heavy winter coat?
I don't recall. I have a few different coats.
Got it. Do you remember what Miss McLaughlin was wearing?
I don't.
Okay. That conversation that you had with Ms. Reed at the scene, that had to have lasted, I'm not guessing it was very long, but it had to have lasted a minute
At most, yeah.
at most. Once you finished your conversation with Ms. Reed, did you then start attending specifically to the chest compressions and the high-level CPR that we've heard so much about from your colleague?
Yes.
As you're doing the CPR on the scene, that high-level CPR, high-quality CPR, was Mr. O'Keefe then moved to the scoop, which would then facilitate getting him on a gurney?
Correct.
That gurney was then moved between a couple of patrol cars, cruisers, and into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Once you were in the ambulance, the first priority is to get this person warm. Is that right?
First priority is always going to be CPR. The secondary would be getting them warmed up.
Okay. So obviously, when you got into the ambulance, you can shut the doors. There's a heater on in the ambulance.
Yes.
You never came back out of that ambulance after you got Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance, did you?
No.
Okay. And you were in there with firefighter Nuttall at the time?
Nuttall and Kelly.
And firefighter McLaughlin was outside the ambulance doing whatever she was doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Initially, and then she came in afterwards to
Obviously.
assist. Yeah.
And did I hear you correctly, when firefighter McLaughlin got in the ambulance, she took over the driving responsibilities?
So there's 2 different compartments. They're not connected. There's a little window between the 2 areas. So she assisted with interventions in the back. And then after we had established everything we needed to on scene to begin transport, she then got out and then started driving.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to play, but first I'd like to have marked, I think it's already been marked, Exhibit 379. It's a video, a snippet of a video. It's probably 3 minutes long. It's not that long. I'd like to play that portion of the video for you. And when it's done, Firefighter Nuttall, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong notes. Firefighter Flamati, which is not that easy to say.
Did a great job.
I'm going to ask you to show me exactly where on the video, if you can, that you had this conversation
With the laser pointer?
with my client. Yes, you can use the laser pointer as you wish. This is just to orient you, if I may, Your Honor. The top, let me see if I can do this. There we go. The top is a dash cam from one cruiser.
So I'm gonna see counsel sidebar for a second, please.
Y'all, this is what gets me with Beth, though. Sometimes it's like she gets annoyed by something like, come up here. Because or did I miss an objection? I'm like, it's sometimes she'll just pop in, like, I'm going to see, like she just did. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Wow. I can't even look at old Paul the same. Because why was he sending that dad bod to that woman?
Dash, when we pause it, I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on the top dash cam video. Go ahead and play that.
Okay. Yeah, she is funny.
Can you pause it?
Actually, I need to see counsel at sidebar again.
Again, or did I rewind it, y'all?
Take a
Please,
recess.
court, all right, please. Services will be open for the
Wearing a bright yellow side, screen left. Firefighter from Flamati, I want to draw your attention to the top video, and I may pause it and ask you a couple of questions. Let's go ahead. Pause. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Pause. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Do y'all see it? Oh, okay.
Pause. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Run into the frame rather from screen left?
Yes.
Who's that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
I couldn't see.
And pause. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the top video. Did you see somebody wearing a bright yellow jacket?
If you could rewind it, I'd look at that
Why
area.
don't I play it forward?
Okay.
It's the top
let's
one,
see if you see
Brianna. Hold up, let me go ahead. They came up on this screen up there at the top.
Yes.
Pause. And do you recognize that person?
I see a yellow jacket. I can't tell you who it is.
Okay. Based on your memory, have you seen this before, by the way?
No.
Okay. Based on your memory, is that the approximate position that Mr. O'Keefe was in when you or your colleagues made contact?
Approximately, I'd say a little bit more to the left. That would be, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
I hate this one, but it's the top one, Brianna, that they were talking about.
Person enter from screen left into the frame.
It looks like a different person, yes.
That person right there. Looks like a long-haired female?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be my client?
From this angle, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause. You see a person wearing yellow right there on the left side of the screen.
If you're telling me that's a person, sure, yes.
Right.
No, he's not telling you. So ask the question. If you don't see it, you don't see it. If you do, you do.
I can't tell what that shape is.
Okay. Can you take a look, keep your eyes focused on that and tell me if you see that figure doing anything? Go ahead. Pause it.
I didn't know.
Do you recognize that figure now?
I can't recognize the figure, but it looks like an up and down rhythmic
Yeah.
motion
Okay.
that would indicate CPR.
Would that be you?
I couldn't tell you. Is the time accurate? There's 6:13.
I'm just asking you what you recognize on the video.
I couldn't tell you if that was myself or not.
Was there somebody else doing CPR?
Multiple people rotate through CPR, so yes.
Okay,
Who's
that night
responsible
though.
for doing the chest compressions?
Whoever's closest to that area, we're all trained for that skill.
Okay, I'm asking in this particular case.
Right.
Yes.
I know everybody's trained.
Mhm.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were the one doing the chest compressions?
I said I was one of them. Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be you doing the chest compressions?
You don't know.
It could be, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's go and play. Okay, stop it. Do you see the person basically in the middle of the screen there?
Yes,
Does that appear to be my client? Can you tell?
I can tell.
Go ahead and play it.
It does look pretty close to the street from this angle too.
entering from screen right.
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
That's
In the
true.
yellow jacket.
That build would have been probably, it could have been Firefighter Kelly or it could have been McLaughlin.
Y'all, you know how I don't know why he wouldn't say that was him, but I can't see it, so he probably really didn't know if that was him or not. But the fact that now we've got the other two that were in the ambulance entering into the frame, that is going to say, well, if those two are there, baby, that's you. Baby, that's you. Jaleesa said, I don't like him. Baby, that's you. I mean, but hey, however you got to make them say it, because now it's a process of elimination. If those are the other two firefighters, then that last one has no choice but to be you.
And who's the person trailing the gurney? Right.
He like, dang.
I can't tell.
Okay, that's good.
Now can you tell?
The person in the hood just obscured that figure. Did you see that figure standing on the other side of the person?
No.
Awesome. The activity that's going on just to the sort of left side of the SUV in the frame, can you describe for the jurors what that activity is?
So that would be lowering the stretcher to get ready to load the patient on.
Okay. And now pause it. Now, this person now appears to be facing the camera. Do you now recognize that person?
I don't.
Go ahead. Pause. Can you focus your attention on that individual in the yellow jacket?
Yes.
What does that person seem to be doing?
CPR.
Which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not, you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the entire length of this video, did you see anybody else trade off?
T-Lynn, can you send it to me? And we definitely can talk about that. T-Lynn says the judge is not letting it be known that the FBI looked at the case and said Karen did not hit John. And she's not letting it be known to the jury. That is crazy. That is crazy. T-Lynn, send it to me. That way we can read it and discuss.
From that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
Yes.
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Could be.
Did you say that was probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
Why the hell won't he just say it was him? What, y'all? Why
I want to direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who's that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Y'all, why would this man just say it was him? This is strange as hell. This is strange. Hold up. Clearly, that's the same person. They never swapped. That's the same person doing the damn chest compressions. Why won't the damn man say it's me?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the person or the yellow in the middle of the screen. Do you recognize that?
As a fire jacket, and build, I would guess it was either Firefighter Kelly or
So we don't want you to guess.
my best estimation would be Firefighter McLaughlin.
Firefighter McLaughlin?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the play. Recognize the person in the yellow jacket to the right of who you just described as Firefighter McLaughlin?
No.
What is that person doing apparently?
My guess would be,
Not even an estimate. Do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
Go ahead and play.
Damn, look how she always does. She always does it.
Okay.
Move on.
Awesome. At that point, did you join your colleagues in placing Mr. in the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, did that appear to be you following the gurney in the yellow jacket over to the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the lead firefighter? When I say lead, I mean the one to the right, leading the gurney on the front side of the gurney.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of your colleagues, though.
Yes.
What did you do once you left the frame? Where did you go?
That would have been into the ambulance.
And as you earlier indicated, shut the doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never came back out?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the lower video.
Okay.
And we're just going to let that play for a couple of minutes and see if you recognize anything. I'll ask you to pause it in just a second.
Y'all, was that the judge just then? Hey, Summer.
Awesome. I'm going to ask you to look up to the top video.
Yeah, I heard
You
it
see
that time.
what appears to be a person wearing yellow too, right?
Yes.
But that's who that is.
No.
Go ahead, Will.
I'm wondering why we gotta see good. He's driving. Why are we? I guess they're showing the same. They're not even the same time. Oh, yes, they are. Let's see where I'm done. That was loud.
Look at the lower video. Do you see what appears to be a vehicle in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an ambulance.
Does that appear to be the ambulance that you arrived in?
Yes.
And that's the ambulance that you took Mr. O'Keefe to?
Yes.
Doors are closed?
Yes.
Are you in the ambulance at this point?
I'm not sure.
Well, this was, let me just ask it a different way. This was running continuously.
Yeah.
No pauses. You've already taken Mr. O'Keefe to the ambulance. Would you have gotten in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you're not standing outside the ambulance.
So if you know the answer.
I don't know.
Why?
Next question.
You have no idea whether you're in the ambulance or not at this point.
At this point, no.
You just saw yourself
Would
get
you
in
have gone
there.
anyplace else? When you left the frame?
Could have been to gather equipment, but for certain, I don't know.
I don't know if I could do it. We're on number 5. We're number 5. There are about 75 more. This freaking man just saw himself get in the ambulance. Asked him, when you moved out of the frame, where did you go? He said, probably into that ambulance. We're showing the other officer's car that pulls up, and he's right behind the ambulance. He told me, I don't know if I'm in there. You don't know if you're in the ambulance? What's this man's name again? Okay. I have to leave myself keywords. Yeah, this is crazy. And I can't stop. I do want to stop and just say, F this damn case. What Why does he not want to be in the ambulance? Lynn, that is a great question. I do get it, Obed. I do get it. And I do get it. And I will say that this is insane. Miss Nika, when did he have the time to speak to Karen? And so, Miss Nika, I'm going to tell you, if it's not too much for y'all, I would like to go back. I never saw them really cross paths for real. And she was so frantic. I don't know when she would have said it to him. This is frustrating because he can't answer something as simple as, are you still in the ambulance? Oh, I don't know. Where the hell else would you be? Where the hell else would you be?
Where would Mr. O'Keefe have been?
Right.
Been in the ambulance? Again, don't know for certain.
Could have been or was in the ambulance?
At this time, I don't know.
What?
Okay, let's go to the phone. Stop. Okay, taking a look at both screens, you see the group of people, including the individual with the yellow jacket at the bottom screen,
Yes.
that appear to be the same from a different angle, same group of people, including the person with the yellow jacket on the top screen.
Yes.
Who was the person that was directed to get the medical history from my client?
McLaughlin?
You believe that's Miss McLaughlin?
No.
You don't think that's her?
What the hell is going on?
I'd have to rewind to know where she went.
Well, let me ask you a couple of other questions. Looking at the bottom screen,
That's the judge, actually.
Yes.
you see a woman with long hair standing next to the police officer.
We know
Appear to
who
be my
Karen
client.
is.
Yes.
There's an individual with a fire jacket on, right?
Yes.
And Miss McLaughlin was directed to get medical history and interview my client, correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what she's doing right there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At this point, where do you believe you were now?
I don't remember.
No!
Think you might have been in the ambulance?
I don't remember.
You testified earlier, and this has been a continuously running video on the top, testified earlier that when you left the screen with that gurney, you got in the ambulance, correct?
We headed that way, yes.
So Firefighter Flamati, it's not a trick question. Where did you go when you left the screen?
It would have
Damn!
been to either gather equipment or to put the patient in the ambulance.
Oh,
Okay,
brother.
when did what,
Y'all, I'm gonna have to probably be on mute because why is this so hard? Why is this shit so hard? I might just need a stress break. What Judge Glanville say? A comfort break. It's not a trick question, but what's bothering me is he is unwilling. He is unwilling to say, I got in the ambulance. What's the harm in saying he got in the freaking ambulance? Like, I'm just not getting it. Yeah, I'm just not getting why it's so hard for him to say, we got an ambulance. They said, where Paul at? He said he might be in the truck. Where the hell else would you put him? Where the hell else would Paul be? I mean, not Paul, John, sorry. Where the hell else would John be? You literally put him on the stretcher. You walk past the camera. Where the hell else you gonna put him? You gonna take him and put him across the street in the neighbor's yard? Where the hell else would you put that man? Something went on in the ambulance and he knows you think that? Okay, something is wrong. They all friends. Something is going on because I really don't understand why the hell he can't just say we went in the ambulance. Why is he refusing to say we got in the ambulance. This man, so I was probably gathering supplies. We didn't see you walk back past that camera. Ash, I don't know. I don't know why he won't say it. She said, why else would he not say it? I'm trying to figure it out. The man is talking in so many circles. Missy done said, was that even John on the stretcher? Well, we know it was him because he did make it to the hospital on the stretcher. The man, my girl said, hell, at this point, was it even John? I mean, look at his ass. Oh my God.
What equipment did you need to gather?
It would have been anything that was left by the
What
patient's side,
is
whether it was
it?
a first-in bag, airway bag, any other equipment, basically.
You were doing chest compressions.
I didn't state that.
You didn't say that?
I said I did chest compressions at some point. I didn't say I did them continuously throughout the call.
So you just put John O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and
And you
went to
stopped.
look for some
Hey, you stop.
equipment?
Not what I said. So chest compressions were done continually throughout, whether they were done by me or by another provider. I can't tell you specifically.
So when you left the screen and John O'Keefe is on the gurney, you're engaged in vital, life-saving,
Right.
a vital, life-saving endeavor, correct?
Yes,
That had to have been your focus, correct?
that was at the time. Yes.
And you wanted to get him out of the cold, the weather,
Yes.
because it was inclement, it was freezing out, correct?
Yes.
So you wanted to put him in the ambulance, right? And you wanted to continue CPR because in your words, you testified on direct examination.
Key, you know what? I'm happy you just popping in because this man right here would have probably made you cuss all up and through this chat.
You believe that there might be some viability left.
Yes.
So CPR
Stop.
and life-saving measures were absolutely vital at that point.
Yes.
You didn't go find equipment, you got in the ambulance, didn't you?
Yes.
So at this point, you're in the ambulance, correct?
At this point, I don't know.
You indicated you never got back out of the ambulance after you got in, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
You're on video. Like this is
Did you see any place in that video where you had any sort of detailed conversation with my client?
No.
No.
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
Nothing.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
You indicated in a police report during an interview that you had with Yuri Butnik on February 8th. That my client said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You remember having that conversation with Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall the conversation, but I'm trusting that your records are accurate.
Is it true that during that conversation, you indicated to Sergeant Butnik that, quote, Katie spoke with Karen Reed. Katie is Katie who?
McLaughlin.
Katie spoke with Karen Reed, collecting medical history for the victim, and was also told by Karen that the last time she saw the victim was 1 a.m. that morning. That is when Anthony, who's Anthony?
Would have been myself.
That is when Anthony heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him. Is that what you told Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall.
Oh.
Does it appear that this is the time, Firefighter Flamati, that Katie McLaughlin is getting a medical history from my client, or attempting to?
I can't tell from the video, no.
You do know, however, that during this time, you're in an ambulance probably 30 or 40 feet away with the doors closed.
I don't know.
Well, you certainly don't see yourself in that frame, do you?
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Lamadi done pissed me off.
Good. If we're done with the videos, can we take it down,
Of
please?
course.
Damn,
Yes, I think we
damn.
are. Thank you, Your Honor.
Somebody said he been talking to Woody at this point.
You were the lead firefighter on that team that night, correct?
Lead paramedic.
Lead paramedic, thank you. You understood, obviously, the gravity of hearing a statement like, I hit him, some sort of an explanation about what may have happened to the victim, correct?
Correct.
That statement could potentially have direct relationship to, or a direct relational impact on how life-saving measures are done by the medical personnel that you turn the victim over to.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
You said you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct?
It's crazy.
That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. Oakley.
Correct.
Look at him now. He like he want to cry up there.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
So documentation for us ends at transfer of patient care. As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
You do. Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
What?
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody.
In the court
Well,
setting? No.
Flamati
Testified in front of a
got his
grand
ass
jury,
off.
didn't you?
Yes.
Shalali asked you a bunch of questions. During the course of that conversation that was under oath, did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle,
Y'all.
right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't
No.
asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask
You
you,
didn't say it.
you just left it out.
This
That
boy.
you told the doctors, the medical professionals, that in fact, you described that this patient was likely hit by a car.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why should sustain that?
You wrote a report as well, correct?
Yes.
We've talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative
Yes.
about your observations, your experiences with this patient, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a lead paramedic is to be as detailed as possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident to assist in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at page
Y'all, this shit is crazy.
3 of 5 of your report.
Yes.
You see that narrative area?
Yeah.
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, I hit him?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to your report, the portion of your report where you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said, I hit him?
Not him looking through it, y'all. You know it ain't
Doesn't
in
say
there.
that.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
Doesn't say that.
You indicated on direct examination that you were quote unquote looking for anything.
Hold on, guys. BG has entered the chat. Hey, BG, this is the second EMT that was there. and you just popped in, child. He's been on this stand lying his ass off. So they showed us a video from the cop's car when he was doing chest compressions. Girl, he would never admit it was him doing the chest compressions. We see him like leave the frame, and they asked him, well, what would you have done once you left that frame? He said, oh, we would have gotten into the ambulance. We do another view of the ambulance, and they say, is that the ambulance you came in? He said, yeah. They said, are you in it right now? He said, I don't know. Even though we're looking at timestamps, so we know he's in the ambulance because they were actively doing chest compressions, trying to move him. They're trying to warm him up. Where the hell else would he take him? Where in the hell else would they take him? So right now, BG, he has said that when he got to the hospital, he is swearing that he told the nurses and the doctors that this man may have been hit by a car, although it is not documented anywhere. We also see the video, and there is really no point where he was around Karen where they could have had this in-depth conversation because he was doing chest compressions. So yes, it's been a mess. Key, you gotta go see it. When I tell he would not admit that it was him doing chest compressions. They even showed it was 3 people in the ambulance. They showed those 3 people. Well, 2 of the people on a stretch, with a stretcher, 1 person doing chest compressions. If you're not one of the 2 with the stretcher, then you got to be the one doing the chest compressions. He would not admit that was him doing chest compressions. Kept saying he doesn't remember. Process of elimination says it was him. He would not admit it. Then he comes closer in the frame. Would not admit it was him. Why the hell he wouldn't say he was in that damn ambulance, I can't tell you. I cannot tell you, but he would not. I can't tell you why he wouldn't do that. Okay, y'all. They said Kay is watching the jury selections too. She said juror candidates are being questioned privately at the bench by both sides. Karen Reed is listening intently, seated just to the left. Thank you for the update, Kay. Megan, he doesn't look like he got hit by a car. He does not look like he got hit by a car. But Key, that's what Ash said. Ash said something happened in that ambulance. I don't think it's that. I'm going to go with Valerie. I really do think the problem is he has maintained this story that she told him, I hit him. Well, when you look at the footage, when did she tell you that? And you really over there doing chest compressions. She was primarily always at the car. So she was just like, hey, I hit him. No, she was primarily at the car. In front of the police car, you could see him a few feet away doing chest compressions. It wasn't like they were ever right here for real. Now, I'm going to say this though, y'all. When he was doing the chest compressions and they were all around the car, I didn't hear the dash cam footage, so maybe we could hear and see what they were talking about to see if she said that. I just can't go on their words. What's so hard to Key? Something. I don't know why he won't say that. He would not. Now, you're right, Key. That's interesting. You and Ash, I give y'all that. That's another perspective. Did something happen in the ambulance? To me, I mean, reading the notes and everything, I hate it. It sounds like they really tried to save the man, but I don't know why the hell he wouldn't just say he was in. It shouldn't have taken 20 minutes for that. It shouldn't have taken 20 minutes.
That we could pass on
And now he
to
looks
the
sad.
emergency room that would assist.
Yeah.
I think it might have been an assistance to the emergency room personnel to indicate that you believe this person been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Do you believe that that would have been an important piece of information to pass on to the emergency room assistants?
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
Okay.
Thanks. It would have been important, yes.
And it's nowhere in your reports, correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is,
Yes.
did you tell the police 8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed?
No,
And you didn't tell the grand jury that, correct?
No.
And you didn't mention that on direct examination in front of these
you didn't
jurors.
tell anybody. Flamati,
Have a moment, Your
go
Honor.
to hell.
Yes.
Go to hell, Flamati, because you lying to all of us.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
So Firefighter Fulmani, you had been asked some questions about the observation you made of Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen being distended. And absent any external observation of injuries, that could be from an internal injury cause, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you were talking about, in which the defendant indicated to you repeatedly that she hit him, or I hit him, that occurred on your sort of way to the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning back to sort of when you're coming to the scene and arriving at the scene, you've got a call or dispatch in regard to an unresponsive male in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So you know that going, correct?
Correct.
And where you sort of bring the ambulance to a stop, there are other vehicles already in that area where Mr. O'Keefe is, correct?
Correct.
And it's from that vantage point that you're able to then see Mr. O'Keefe's body off the side of the road about 10 feet or so into the lawn.
Correct.
Now, when it comes to chest compressions, your department, any department, as far as sort of the medical field that you're in, is there any sort of policy or protocol for how long one person should be doing those at a time?
So recommendation is always 2 minutes, but it's usually based on the fatigue of the provider. But really the most important thing is just quality of CPR and making sure that they have the best CPR throughout, regardless of fatigue.
So it's not recommended that one person do continuous chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes, correct?
It's actually recommended not.
And so that would be sort of, when you have that many sort of assets with you on a scene, would it be typical?
I'm going to say this. I want to respond to EBS's question because, we had this debate yesterday. I thought, the police officer, when he first arrived, he said there was no pulse. Obviously, Karen them must have thought that too because she started doing CPR before the police officer came. When the EMT got there, he said, EMT of the world, he said too, there were no signs of life. But they still tried to save him. But many people have said you still attempt to save the person. And I will say through all of their bullshit, it does sound like they were trying to save the man. They did a lot. They talked about doing CPR, chest compressions, using I forget the name of the machine they used to help them with it. They also tried to make sure his body got warm because he had been outside in that really cold weather, warmed his body up. They gave him the epinephrine. They tried to do everything they could because EBS, if I walked up to him, I would have said that he's dead too. They still tried to save him. They tried to see if they could do anything. My grandma died because my cousin was doing CPR. Maybe your cousin was doing what we've learned in this case is low quality CPR. We've learned the difference between low quality and high quality. And I do believe Karen was doing low quality CPR. I need to get CPR certified now because damn it, I want to know how to do high quality. But EBS, I do. People in the comments were saying like, listen, they still have to try, and they did. It wasn't apparent. That's what we kind of got the difference in. It wasn't apparent what happened to him, what was going on. So they tried. And they did. Oh yeah, sounds like they were doing CPR, BG.
or for somebody to continue on with chest compressions for that long period of time. Those videos that you were showing up on the screen, have you ever seen either of those videos?
No.
So you have no idea as far as the times, whether they're accurate, correct?
No clue.
And whether the videos are synchronous, you have no idea about that either, correct?
Mm.
The conversation in which you heard the defendant say, "I hit him," and the conversation that firefighter McLaughlin had in which the defendant told her, "I hit him," those are two separate conversations, correct?
Correct.
Happened at two different times, two different locations. and
No,
You weren't
for
even
real.
present for Ms. McLaughlin's statement, correct?
Correct.
Let me see.
And you did, when you were interviewed by the trooper and when you testified before the
I
grand
know,
jury, you
Jim.
indicated in both instances that the defendant said to you, "I hit him," repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions about what you relayed to the hospital staff, that what you're testifying to, that's your memory of what you told the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in that you had said something to the effect of, there's a question about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car, correct?
Correct.
And so from your conversations with the defendants and the sort of expounding questions that you had asked for clarification, why was it that you related motor vehicle sort of specifically as a question to the hospital staff?
So it was due to the proximity of the patient to the roadway and the vagueness of the statement. So proximity to the roadway and the fact that she stated, "I hit him," the red flag of him being underdressed and not, people don't just lie down in the snow in a blizzard. So how he got there, we're not sure. So we're trying to figure out what happened, but due to the proximity of the roadway, that was our first inclination.
I have nothing further.
All right, you,
May I, Your Honor?
a couple of questions.
I want him.
You indicated that,
Y'all.
It's not recommended that someone do chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes.
Correct.
You saw the video. It was on screen. That video was about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Did it appear that the same person that was doing chest compressions at the beginning of the video continued doing chest compressions all the way through?
I don't know.
We just watched the video.
I can't tell you for certain which personnel. We all have yellow coats, so I can't tell you if somebody swapped. I don't know.
Did it appear to you in watching that video that the person that started on the chest compressions on the left side of the screen continued all the way through up to the scoop, up to the gurney, and off screen doing chest compressions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustain everything, baby. This is what I think.
You indicated that
Yeah, I think this is what the judge in the ASAP Rocky case wanted to do in his courtroom. It just never quite worked out with those attorneys. But remember he said, "Make the objection. I'm already gonna know what you're objecting to." And he was like, "No arguments." I think this is what he wanted because they've got them in control.
when you heard this phrase, "I hit him," that your response was, did you hit him with your hand, right?
Yes.
Did you kick him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
Yes.
That's what you previously testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in that conversation did you ever suggest, did you hit him with your car?
I don't recall if I asked her specifically about that.
So now you don't recall about that either.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And for the first time in any forum, you're telling this jury that you then thought, based on that conversation that was attended to the video that we just watched, you believed that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car and that she said she did it.
I did not say that. So what, am I allowed to respond?
Yes.
So I left it open-ended to the staff of the hospital that these are both possibilities of
Oh,
what happened to the patient.
And of course, if you had said that to the staff of the hospital would certainly put it in some of the medical reports, correct?
They don't have to.
Lil
It's really
Willie is
up to them.
crazy.
And you're aware that none of those have that statement.
I'm not aware.
Yes, you are.
All set? All right, you are all set, firefighter Flamati, or paramedic Flamati, thank you. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Matthew Kelly.
Okay,
All right, y'all. Matthew Kelly. All right, y'all. That's number 6.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Sure.
I think is right there.
Hey, Shay. Right.
Step forward.
Harris is.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay,
morning.
that's just.
So you consider stand however you're comfortable, just bring, perfect, thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
No, he looked like a baby.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Kelly, Kelly.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Canton Fire.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with Canton Fire?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other employment did you have within that sort of field?
I worked for a private ambulance, first ambulance service for approximately 5 months.
And sort of geographically, where was that located?
Boston area.
Now, prior to you working as an EMT or a paramedic, you worked as an EMT before working as a paramedic?
Correct.
And so prior to working as either an EMT or a paramedic, did you have any sort of training or did you receive any sort of certification in regard to being an EMT paramedic?
Yeah, so I had to do a 6-month EMT course, and then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course, and then for the state to get my EMT. And then for a paramedic school, it was about a 10 to 12 month didactic portion. And then I did I believe it was 200 hours clinical in the hospitals. And then I did 300 hours ride time. And then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and also for the state. And now with Canton Fire, I'm getting precepted as a paramedic.
And when you use that term as far as precepted, what exactly does that term mean within your?
It just means that you get trained by an experienced paramedic for an extended period of time until they say that you can do the job on your own.
And with regard to being a EMT and a paramedic, you receive a certification in regard to working within that field?
Can you say that again?
With regard to being an EMT and a paramedic, to receive some sort of certification, either from the state or some other body in regard to working in that field.
Yes.
You have certification in regard to both.
Yes.
And is that certification up to date?
Yes, it is.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, the evening of that into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department that day?
Yes, I was.
Recall what kind of shift you were working on that day?
24-hour shift on the ambulance.
And which station house were you assigned to on that day?
Station 1.
And that's located where within the town of Canton?
99 Revere Street.
And you were assigned to the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the ambulance along with you?
Paramedic Anthony Flamati.
And on that morning of January 29th, do you recall about what time that you woke up on that day?
I believe it was about 4:45 a.m.
When you woke up, what, if anything, is it that you did with regard to your duties and responsibilities around the fire station? How far?
So we woke up a little bit early to shovel off the apron, shovel off the parking lot, and just prepare for the new shift coming in.
And just briefly, sir, so when you go outside to shovel, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the weather conditions and what they were at that point?
There was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility, still dark out.
And Could you recall being dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m.?
Yes, I do.
And what was that call, or what was that dispatch in regard to, and where specifically were you dispatched?
It was unresponsive male in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that area of Fairview Road, through your work with the Canton Fire Department, are you familiar with that specific area?
Yes,
And you respond in the ambulance, is that correct?
correct.
Who, if anyone, goes along in the ambulance with you?
Flamati was in the passenger seat, and then paramedic Tim Nuttall was in the back.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
And in addition to the ambulance, ambulance one that you were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus responded from your station to Fairview Road?
We also had an engine and our shift commander SUV.
If you recall, who was the shift commander in the SUV?
Shift commander was Captain Wendell Robbery at the time.
And Captain Robbery is now the chief of the Canton Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the engine was concerned, who, if anyone, was assigned to the engine and responded to the call as well?
It was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter, paramedic Katie McLaughlin, and firefighter, paramedic Frank Walsh.
And as you're driving from the station house to Fairview, what, if anything, do you recall about weather conditions, visibility, anything like that along the way?
Just heavy snow and wind, real low visibility, good amount of snow on the ground. So I was just trying to take it slow so we didn't spin out or drift or anything like that.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took from the station on Revere Street to Fairview Road that morning?
Yep, we took a right onto Revere Street, left onto Sherman Street, right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
And as you're driving down Fairview, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about sort of the elevation of that roadway as you go from Chapman down to where you stopped?
It was a pretty steep, long road downhill. It was probably downhill for half of the way through Fairview. And because of that, I was just trying to go real slow so we didn't drift down the hill.
And one last question about driving, but as you're driving along, what, if anything, else did you observe as far as sort of other vehicular traffic on the roadway, any other cars, trucks, anything like that?
Nothing until I saw the police cruiser at the scene.
And so as you're approaching the scene and you're driving towards it, what, if anything, sort of first draws your attention to where you're going and where you stop?
So it was just real low visibility, but we could see blue lights at the time. So just kept going towards the blue lights and knew that it would be in that area.
Now, where do you stop in relation to the cruiser?
I believe they were facing towards us, so we would be in front of them.
And at some point, you're being dispatched for an unresponsive male party, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're pulling up to the scene, you see the cruiser, are you able to also see any sort of unresponsive male party?
Not when I'm in the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see.
And when was it and how far away from it were you at the first time that you observed the unresponsive male?
Once I got out of the truck, I was probably had to be about like 5 feet away until I could see the victim.
And at this time when you're arriving, sometime shortly after 6 a.m., is it light out, dark out, or something?
It's dark.
And just so we can stop saying unresponsive male, at some point you identified who the patient was that you eventually treated and transported. Okay. Who did you identify?
Mr. O'Keefe.
The John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get out of the vehicle. You all get out at the same time, is that correct?
Relatively, yeah.
And where is it that you, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall, go?
So we first go to pick up some of the bags and stuff that we would need to conduct a arrest, and then we just go straight over to the body and some people that were around there.
And with regard to the bags that you retrieved, what kind of bags are we talking?
We'd take like a first-in bag that has miscellaneous stuff. We'd take an airway bag, and we would take a cardiac monitor.
And when you indicate, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone else, or what, if any other people were in that same area?
Can you say that one more time?
When you first go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, or how many other people are in that general area? When
Sure. I remember seeing a police officer and 2 women.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, first of all, how was he positioned in relation to the ground?
He was on his back, probably about around a fire hydrant, probably about 5 or so feet from what I saw would be the street.
So you believed about 5 or so feet in from the road, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first come over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as snow on him or around him or in the area where he was?
I don't really recall.
Do you recall how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when you first get over there?
I believe he was wearing a hoodie, like a sweatshirt and jeans, and remember he had one shoe on, but forget which shoe it was.
You don't recall which shoe it was, but there was one shoe on his foot at that point?
Correct.
And when you first arrive at this patient, at Mr. O'Keefe, what is it that you and the other firefighters are doing in regard to treatment at that point?
So the other firefighters were checking for a pulse. And then after that, while I was getting some of the supplies, and then we would start compressions and start moving them into the ambulance so we could get a better look at them and what we were doing.
When you say start compressions, what kind of compressions are you referring to?
CPR.
Chest compressions?
Yes.
Right. And based on your training experience, is there some sort of protocol as to how long one individual should be doing chest compressions?
So we want early and continuous chest compressions for as long as the person is pulseless. We will take breaks in order to check for a pulse and check for any rhythm changes.
And so when breaks are taken, is that one person that's doing those same compressions the entire time, or is it switched off or something else?
We try to switch off every few minutes.
Now, when you first approach where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, sort of injuries, if at all, did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
On the ground, I didn't observe any injuries or recall seeing any injuries at the time. It wasn't until got him in the ambulance that I saw some injuries.
And so from that sort of initial assessment and initial sort of treatment of the patient, what exactly does that sort of assessment and treatment consist of when Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground?
Basically just checking for breathing and if he has a pulse. It was pretty dark and very low visibility, so we wanted to get him out of the conditions and into the ambulance to kind of further assess him.
And from your sort of initial assessment, did he have a pulse and was he breathing?
No.
And so want to get him out of the conditions, and how is that accomplished?
I believe we used a scoop board or a scoop stretcher. It's just a backboard that breaks into 2 pieces. They can slide underneath the victim or the patient. We used that, and then we had picked him up and put him onto our actual EMS stretcher, and then just put the stretcher into the ambulance.
And where was the stretcher sort of placed in regard to where, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was 5 feet off the road?
I don't recall.
Now, once you get to the ambulance, what, if any, difference did you notice between sort of the lighting in the ambulance versus the lighting outside on the lawn?
So there was very low visibility outside. There was great visibility inside with the lighting all around the back of the ambulance.
And so once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe or note at that point in regard to any injuries you observed to Mr. O'Keefe?
He had a like a swollen black and blue right eye, and he had some blood around his mouth.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, during treatment, you're touching or making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that, what, if any, observations or what, if anything, did you note in regard to sort of tactile observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was very cold to touch, very stiff, almost frozen-like. Yes.
Now, at some point during the course of your treatment in the back of the ambulance, are his clothes removed?
Yes.
Is that, why is that?
It's just so we can try to examine his full body for any other injuries.
And there's some concern for cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your understanding based on your training experience is as what is cardiac arrest?
Sure. It would be when a person has a lethal cardiac rhythm where they no longer have a pulse.
Now, once the clothes, as far as being removed, how are they physically, sort of how are they removed?
I believe they were probably cut off with trauma shears.
And once the clothes are removed with trauma shears, what, if any, additional observations did you make of injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's body?
There was some lacerations on his right upper extremity.
Now, the chest compressions that you were talking about, was that continuous sort of throughout the patient care with respect to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And in addition to that, what, if anything, was done with respect to body temperature for Mr. O'Keefe once in the back of the ambulance?
So we did some rewarming. So we did heat blankets and warm fluids.
And as the chest compressions continue in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's nose or mouth?
I remember that there was some blood or vomit or bile coming out of his mouth.
Now, turning your attention to back outside of the ambulance, taking you back there for a moment. You indicated in your testimony that when you arrived there were two females in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe anything as far as what they look like or anything about those two females that you saw?
I just remember they were white, looked to be between 35 and 45 years old, I would say, and average build and height.
What, if any, sort of distinguishing characteristic did you observe between one or the other?
I remember one had some red stuff around her mouth. I was thinking it could be blood.
And that individual that you observed with red stuff that you thought could be blood around her mouth, what, if any, observations did you make of her as far as her demeanor or anything like that?
She was just acting kind of erratic and kind of running around screaming different things.
And as far as the different things that she was screaming, what, if anything, do you recall specifically hearing her screaming when she was running around?
It was just something like, "He's dead. He's fucking dead."
Was that something that she said once or more than once or something?
At least twice.
As far as that sort of phraseology, was that?
I think I was saying, y'all, I think we heard them say, I think we heard that on one of the cars, like you can faintly hear her like asking those questions. So I think we definitely heard that.
Consistent throughout?
I would say so, yes.
Now, when you enter the ambulance, does the patient care continue, obviously, with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And if you recall, who was sort of involved in that patient care in the back of the ambulance?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Woodbury, Walsh, and
Damn.
McLaughlin came in a little bit later. I'm not sure if she did any patient care or not.
Like 6 or 7 people.
The majority of the people from your department that responded to the scene at one point or another were involved in patient care with regard to the stroke.
Correct.
Now, you drove the ambulance to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And so for the transport from Fairview, what hospital did you go to?
Good Samaritan.
So the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, who drove the ambulance then?
McLaughlin.
And so firefighter McLaughlin's driving, where are you located within the ambulance?
I was in the back with Nuttall and Flamati.
Do you recall sort of specifically what, if anything, you were doing with regard to patient care during the transport phase?
Okay, y'all, I got to clarify something. Katie is McLaughlin. Isn't that Katie, y'all? I think Katie. Isn't that Katie, y'all? Okay, so let's talk about that real quick. What he just described to us, remember when they were on the way to the scene, it was there were 3 people in the ambulance. He was the driver, Flamati was the passenger, and Nuttall was in the back of the ambulance. Now, after we leave the scene, now Katie is the driver. I wonder why maybe they left some cars there because Katie had to get there some way. I wonder what, it's the one who's friends with the cop's daughter. Okay. I want to make sure I'm clarifying that. I'm like, she wasn't in the ambulance at first.
So I was just helping them.
Yes.
Transport phase. I was doing compressions before, but we had switched them over to a automatic compression device. So I was just involved in helping ventilate and suction.
And was there who, if anyone else in the back of the ambulance was also sort of working on the airway portion, if you recall?
Katie ended up all these people that he called, they all ended up at the scene. So I don't, maybe so many people were doing stuff to help, help with patient care. She said, okay, well, I can drive the ambulance. I'll drive, because I'm wondering how the hell she ended up in the car. She was with the Captain Indy, I think. But I guess for me, I was just like, well, damn, how did she end up in the ambulance? Because we know for a fact she was not initially in the ambulance, but she ended up there. Maybe, like I said, it was a lot of work. And they just said that, well, Kate can drive the ambulance. She'll drive while the rest of you guys are performing life-saving measures. But she definitely wasn't in that car at first.
We've Nuttall, and I forget who else.
Now, during the course of transport from the scene when you arrived to Good Samaritan, what, if any, change did you note in reference to Mr. O'Keefe as far as heart activity, respiratory, anything of that?
No changes.
Ms. Gilman?
Katie is also friends with the people whose house it was, the Alberts. I'm trying to make sure we use their names, y'all, so we can know who we're talking about. Katie is also friends with the Alberts' daughter. Crazy.
If I could ask for exhibit number 9, please. Firefighter Kelly, just directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The location of the scene.
For the house that you responded to on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also have exhibit number 18. And again, sir, just directing your attention to the screen, do you recognize the photograph that's up on the screen?
Yes.
What's depicted in that photograph?
The location of the scene again.
Sort of a different view of the same home, is that correct?
Correct.
Can I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
This is the laser pointer, basically there's a button there, just press on that.
Okay.
Firefighter Kelly, with using that laser pointer that you have now before you, if you could, please direct the jury's attention on the screen to whereabouts you located Mr. O'Keefe in that supine position when you first arrived.
It was about this area right here.
Thank you. I have nothing further to this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, may we approach for a minute?
Okay. Jurors, remember, you can stand up and stretch anytime you go to someone.
I stopped it and didn't unmute. He already said that the first thing he would have done as soon as he heard, as soon as they saw, they were told that information, is contact the police. The police, as soon as they hit that scene, it is their job to start the investigation. He said they're just going to make sure the scene is secure. It was 6 a.m. No one was out there except them. But damn, stop Karen, stop everybody else from stop everybody else from doing all of this other stuff that they're doing. All of the moving back and forth, all of these moving parts, like it's real. Stop them from doing that. The police should have knocked on the door. I blame the officers. They didn't knock on the door. There you go, y'all. Y'all can ask him why did he betray us for that cookie cake? With that cookie cake. I feel betrayed. They should have grabbed Jen. Listen, Jen, like if it's my sister's house, I'm trying to go see what's up with my sister. But Brian Higgins went to Cannon Police Station at 1 a.m. Yes, I saw that, Valerie. I saw that. Why can't you talk about Duke? He was a damn cop on the force. His investigation. Wait a minute. That's and Key. She didn't even wait. They should have grabbed her. It doesn't matter who sent the cake. It was like, why would you take the cake? No, it's crazy. I don't know. And Duke, the problem is you took the cake. That's our problem with you. You took the cake. We were going to get you a cookie cake, and you took the cookie cake. That's the real problem. You said he's making us feel like orphans over here. Right, Ash, we would at least make him laugh with our cookie cake. Monique, tell him you should have refused it. But no, he wants to not be loyal and take the cookie cake. That's crazy. Taking the cookie cake is the crazy part. But it was his birthday. I guess, do we have to give him a pass because it was his birthday? Hold on. He said he's not supposed to receive a gift if God sent it to him. So now you're putting God in it. Like, oh, now Key, I'm gonna have to agree. That was very oppy of him. He's not supposed to take a gift if God sent it. She said, damn Duke and this cookie cake. I want to know who killed the man. Child, we do too. You can't take both. They could have been trying to poison him. I wouldn't eat the cake at my door with no note. Y'all don't believe him. He was out here being oppy. Oh, God went up to the bakery and special ordered you a cookie cake and paid for it and delivered it to you personally. Erica talking about a blessing is a blessing. We can't even get him anything now because our thing was the cookie cake and somebody took that from us. They said God ain't never do nothing so basic. Cause ours was gonna be cute. Ours was gonna be cute. I'm gonna skip through this part because we got somebody else coming up. I feel bad for his mom though.
Good morning, sir.
Please, real easy.
Mr. Kelly, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never had a conversation
Correct.
in or out of court.
Correct.
Now, with regard to the clothing that John O'Keefe was wearing when you came upon him, I believe you remembered that he had on a pair of jeans,
To the best of my recollection, yes.
and you remembered that he had a hoodie sweatshirt.
Yes.
And what also stuck out in your mind is that he had only one shoe on, correct?
Correct.
From your memory, you're not sure if it was the left or the right shoe, but it was one of those, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see another shoe or the matching shoe in the area anywhere around where he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And to your memory, you never saw that other shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Can y'all see me? Can y'all see me out here? No, my laptop didn't die. And Karen Reed was still going on. It was StreamYard that just stopped for whatever reason. But can't call the firefighter is crazy. Oh, y'all can see me? Okay, not on the screen. I haven't presented yet. I want to make sure y'all can see me. Call the firefighter is crazy. I'm not sure why. Okay, y'all can't see me. I don't know what that was because Karen Reed was still playing, but StreamYard wasn't playing. Okay, hold up. Okay, I'm making sure. I think I'm back on. Okay, all right, we back. All right, good. Man, this chat messy as hell. This chat is very messy. Wow. This chat is very messy. Like, why would y'all put that in there? That's crazy. The computer on fire called a firefighter. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yes,
And are they sharp in terms of the blades?
yes.
Hold on, I just want to pause because I want to talk over that. Key, at this point, she has to be the biggest op because what the firefighter have to do with this chat? We called to ask what do you call it? We needed a professional perspective for the case that we're watching. Like, I would think I'd be praised for using my resources. And instead, please go to bed. It's too early for you to even be on here. He says, you said, and I said I was going to call him later. He know I'm not calling him later. But I did need to ask him that question. The expert. Thank you, Nakia. I went to call an expert for us. Using the resources that are available to me so that we can understand what is going on in this trial. And then y'all let this man get on here and y'all just start going sideways. Whose side are y'all on? Are we forgetting that this man accepted a whole cookie cake from somebody else? Okay.
And they need to be somewhat, heavy duty because you don't know what type of clothing you're going to have to cut through, correct?
Correct.
Where was it that the trauma shears were used in order to start to remove John O'Keefe's clothing that morning?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was before he was put into the ambulance, during the ambulance ride, or after he was at the hospital?
I believe it would, I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And you wouldn't have waited until you got to the hospital because there was a reason why you were taking the clothes off, correct?
Correct.
And what was that reason?
To look for any other injuries that the patient might have.
And that was a priority as you were treating him, correct?
Correct.
You don't think that you cut off his clothes before you put him in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think that, and when I say you, I mean your team.
Right.
You don't think your team cut off the clothes after he was out of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it was sometime during the ride.
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that actually used the trauma shears along that ride?
No.
Do you recall at what point during the ride, would it have been sort of the beginning of the ride or would it have been toward the end?
Toward the beginning.
Now, with regard to the clothing that was cut, do you recall if it was the sweatshirt, the jeans, or both?
I don't recall.
Do you think, or is your memory that the hoodie sweatshirt was left on him without being cut?
I don't recall.
Where did that clothing go after it was cut by the trauma shears during that ride?
Some of it would stay right on the stretcher, but I don't recall on all of it.
Okay. And some of it could have been on the floor of the ambulance as well?
Potentially.
And then once the ambulance arrives at the hospital, what is the protocol regarding the clothing that have been cut?
It gets transferred over to the RN in charge of the patient and usually stays in their room. Usually they'll put it in some sort of bag.
Okay. And is the clothing put in the bag? Does somebody meet you out at the ambulance in order to collect the clothing, or do you bring the clothing into the hospital in order to transfer it to an RN?
We bring it in.
And do you recall who it was that brought in that clothing?
No.
Who was with you at that time going into the hospital from the ambulance?
Nuttall and Flamati.
So it had to be one of the three of you that delivered that clothing to an RN, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if all the clothing was delivered to an RN or if some stayed in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
And once you give the clothing to the RN, do you see where she takes it?
I don't recall.
Did you go into the treatment room wherever John O'Keefe was brought once he was at the hospital?
Yes.
And you had previously testified that you believed the clothing would have been brought in with him, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a memory of seeing that clothing within that treatment room at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing the clothing on the floor?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now let's get back to when you first arrived on scene. And actually, but before I get to that, I did want to ask you a couple of questions about where you were at in terms of your career on January 28th, 29th. You were a fairly new firefighter?
Correct.
And you were conscious, you had been trained not long before January 29th, right? It was within several months?
2 months, yeah.
Oh, within 2 months, okay. And your priority as a new firefighter was to follow your training, correct?
Correct.
It was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
You wanted to do things the right way, correct?
Correct.
And particularly at the beginning of your career, you don't want to develop any bad habits, correct?
Correct.
And you were following protocol once you got to the scene as best you could, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified on direct examination that when the ambulance got to 34 Fairview, as soon as it was parked, you and Anthony Flamati went straight to the body, correct?
I don't recall saying that. I wasn't sure who went straight to the body. I said some of us got some supplies.
Okay. I thought your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your testimony was that you may have gotten some supplies, but then you and Flamati went straight to the body.
Yes, so we did, me and Nuttall.
Got supplies?
Me and Nuttall went to the body.
All right, where was?
But we didn't go straight there. We got supplies.
Y'all, so why it seems like he's sitting here reminding him of his testimony? Crazy.
First and then went to the body, or I got supplies first and then went to the body.
Okay. How long did it take you to get supplies?
Probably within a minute, I would say.
Okay. And where was Flamati when you were getting supplies?
I don't recall.
Once you got to the body, who assisted you with regard to treating John O'Keefe?
I believe it would be the people who were on scene with me.
Who would that have been?
Flamati, Nuttall, Walsh, McLaughlin, Woodbury, and Robery.
Okay. So is it your testimony that your memory is that 5, 6, however many people were there with you, all were hovered over John O'Keefe doing treatment on him?
Not treatment, but getting supplies, getting the stretcher. We're all working together, but we weren't all doing the treatment portion.
Sure, and the treatment was essentially CPR, correct?
Correct.
Chest compressions,
Yes,
and dealing with his airway as well?
correct.
Which of your coworkers and/or you were directly involved with the CPR, the chest compressions, and the airway issues?
I recall that I was doing compressions and helping suction and ventilate in the ambulance, but I do not recall who else was partaking in that.
Okay. So let's talk about when John O'Keefe was put on the scoop stretcher and then ultimately taken to the ambulance. Who was with you when that was occurring?
So it would have been me, Nuttall, Flamati, and Robery, I believe, were trying to get him on the scoop. And then I believe the engine guys were trying to get the stretcher.
Who were the engine guys?
That would be Walsh. It must have been Walsh, Woodbury, and McLaughlin, but I don't recall who exactly was getting it.
All right, so your memory is that yourself, Nuttall, and Flamati were loading John O'Keefe onto the scoop,
I believe so, yeah.
and then from the scoop, he's put on a stretcher?
Correct.
And then who would it have been that wheeled the stretcher to the ambulance?
I don't recall who it was.
You?
I don't recall.
So you have
I
no
can't
memory
remember
of
anything.
who would have taken John O'Keefe on that stretcher into the back of the ambulance?
I don't recall who actually did it, but it would just be whoever's in the best location at the time to move the stretcher.
All right, do you have a memory of John O'Keefe going into the back of the ambulance?
Not a clear memory, no.
Who went into the ambulance with him?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Walsh, Woodbury.
Oh, and by the way, once he's on the scoop and then put on the stretcher, the priority is to get him into that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason for that is he was cold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your priority was you wanted to warm him up, correct?
Correct.
And the best place to do that would have been the inside of that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't that he was put on the stretcher and then there was some detour in terms of where he was taken. You made or whoever took him, made a beeline for the back of that ambulance in order to get him warm, correct?
Correct.
And once he's in the ambulance, the priority at that point would be to close the doors of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Because if you leave the doors open, there's a blizzard outside, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's go ahead, Ms. Giannetti. Keep moving forward, please.
And so the doors were closed to the ambulance, correct?
At some point, yes.
All right. And inside the doors of that ambulance, as you testified, was at least, not naming everybody, but at least you and Nuttall and Flamati, correct?
Correct.
And once those doors were closed to the ambulance, none of you left the ambulance, correct?
None of us, meaning
I'm not talking specifically about you and Nuttall and Flamati.
I don't believe so.
No. You would have remained in the ambulance all the way to the hospital, and that's the point in which the doors would be open, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the scene that you came upon in terms of the people who were there when you arrived, sir. You had previously testified that you saw, I believe you testified that you saw two women and a law enforcement officer already on scene, correct?
Correct.
One of those women appeared to have blood around her mouth, correct?
Correct.
It was something red, but you assumed that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that led you to also believe that she had rendered or tried to render CPR, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you thought?
Yes.
Okay.
And while you were on scene, it was the woman who had the blood around her mouth who appeared to be most upset, correct?
Correct.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught,
Yes.
hysterical,
Yes.
frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say, he's dead, he's fucking dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that, correct?
Correct.
It was very easy for you to discern that her words were, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And she repeated it more than once, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you have been extremely consistent in terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first time by Mr. Lally or me in court today. There have been other occasions where people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date, but you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, let me rephrase that. You don't recall changing her words at all. You recall, you've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see
Okay.
that.
Mr. Lally was asking the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that what the woman with the blood on her mouth said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified to that today.
Yes, sir.
You've never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because the truth does not change, correct?
Correct.
You better tell
All
those
right.
other
At this point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion of a video, which I would offer as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll watch it and then you can
Thank you
offer
very
it
much.
with no narration, right?
Never. And before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could listen as best you can.
Sure.
Would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is, he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear. I heard about, does he do drugs? I couldn't really hear the background.
I made a moment.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
I got permission to play it one more time.
I'll try my best.
So again, and by the way, before it's queued up, I would direct your attention more toward the beginning of that 15 seconds. As there are things that happen, I think, that you heard at the end, but you tell us if you can hear or what you can hear.
Okay.
What did you hear?
I heard someone say fucking dead.
Thanks.
I only heard, does he do drugs?
Any redirect?
Just briefly on. Mr. Kelly, from that video that was just up on the screen, you indicated that when you got to the scene, you saw the cruiser and parked sort of behind the cruiser, correct?
Around the cruiser, yeah.
So from that video, you didn't see the ambulance that you were driving anywhere in, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not you were even on scene at that time that any of those statements that were made in that video were made, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as patient care was concerned, were sort of all of you, being yourself, Firefighter Flamati, Firefighter Nuttall, Firefighter McLaughlin, Firefighter Walsh, Firefighter Woodbury, were you all together all the time, or were you doing separate things in separate places during the course of your time on scene?
Separate things in separate places, yeah.
So fair to say that everything that you heard may not be everything that someone else that was there from your department that day heard, correct?
Correct.
And conversely, something that someone else heard may not be necessarily something that you were in a position to hear that day, correct?
Correct.
You also asked some questions about sort of using the shears and cutting off Mr. O'Keefe's clothing during the ride. Is it your testimony that that was in the back of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Was that during the transport, or was that prior? Would you be utilizing shears on a patient, cutting off clothing while the ambulance is in transit?
No.
So if it was in the back of the ambulance, that would have been prior to the ambulance leaving the scene and going to the Samaritan, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, the only thing I would offer is the video that I played. I
All
have it.
right, so we will do that.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Clerk, it's already been pre-marked, right? Do you not have it, Nancy? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. It has not been pre-marked.
But we exhibit 380.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're all set?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, you're all set. sir.
Thank you.
Y'all, we getting to one of the women today too.
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Francis Walsh to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, y'all, that's
Tori, what do you have for today? Numbers.
courtroom is really tight. It reminded me, you could tell it was one of the founding areas.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury is based on hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, W-A-L-S-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with the Canton Fire Department?
Just shy of 10 years.
And you indicated that you have the rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been a lieutenant with Canton?
Since September of last year.
Now, with regards to, you have certifications both as an EMT and a paramedic, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to those certifications, When was it first that you sort of received those?
I received my paramedic certification in June of 2014. It's when I was officially certified.
And is that something that you've been subject to sort of continuing educational components and recertification since then?
Yes, yeah, every 2 years we have to recertify and take continuing education classes.
And is your certification up to speed at this point?
Yeah, it's current. I just recertified last month, actually.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th
Oh,
to January
really?
29th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And were you working that day with the firefighter?
I was.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion?
24-hour shifts, which is standard.
And is that 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
That's correct.
That, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
That's correct.
And so where were you assigned to on that particular day?
I was assigned to headquarters, which is on 99 Revere Street, and my position was engine driver.
So fair to say people within your department get different sort of assignments on different apparatus based on the different shifts that they're working.
That's correct.
And your assignment that day was the driver of the engine?
Correct, yes, engine 3.
Now, beyond sort of your assignment as the engine driver in that particular shift, what, if any, sort of specialized assignment do you have, or did you have at that time in regards to snow removal?
Yeah, so on that particular shift, I was also the snowplow driver. We have an in-house truck and a snowplow for the fire department, and that was my responsibility on that shift.
How many people within your department have that sort of responsibility when it comes to?
It kind of depends group to group. So some working groups will just kind of rotate and have a different person do it each time. At that time, the group that I was on, I kind of had the most experience plowing, so I was always the go-to person to be in the plow truck when it snowed.
And so with respect to that, Dewey, about what time did you sort of get up on that morning of the 29th?
I believe it was around 4 a.m.
And why was it that you got up at that time?
It was snowing pretty heavily. I mean, we knew the forecast called for a lot of snow. So I got up early and hopped in the plow truck.
And so, and just briefly, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as the weather conditions when you were out in the plow truck?
It was very windy. Yeah, just windy and really heavy snow.
Now, at some point, shortly after 6 a.m., does your department get dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where was the dispatch to, and what was it in regards to?
So I didn't hear the actual dispatch because I was in the plow truck. I was in the rear of headquarters in the plow truck. But my Captain Robery, came out and told me that we had a call for 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male party. And he told me, to hop in the engine and head to that call.
And when you hop in the engine, who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the same engine as you on that day?
So I had Lieutenant Woodbury to my right in the passenger seat and Firefighter McLaughlin in the rear.
And beyond the engine that you were driving, what, if any, sort of other apparatus from your department was dispatched to the call that day as well?
So that would have been Ambulance 1, and then also Car 5 went as well. That's kind of like an optional thing, but with a call of that severity, the captain will go as well.
And who was in Car 5 on that day?
Captain Robery.
And you drove the engine, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the road conditions, visibility, things that like en route from the station to Fairview.
Yeah, so it was really, really poor driving conditions and visibility. I can't recall ever driving to a call of that nature and that severity that slowly. The visibility was so poor that we were just driving extremely slow.
Sorry, let's go further away. Okay. And from If you could describe to the jury sort of the route of travel that you took from Station 1 to Fairview.
Sure. So out of Station 1, take a right onto Revere Street, and then a left onto Sherman Street, a right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
Now, if you recall, what was sort of the order? You're all sort of dispatched and you're all sort of responding around the same time, being car 5, the ambulance, and the engine, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, what was sort of the order of the vehicles in response?
So Engine 3, we were the last vehicle for the fire department to arrive on scene. So when we arrived on scene, Ambulance 1 and Car 5 were already on scene.
And if I could ask, just sort of as you're turning onto Fairview Road and you travel down, what, if anything, do you know about sort of the elevation of the roadway as you're driving down to it?
It's a downhill grade. Yeah, it gets a little bit steep at one point.
And the residence that you eventually stopped at or responded to, where was that in location in reference to when you first turn on a Fairview, about how far down is the residence that you eventually go to?
Pretty far down. I believe it's one of the last houses on Fairview.
And the residence that we're talking about is, from your perspective, when you're driving down there, is that on your left or right or something?
Left.
And as you're approaching the scene, what is it sort of that you see before you as, how do you know where to stop and where you're going?
Yeah, so, I mean, like I said, visibility was really poor, but
Yeah,
there was Ambulance 1, Car 5.
I'm trying to get not to skip this because he's asking them the same thing. We've heard about the road conditions and all this. I'm trying to get to okay, well, what happened when you got on the scene?
For us, so it's kind of hard to miss that.
Now, in regard to, you're responding to an unresponsive man, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, at some point you were able to identify, or you were told what the identity was of that unresponsive male patient, correct?
That's correct.
What was his name?
John O'Keefe.
And so with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as you're approaching this, when was the first time that you were able to sort of see where Mr. O'Keefe was on scene when you arrived?
It wasn't until a little bit after we actually arrived on scene that I could see the patient, because as we pulled up, the ambulance was blocking our line of sight to where the patient was. So we couldn't see him right away.
You talked about business on your engine are doing, and
was, but at that point, Firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance. But at that point, I got out of the engine and I started walking towards where the ambulance crew was. But at that point, Firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance to get the stretcher out. So I went directly to that to give her a hand with that. And we proceeded to bring that around the front of the ambulance where Firefighter Nuttall, Flamati, and Kelly, and I believe Captain Robery were working on the patient.
Now, in reference to where patient Mr. O'Keefe was, where was he? Could you see sort of how in reference to the ground?
I could see the other firefighters and captain that I just mentioned had just put him on the backboard at the first time that I saw him. I'd say that was like roughly 10 feet in from the road.
And to that point, how were you able to say that it was approximately 10 feet in from the road?
Just an estimate.
Let me ask you, as far as the stretcher was concerned that you and Firefighter McLaughlin retrieved, where did you place that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was when you first arrived over?
So we placed that. We decided to leave it on the street and get it as close to the grass or snow as possible. It was unspoken, but we knew that we didn't want to put the stretcher onto the snow because it would be too unstable. So we put it right up against the curb. So right at the edge of the street where the street meets the yard.
And so you put the stretcher basically right up against the curb, and Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 10 feet from that.
That's correct.
And with respect to positioning the stretcher, was that parallel with the curb or perpendicular to it, or how was it?
Parallel.
And You mentioned that obviously Mr. O'Keefe is on scene and there are a number of different firefighters from your department, correct?
That's correct.
There was at least a police cruiser. Did you see any officers sort of around the scene?
Yes, I remember Officer Saraf and Sergeant Good.
And with respect to civilians, what if any civilians did you observe around the scene?
I observed 2 female civilians.
And where were they in relation to where you were or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I mean, they were pretty worked up, so they were moving around quite a bit. But I'd say they were somewhere in between myself and the stretcher and where Mr. O'Keefe was.
And did you yourself have any conversation with either of the 2 females as yourself?
I did not directly, no.
And you just testified a little bit before that they were upset. Is this so both of them were?
Yes.
And what, if anything, leads you to that sort of conclusion as far as their demeanor? What, if anything, did you specifically observe?
I mean, I observed one of them like screaming and crying, and they were both just frantically like moving around a lot.
As far as the one that you observed screaming or crying, do you recall specifically what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, "Is he alive?"
With respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his clothes, what, if any, observations did you make?
Y'all, how were all of them like in the same area? And this one and the last EMT, they only heard her kind of say like, is he dead? Is he fucking dead? Is he alive? Things like that. But these other ones, somehow, they heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. How does that happen? How does that happen? Right, Megan?
The notable observation that I made was that he was missing one shoe, his right shoe.
Well, and there we go. The answer to our question. Y'all know we were asking about the shoe. The other paramedic said, well, Flamati said when we got to the hospital, we noticed that he didn't have on a shoe. But Walsh is saying he noticed it when they got to the body. He was missing one shoe. Right, Keith. It's crazy. It is crazy.
And where was Mr. O'Keefe when you made that observation of missing one shoe?
It was when we put the stretcher into the ambulance, the stretcher lifts up, so it's kind of right at my face, and that's when I noticed it.
So at the time he was being placed in the ambulance, you only had one shoe based on what you saw.
That's correct.
Now, once Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, where did you go?
So I stayed down at the feet. I was positioned right by his right leg.
And what, if any, difference did you know between sort of the lighting conditions outside on the lawn versus the lighting conditions in the back of the ambulance?
In the back of the ambulance, it was dramatically better.
And so once in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
I noticed a hematoma on his right eye, and I noticed some blood coming from his nose.
And just to be clear for the record, so when you say hematoma, based on your training and experience, can you explain what your understanding of that term is to the jury?
Swelling and bruising.
Now, at some points, with respect to the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, what, if anything, did you or other firefighters or paramedics from your department do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
We removed all of his clothing.
And let me first ask, how was that removal sort of accomplished?
Can you repeat that?
When you removed his clothing, how did you do that?
With trauma shears, basically scissors that cut clothing.
And once sort of, was that pursuant to some sort of protocol or
Yes.
why was the clothing?
Yeah. On any trauma call, it's protocol to expose the patient so you can see all injuries and you don't miss any injuries.
And once the clothing was removed with the trauma shears, what, if any, additional injuries or anything did you observe?
I noticed some scratches and lacerations on his right arm.
Now, in reference to treatment in the back of the ambulance with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of role in that did you sort of assume, or were you sort of assigned by the lead paramedic?
Yeah, so I was responsible for the IO drill and access. It's an intraosseous access.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that's accomplished?
Yeah, so you do that instead of IV access. So when somebody's in cardiac arrest, it's really hard to get an IV. So what you do is you actually drill into a bone, and you can administer medication and fluids like into the bone marrow space.
And so pursuant to.
I'm gonna say it again. They definitely lying about some shit, but one thing I will say, those men, she said, I won't want any of them paramedics working on me. And I'm sitting here about to say, damn, it sounded like they were trying everything to bring the man back. I felt like they were trying everything. Did you hear all the stuff Flamati said they did? This man is saying, listen, when a person is in cardiac arrest, we can't do an IV. So because we can't do an IV, baby, I gotta go through the bone to try to get the medicine in there. I know it sounds like to me they tried a lot to get the man, but I think for me, I want to know. I just don't understand why they went through all of this. If like maybe there had to be some sign of life, because this is a lot of stuff that they did. If the man was gone when they got there, like I'm not clear on that. I'm not clear on if the man was. It sounds like he was deceased when people got there. Yeah, I really would love to know. The paramedics, everyone is basically saying he was gone when they got there. Megan, you right about that too? Wait a minute. Period, Key. I know that's right. Now you the expert for us. Now you the expert for us. I think the paramedics did their job. The mess started after. I agree, Kira. Once interviews started, I agree. It's very wild to me too. I'm telling y'all, I don't believe they did anything. That's why they are lying. But you know, these two, the last one and this one, let's see what all he's saying, because they seem to be telling a different tune. But I'm listening. It's like it sounds like they really were trying. They wanted to make sure they tried everything. Or that too pretty. That's what someone else said. The minute they found out he was a cop, they really went into overdrive and started trying to do something. That could be it too. The last one, I don't remember nothing too crazy about him. I don't have a whole lot of notes, except I pointed out that he definitely said Katie ended up in an ambulance, and I don't know. I don't know why dude didn't want to be in the ambulance, y'all. I still hadn't figured it out. I don't know why Flamati was doing all that.
So
I think
Mr. O'Keefe was undergoing.
I think Flamati was. I don't know. I do think it's kind of tied to him saying she told him all that stuff and he's not on camera. So is he trying to say he talked to her off camera? I don't know why he did all that lying. I don't know.
Cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain your understanding of that term based on your training experience to the jury? What is cardiac arrest?
There's no cardiac function. His heart isn't pumping blood anymore.
And so what, if any, sort of protocols are there as far as medication administration is there in reference to a cardiac arrest?
Yeah, so the frontline medication for that is epinephrine. That's what we gave through the IO access.
What is the purpose of the epinephrine?
Epinephrine, I mean, basically in layman's terms, it gets the heart pumping again, if that's a viable option.
And in addition to the epinephrine, what, if any, other medication was administered through the IO?
I believe that was it. As far as when I was on scene, it was just epinephrine.
Do you recall anything about salines?
Oh, yeah, saline as well, but it's not a medication, but yeah, we also administered saline.
What is the purpose of the saline?
Saline is just to increase blood volume.
Now, as far as the transport, Mr. O'Keefe has been taken from the Seasville Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you go along with the ambulance on the transport to the hospital?
I did not.
So you remained on scene at least for some period of time, correct?
Very briefly, but yes.
And you referenced some officers from the Canton Police Department that were on scene when you were on scene, correct?
Correct.
And without reference to anything that was said, which of them, if any, did you have any conversation with prior to leaving the scene?
Sergeant Good.
And just as far as what you told Sergeant Good, what, if anything, did you relay to him before you left the scene?
I relayed to him that there were signs of trauma in the patient.
And did you give it any sort of further explanation as to the signs of trauma that you observed?
Yes, I believe I told him what I told you about the hematoma on the eye and the blood in the nose and the scratches and lacerations on the arm.
So you told Sergeant Good what you've just testified to this jury that you observed?
I believe so.
Ms. Kilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 18. And Firefighter Walsh, what's up on the screen is exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, 34 Fairview Road.
Is that fair, minus whatever the weather conditions are, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed that day at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approach the witness just briefly.
Yes.
Damn, tired, ain't you?
Yeah, Mr. Davis.
Okay.
And so Firefighter Walsh, if I could ask, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where within this photograph did you see that you observed Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived?
Right in that general area.
Thanks. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I just want to ask you about the woman that you saw on scene who appeared to be screaming and crying. Would you agree with me that she stood out to you because she appeared to be the most upset
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
and the loudest?
Yes.
She appeared to be crying more than others,
Yes.
and she was screaming, right?
Yes.
And what you heard her say, I understand your testimony, was that she just said, "Is he alive?" Correct?
That's what I recall. Correct.
In a loud voice,
Yes.
in a distraught voice,
Yes.
while she was crying.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
There's nothing, Mr. Lally, right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is your next witness?
Sorry, y'all.
Miss Katie McLaughlin.
I don't know, just saying, I feel like they did a lot. Yes, they would do this for somebody. But I feel like they went above and beyond. Like, above and beyond for him. They did everything you could think of. Oh, Katie's next. I the woman is coming up. Oh, here we go.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to speak into that microphone nice and loud.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Katie McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
And what do you do for it?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
Probably about 7 years at this point.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you do sort of within that general field?
I worked as an EMT basic for Brewster Ambulance. Went to paramedic school. I eventually became a paramedic for Brewster Ambulance, and I worked there for a few years before getting on the fire department.
And just briefly, but prior to becoming a paramedic or working as a paramedic, what, if any, sort of training did you receive in regard, or certification did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
So it's a 2-year schooling where you have about a year of didactic. There's a lecture portion for about a year. And then after that, there's about a year to a year and a half of clinical training that's done in an ER and then done in an ambulance. So that whole period is around 2 years.
And prior to working in the Canton Fire Department, you received certification from the state or some other sources being a paramedic, correct?
Yes, it's through the state and through a national registry.
And both those certifications through the state and the national registry, are those granted sort of forever, or is there like a continuing educational component and a recertification process?
So you recertify every 2 years. You have to take continuing education classes in that 2-year period. And that's just on a 2-year cycle you recertify.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the dates of January 28, 2022 into January 29, 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
And were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working from the 28th to the 29th?
It was just my regular 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift in Canton Fire is essentially 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you sort of assigned within the town of Canton Fire Department on that day?
So I was on the engine for that shift. So I was the third person on the engine. There's an engine driver, there's an officer, and then there's a third person who's in the back.
And so your sort of role with respect to the engine, is there sort of like a name for that position?
Some people call it like the back step. Yeah.
And which station house were you assigned to on that engine?
The Station 1, which is 99 Revere Street.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else, was assigned to the other sort of roles on the engine?
Frank Walsh was the engine driver that day, and Greg Woodbury was the lieutenant on the engine that day.
Now, turning your attention to that morning of the 29th, do you recall about what time you got up or what time you went outside that day?
I think we were up maybe a little before 6 because it was snowing, and we had to like shovel the front apron. So we were up maybe 5 a.m.
And so when you were up around that time, around 5 a.m. and outside, you were outside shoveling, is that correct?
Yep. Intermittently.
Sorry?
Intermittently, yeah.
So during the times that you were outside shoveling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or the conditions at that point?
It was snowing pretty heavily. It had been snowing. We were shoveling, and it was pretty pretty cold and windy.
And if you know around that time that you initially sort of went out and were shoveling, about how much snow had accumulated at that point?
I don't know how much. I mean, enough for us to shovel that front apron, but I don't know how much.
Sometime shortly after 6 a.m., were you and other members of your department dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that dispatch in regard?
So the call came in as a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow, and the call was 434 Fairview Road.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that residence on Fairview Road?
How long? We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so in addition to yourself and Firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call for?
The ambulance was dispatched as well, and I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robery.
And with respect to the ambulance, if you know who, if anyone, was assigned to the ambulance and went with the ambulance that day?
Firefighter Kelly and Firefighter Flamati were on that ambulance. And I believe Tim Nuttall was also there. He came in early, and so he jumped on the ambulance as well.
And with respect to when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5, the ambulance, and the fire engine?
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene that day?
I noticed there were multiple police vehicles, and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of an unresponsive male, are you correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher, because I knew that from wherever they were, they seemed to be kind of off of the road. So I got the stretcher with Firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb, and that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so if I could just ask you, just with regard to sort of those duties as the backstep person, so what is sort of the duties and responsibilities of the backstep person on the engine to this kind of medical call?
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is, it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
And turning back to your testimony just from a moment ago, you said they were over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim I noted Tony, and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did note Tony and Tim were in that area.
So as far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that area?
I don't know specifically. What do you mean? Like
As far as
outside of the,
right, so outside of fire department personnel in that area, what, if any, observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like in off of the road at that point.
And so from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, and just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learned the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
And who did you learn him?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighters?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number, several feet away. They were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Flamati and or Nuttall or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher.
And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened?
So I remember Tony was kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me, and Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so firefighter Flamati, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before?
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? Fast record of reflect identification and identify the witness.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant Ms. Reed doing while you're asking her those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit, so I was like just kind of following her, and then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask I asked one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time.
And he didn't do anything.
And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
Y'all, I don't even mean this in a bad way. Please, y'all, I do not mean this in a bad way. In what world, if we believe them, in what world do I get to tell a police officer, I hit him, while a man is laying on the floor dead, and nothing happens? Nothing happens. She wants me to believe Karen, who, let me tell you, they said when they tested her blood alcohol level, it was over the limit. So she had to look and reek of alcohol, okay? She's saying, I hit him. Y'all don't do a damn thing. She's not meaning it a bad way, because no, Key, what I'm saying is, when does this happen? This lady, the man is laying on the ground dead. She's yelling, I hit him. And she not only says it to you, but you say she says it to an officer who tells her to repeat it. Tells her to repeat it, so she says it to him too. I hit him. Go get the sergeant. So all y'all hear this woman who says she's hitting a man who is laying on the ground dead. Nothing happened. Bye, Justine. Have a great day at work. Please stop the foolishness. Like, not a DUI or anything. Public intoxication at the minimum. Damn. Man, this is crazy.
So when you have this conversation, if you recall, you mentioned that the other person who was across from you was just, was that somebody from your department or an officer or a civilian, or who was that?
So I was standing, Karen Reed was to my right. There was another woman to the left of me, kind of across from her. And then there was a police officer kind of, not directly across from me, but within the same kind of area that was more closer to Karen, I would say.
You know who that officer was?
I don't.
You know who the female or civilian person that was across from you? Do you know what that person's name is?
No.
And with respect to when Ms. Reed said this repeatedly, I hit it. Can you describe for the jury sort of the tonality of that? Like, how did she seem?
She was very, very upset. She seemed hysterical, I would even say. just very upset.
But once you received that information, did you follow up with any other questions to Ms. Reed at that point?
At that point, I did not. I have to drive the ambulance, so it's a time-sensitive situation. So I knew I had to drive the ambulance. It was said in the presence of the police officer, so I felt like that was the appropriate, that information was appropriately transferred, and I just felt based on her demeanor, I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue to ask her questions at that point.
And
Did this woman just say, based on her demeanor, it would not have been productive for me to ask her questions at this point? The woman just told you she hit a dead man. She just told you she hit a dead man. How the hell wouldn't it have been productive? Yeah,
so after asking and receiving that answer of I hit him, where did you go?
So I went to the ambulance.
And in reference to the ambulance, did you go to the back of the ambulance, front of the ambulance? Where did you go?
So I went to the back of the ambulance where the patient care was happening.
And as far as the information that you had received from the defendant, did you relay that information to any of the other firefighters from your department in the back of the ambulance?
I did.
And you recall who was there in the back of the ambulance when you relayed that?
Tony was there, Tim, I think maybe firefighter Kelly, firefighter Walsh maybe might have been in there at that point.
Now, as far as when you get to the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you do with reference to assist or help as far as patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't assist or partake in any patient care.
Now, prior to putting Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and prior to your conversation with the defendant, what, if any, observations had you made during the brief time that you were on the side of the stretcher of Mr. O'Keefe and any injuries you observed?
I noted he had injuries to his face. I noticed some blood from his nose, from his mouth, and most notably, he had some swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above the right eye. And
same as far as when you went to the back of the ambulance to relay the information that you have been asked to obtain. What, if any, injuries did you observe of Mr. O'Keefe once he was in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. I observed those injuries in the back of the ambulance. I didn't observe those injuries while he was out on the stretcher. I didn't get a good look at him.
You really hadn't got a good look until you
Right.
came back.
Right.
Now, as far as you indicated, you drove the ambulance from Fairview. Where did you go to?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And as you were driving that ambulance along the roads from Canton to Brockton, what, if anything, did you note as far as visibility, road conditions, things like that?
There was poor visibility.
Y'all can see me? Okay. Okay. I think it's StreamYard, y'all. It's not me. I think it's StreamYard. Y'all can see me? Okay. Oh, hold up. Let me turn myself off. I was talking to y'all from my phone. I think it's StreamYard because it's no way this trial's still playing. It's StreamYard that keeps messing up. Hey, making it count. Yeah, it's just she said I think it's that lady. Girl, it's StreamYard because I haven't had any problems with like my phone. And again, the trial was still playing all while that was off. Oh, I think this is about to go off. This might just be a no, it's not y'all. It's me over here. What you thinking so far? I'm thinking it was a cover up. I'm thinking she's innocent. Nuh-uh, my StreamYard good. I'm just not sure. Maybe they just having some issues. My stream, everything.
I'm just trying to figure out some logistical things
I
because
never have
we're going to go on a view tomorrow. We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on the view after we finish with Firefighter McLaughlin's testimony. So, but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully for court, but we're comfortable.
No, everything.
Those three cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And for the view, I'll give you some preliminary instructions on that just before we leave.
I agree,
Thanks,
Brianna.
we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
I agree, Brianna. Let me stop this real quick. I agree with Brianna. Brianna said, I don't think they've proved anything. I don't believe it. I just can't. It's too many, like everybody's story adds up with the exception of them saying she said I hit him. And I don't care about the I hit him part, you know? That's not like a make or break. The lady's friend told her, she asked her, did you hit him? She asked her that. The lady was drunk. She probably was in the like, did I hit him? You know, I can imagine her constantly thinking about the last time she saw him. Like, did I hit him? What was going on? But I think we're going to start to see some information that will kind of prove that she couldn't have hit him. I was watching the recaps and they talked about how the time that her phone connects to the Wi-Fi. And if her phone connects to the Wi-Fi at the time it does at John's house, there's no way she could have done it. So there's that too. Like, that's it. There's no way she could have done that. Hold on, y'all. 2. Okay, I'm on my right time schedule. Hold on, y'all. I want to see. The brother got on a different shirt today, y'all.
Please.
I agree, Key.
Can you raise your right hand one more time? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, that's what they said, Alice. They said it's gonna start with her. Well, hold on, y'all. So Zakia, the crazy part about this, Karen had left him for hours. She'd been separated from him for about 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours. So she went home. Her story is she went to the party. He was supposed to go in, come back and tell her it's okay to come in. He never did. She left and went home. and then wakes up, notices that he's not there. Her friends make it to her house. They go look for him, and she's like, this is the last person he was at. Get there, and they find him. So that's like a very rough timeline of what happened. So yeah. I think Jen is a snake. Jen knows what really happened, especially knowing that was her sister's house and she was trying to sneak in. What you trying to sneak in for? You let me pull up at my sister's house and there was a dead body. I need to go make sure my sister's okay. Because maybe that person came from inside my sister's house and this is as far as they made it. I need to make sure my sister is okay. Because so they knew they were familiar with the Alberts, but I guess she wasn't sure if it was like someone's birthday party. And I guess he was probably drunk. She wanted to make sure, are we really invited? So there we go. And Jen was at that party. Yes, Jen was at the party. It's just,
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I have a few more questions for you. So, I turn your attention to the period of time you testified about yesterday when you're at, Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance. With respect to his clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to that clothing?
He had, in terms of what he was wearing?
First, in terms of what he was wearing.
He was wearing jeans. He had on a dark colored light zip up jacket. And I noticed one sneaker.
Now, with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to the condition of that clothing?
It was soaked through.
As far as tears or holes or anything else with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
I didn't see any.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, first, Firefighter McLaughlin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Do I recognize
What it is?
what it is?
Yes.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The address of the call, 34 Fairview Road.
Now, with respect to this photograph, you observed within it or where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground when you first arrived?
From this angle, no, I don't.
And if you could, if it's not on the photograph, is it off to the left, the right, or where would it be in relation to this photograph?
To the left, I would say.
And about how far off frame do you believe it was?
I'm not sure. So my view of the call was, my reference point wasn't a house on either side. The patient was off the road. So my view of this call was the patient was on the side of the road. The only thing that I noted was a fire hydrant. So in relation to, I know it was to the left of a house, but I'm not sure exactly how far left it would be from this picture, from this angle.
So your memory is to the left of the house near a fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Take that down. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, here you go, y'all.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Morning.
You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow at 34 Fairview. That was the address you recalled, right?
Correct.
The house you just looked at, that is in fact 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
As Mr. O'Keefe was being transported by ambulance, you were instructed by firefighter Flamati to get information about the victim from Karen Reed, correct?
He wasn't being transported by the ambulance at that time. He was on the stretcher. And Tony, who was at the head of the stretcher, asked me to get information from Miss Reed about the patient, but he wasn't being transported in the ambulance at that time.
Who's Tony?
Firefighter Flamati.
Got it. When you did, in fact, did you follow those directives?
I did.
When you finally approached Miss Reed in order to get that medical history as best you could, what did the scene look like? Who was with you or around you?
So they started to move the stretcher towards the ambulance. Miss Reed was sort of, I guess I would describe it as moving around the scene. So she was moving, kind of going in circles. So I was really just focused on her, trying to get her to converse with me and get those questions. So that I wasn't really noticing anything else at that point. I was more just trying to contact her, and she was moving around.
What were you wearing at the time?
I had my like winter fire jacket on.
What color is it?
It's yellow and red.
Bright yellow for safety purposes.
Yes.
When you began your actual questioning, once everybody sort of stood still, you began your questioning of Miss Reed. You were standing in one spot, Miss Reed was standing to your right, is that right?
Well, the questioning started, as I said, she was moving around the scene. So the questioning was ongoing as she was moving around to different locations. I don't know exactly how many of the questions I got out during the time that she was moving around.
Can y'all picture this? Can you guys just picture what she's saying right now? I got to write that down. Did y'all hear what she just said? She was moving around and I was questioning her as she was moving around. So you just following her around instead of saying, ma'am, have a seat. Let's calm down. Let me ask you some questions right now. Instead of that, old girl said she's moving around and I'm getting the questions in as best I can as she's moving around. Katie.
Around. At one point, we did come to a stop. And at that point, she was to my right.
Yes,
that's
so
the point I want to focus your attention on, if I could. When you came to a stop, that's the point at which you recall the statement being made that you attribute to my client.
Yes.
Okay. And in that group, who was there? I want to make sure I understand this exactly.
So there was Miss Reed to my right. There was a civilian woman to my left. There was a police officer who was not directly across from me, but I would say maybe diagonal to me, closer to Miss Reed.
Your Honor, I'm holding a photograph. This shows the Commonwealth. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you Ms. McLaughlin, a still photograph. I'm going to ask you to take a quick look at that photograph and look up after you've studied it for a second and tell me if you recognize people that are in that photograph.
I recognize people in it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Is this an exhibit or are you moving to introduce it?
I'm moving to introduce it. It has not been introduced as yet.
Okay. So go ahead and have the witness adopt it.
Sure. Do you see the person closest to frame? Closest to the camera?
Yes.
In what appears to be a yellow and red jacket.
Yes.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Who's to your right?
It appears to be Miss Reed,
And to your left?
a civilian woman,
And across, as you said, sort of diagonal, closer to Miss Reed is,
a police officer.
do you know that officer's name, by the way?
I don't know his name.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask that this be marked as next in order.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
So we are going to remark these exhibits today because of the problems that I indicated at sidebar. How do you want to do this, Madam Reporter? I don't know where we start from. Tori, how many are in evidence? Folks, it's my responsibility to make sure the record is intact. And you've heard numbers 1, 3, 309, 247. We need to straighten this out to make sure it's appropriate for you. You know what, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, just mark it as the next exhibit number, whatever in the hundreds that is, and we'll take care of this today. I don't want to waste your time, folks, while we do this, but it's very important that we do it. Objection to
Told us about when you heard the statement that you've attributed to my client, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Sure. This is a moment in time, it captures a moment in time when you're standing there. To your right is Karen Reed, which you've described. To your left is a civilian female, which you've described. And across from you is an officer, which you've also described.
Yes.
So this would be the time or close in time to the time that you heard the statement that you attribute to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
The first time you ever made that official report, or an official report to law enforcement regarding that statement was January 30th, 2022, correct?
Well, yes and no. The statement was made in front of the police officer, so that would technically be the first time that statement was made to a police officer in my presence. And then, yes, I testified to it on January 30th, as you said.
You said it on January 30th. You weren't testifying under oath, correct?
Okay. Said it.
Okay.
Yes.
My question was really, and I appreciate you clarifying, my question was really the first time you actually told this statement to any law enforcement officer was on January 30th.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. That was when you met with Trooper Michael Crockett, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that was very close in time to the event. It was the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
The events were close.
The 29th. Yeah. So it would be the next day.
Right, 29th, 30.
Yeah.
Okay. The events were fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
You obviously knew about the importance of that interview. You knew that it dealt with a police officer who had passed.
I knew it was important to talk to the police about what I heard.
And you wanted to be accurate.
Yes.
You wanted to be as detailed as you possibly could.
Yes.
And you understand that memories, obviously, they get a little worse with time, not better with time, right?
Sure.
The closer in time you are to the event, the fresher your memory is going to be about the details of that event. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor the day after the event, on January 30th, that the statement that you attribute to my client was actually made to the female, not to you in response to your questioning. That's what you told Trooper Proctor, correct?
I don't have those notes in front of me, so I don't know that I can tell you that that's correct, but the statement was made in response to my question. However, the Miss Reed was looking at the civilian woman as she said that.
Does it refresh your recollection that what
Don't read what you think refreshes a recollection. You can show or you cannot read it. Yes.
take a look at the highlighted portion of that report and look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Sure.
You're on
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection about what you told Trooper Proctor on January 30th?
Yes.
And you told Trooper Proctor,
No,
quote,
let her,
In turn-
hold on. I'll see you, Ted.
Bro, y'all, Bev be getting so damn pissed. Bev said, just come up here. I ain't got time for all this. Why is she like this?
in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was, quote, Karen then turned to her friend and stated, I hit him. End quote. Correct?
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes, if you're saying that's in quotation marks in the in that, then yes.
That's what's in the report.
Okay.
And you don't have to agree with me. I'm asking yes or no questions, not okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was that Karen Reed looked at the female to your left and said 4 times, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
And have you since learned the name or identity of the female that was standing to your left?
No.
You're aware that the female that was standing to your left reported the exact same statement?
No.
Are you aware that the female standing to your left reported that exact same statement as, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You then went back to the ambulance after you heard that statement that you believed you heard my client state.
Now, somebody in the chat said she wasn't saying I hit him. They said she was asking, did I hit him? Oh my God, did I do it? She was saying things like that. Someone in the chat said that, and that's probably what was going on, because he's saying that there is a statement where she is saying that. And maybe they thought they heard her say, I hit him, when she was really kind of asking a question. Hey, Miss Sheila. So someone in the chat said that. I just wanted to point that out because you said that a while ago when we were talking about it.
Yes.
You opened the ambulance door, correct?
Yes.
That was the back door?
The side door.
The side door. And there were two firefighter paramedics in that ambulance at the time, correct?
I believe there were more than 2 at that time.
2 of them included firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamont.
Yes.
And at that point, you told them what you believed you had just heard.
So I went into the back of the ambulance. I said, this is his name. This is his date of birth. She says he doesn't have any medical history or allergies, doesn't take the medications. And then I said, she's saying I hit him. And firefighter Nuttall motioned to his face and said something.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask another question.
So the answer to my question is yes, you told in front of Flamati and Nuttall the phrase, I hit him.
Yes.
You can write that in any report.
Did y'all hear what he just asked her? Did you guys hear what he just asked her? He said, so the question is, did you tell Flamati and Nuttall that she said that? Hold up. I got to go back. I need to make sure I heard that right.
To his face and said something.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask another question.
So the answer to my question is yes, you told in front of Flamati and Nuttall the phrase, I hit him.
Yes.
She said it in front of them, y'all.
You can write that in any report.
I don't write a report in this scenario of my job.
Let her finish the answer, please.
So there are 2 people that will write reports in my department on a call, one being the lead paramedic and the other being the officer who's on scene. So those are the people that write reports, and I was neither of those, so I did not write that in a report.
Okay.
That's correct.
So let me ask the question again. You didn't write it in any report?
No.
You didn't write it in any notes?
No.
You didn't document that statement in any way whatsoever, correct?
Other than my interview with Proctor and my subsequent testimony.
You didn't document that statement in any way yourself, did you?
No.
Since January 30th, in that conversation that we just talked about with Trooper Proctor, your statement has evolved. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that.
You testified yesterday to something quite different
Not quite different.
than what you testified, I'm sorry, than what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
Respectfully, I think my testimony has been pretty consistent.
You testified to something yesterday quite different in context than what you told Trooper Proctor. Isn't that right?
I don't know that that's right.
Well, you told Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed looked at a female standing to your left, said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told these jurors that Karen Reed said, I hit him, and an officer said, you what? And she repeated, I hit him, and the officer immediately turned and went to find another sergeant. Is that right or no? Yes or no?
No, there was more to that testimony.
That's not
I
what
think.
you said yesterday?
I think I said more than that, than what you just repeated.
Is what I said consistent with what you said yesterday? There's a lot of things that you said more of. I'm asking, is that the sum and substance of what you told these jurors yesterday?
Yes.
So you would agree that from that time till yesterday, your story has evolved. It's changed.
Would I agree with that?
No.
I don't know that I agree with that.
You think the story that you told Trooper Proctor is exactly the same?
I understand what you're saying. So I understand what you're saying.
So has your story evolved?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin, who's Caitlin Albert?
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Somebody named Caitlin
I'm not
Albert.
a name.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
No,
So do you
ma'am.
know Caitlin Albert?
I do.
Period.
Friends with Caitlin Albert?
I would say more acquaintances, not close
Oh,
friends.
How
Thank
do you
you.
describe an acquaintance?
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Now this crazy.
Who's her dad?
I don't know.
Girl.
No objections. Do you know who her family is?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach her?
Yes.
Y'all. My girl can't even sit in her seat. She can't even sit in her seat. We deserve the right to know if she know them. What's happening, y'all?
Show them what you have and let a court officer know when you're ready for me to come back out.
All rise for the court, please.
We're not looking at their thing. Yeah, I don't really know how far. Let me see.
You told us about it sidebar.
First in order would be do you want me to describe them for the record, Your Honor?
No.
Uh,
So they're not to be put up on the screen.
These are 4 items. One of them.
So don't describe them. I need to see them. So let's bring them up, mark them for identification, Madam Clerk. Then you'll get them back. But I need these marked for identification, and I need to see them. Thank you. So we'll.
My bad, y'all. I got too excited and knocked myself out the studio. Girl, I got too excited and hit something and knocked myself out the studio. I gotta stop messing with this damn thing. I got too excited. That was me. That was me this time. I don't even know how I knocked myself out, honestly.
Thank you.
But I knocked myself out there.
Mr. Parker.
Bev is a little messy. She's a little messy.
Okay, so we have four pieces of paper marked for identification that appear, you got these off of social media sites, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct.
Okay, when did you get these?
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but we probably had them for between 6 months and a year.
All right. And Commonwealth, you've not seen these before?
No, Your Honor.
Right. So we'll talk about Rule 14 in a little bit, but we'll bring the witness in. You can ask her questions, Mr. Jackson, about her vacation that you mentioned, the drinking that you talked about, the relationship with Ms. Albert. I've forgotten the first name already, and Caitlin, and about the house. So you can ask her questions about that, and let's see, you can show her these exhibits or these marked for identification if you need to. You may have trouble actually getting those into evidence, but I'm going to let you find out. You can ask her to identify them, how long ago they were, things like that.
Thank you.
All right, could we bring in Ms. McLaughlin, please? Yes. And Commonwealth, you just saw these today. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I asked you that.
Yes, and yes.
And you were objecting that, you objected sidebar that these come in at all?
Correct.
Okay.
Vacation with them people,
Oh, here's the fourth one, I'm sorry. Mr. Jackson, here's the last one.
This is Katie Runny, and she knows their daughter. Hey.
All right, so Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Jackson's going to be allowed to ask you questions outside the presence of the jury, and you're still under oath and you have to answer them truthfully, okay?
Okay.
Ms. McLaughlin, just briefly as a predicate, when you stepped out, I just want to make sure we're very clear. Did you have a conversation with anybody from the Commonwealth between the time you walked out of court and just now?
Just about if I needed a drink of water or to use the restroom.
Okay, but nothing about the substance of your testimony?
No.
Ms. McLaughlin, I asked you before we broke if you know who Caitlin Albert is.
Yes.
You said that you went to high school with somebody by that name, correct?
Yes.
You in fact know that person as a friend, correct?
I know her.
She's more than an acquaintance.
I would say she's an acquaintance. She's not a close friend.
She in a group of friends of yours?
We have mutual friends.
How long have you known her?
Probably since high school.
When you say, and I don't want to ask your age, I wouldn't do that. How many years, how long of a span of years have you known her?
Since high school, so maybe 10.
And you know her family, generally?
I don't.
You don't know anything about her family?
I don't know her family.
Had you ever been to her house?
Not that I recall ever being there.
Not that you recall, or you haven't? Those two different things.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay, so you might have been there, you just don't recall.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay. If I were to ask you if you have ever been to her house, yes or no, you cannot answer that because you don't know. You cannot recall, correct?
I would say, I would lean towards no. I have no recollection of ever being at her house.
you friends with her on social media?
Yes.
May I approach you on her?
Yes.
I'm just gonna leave all 4 of these up there. I know what they look like. Can you do me a favor and take a look at the first document? What does that document appear to be?
It says Caitlin's friends.
What does it look like? That's a printout of.
I'm sorry.
What does that look like? It's a printout of. Does that look like it's from Facebook or one of the social media apps?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Some social media.
Okay. Under Caitlin's friends, do you see your handle, for lack of a better phrase?
I do.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Can you look at the next photograph? Before we talk about that next photograph, which is, I should go in order for the record, Your Honor. The first one was H. Before we talk about I, which is the next photograph, how long have you been social media friends, quote, friends with Caitlin Albert?
I don't know.
More than 5 years?
Probably.
More than 8 years?
I don't know.
The second photograph, or the second document appears to be a photograph. It's I, is that right?
Yes,
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in that photograph?
Girl, you see that girl.
I do.
When was that photograph taken?
I have no idea.
Where was that photograph taken?
I don't know.
You have no idea how long ago that was?
I don't.
What was the event that was depicted, or that is depicted in that photograph?
I don't know.
Is that local, or was that on a trip somewhere?
I don't know. Probably local. If it's a beach, I don't remember. I've never been away to a beach on vacation with all of these people, so probably local.
When we say local, let's talk about local. I don't mean, we may have different definitions. Where would that be? What beach? I'm not as familiar with the location.
I'm not sure.
Maybe on the Cape?
Possibly.
Do you recognize some of the other folks in that photograph?
I do.
Matter of fact, there's a lot of people in that photograph, right?
There's a lot of people in it.
Did you take a trip with all those people at some point? in the
Yes.
past?
You remember.
Take a trip.
To the beach.
Did I go to the beach at some point with these people? Yes.
Okay. When did you go to the beach with all those folks?
I don't know. I don't know when this picture is from.
Have you
It
gone?
seems old to me, but
Well, you can see yourself. I mean,
yeah.
What was that? Did you say it seems old to you?
Yeah, to me.
Okay.
This isn't like a recent to me.
how old do you think that photograph is?
I don't know. It could be around high school. I'm not sure.
And I know Mr. Jackson didn't want to ask you how old you are. When did you get out of high school?
2014. I
Okay.
graduated.
So could that have been around 2014?
It could be.
So you've known Caitlin for at least that long.
Yeah.
And when I say travel, I mean travel outside of Canton. Gone places with her, correct?
Yes.
Posed for photographs with her,
Yes.
with other folks.
Yes.
Looks like socializing and partying, correct?
Looks like
Oh, this-
socializing.
Maybe a
Hilarious.
small vacation.
I've never been on vacation
Oh.
with a big group of people like this.
Well, that doesn't look like what would you call that if that's not like a mini vacation?
A day at the beach.
A day at the beach, okay. So maybe a day vacation.
Sure.
Okay. Let's look at the next photograph. Jay. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I do need to
Now,
remind
this
myself.
is hilarious. I thought she was at least
That photograph looks a
39.
little older, correct?
They both look old to me. I don't know when they're from.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about that. These aren't trick questions. I don't want to waste your time. What's that from?
I don't remember specifically what or where this is.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in the photograph?
I do.
You're all posing for the camera, correct?
Yes.
What's the location?
I don't know.
No idea.
I don't.
This is yet another socializing event with Caitlin that you can't recall.
I don't know where this is
Is that-
exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead.
I don't know where this is exactly.
So you've had so many socializing events with Caitlin and other folks that you can't pinpoint this one as opposed to any of the others that you've
Oh,
had.
I like that, AJ.
No, I'm saying I can't. These photos are old. I don't know. I don't remember where these were or the circumstances around them. That's what I'm saying.
You see how you're dressed in that photo?
Yes.
You see how you see the other friends that are there with you?
Yeah.
How many people would you estimate are in that photo?
Do you want me to count how many people?
Yes.
Give me it. I don't have the photo in front of me, so just give me it. Is it more than 5?
12
12 people.
ish.
That's a lot of people,
Do you recognize those dozen people?
right, Kia?
I do.
Did you go on a day trip with those dozen people?
Yeah, possibly.
When?
I don't know.
Where?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't remember.
How many times have you gone on day trips with those dozen people?
I don't know.
How about turning back to photograph I? How many times have you gone on day trips and socialized with those number of people? So it's like probably double that, 20 or 25 people.
I don't know.
That's a big group of friends of yours that includes Caitlin Albert, right?
Right.
A big group of mutual friends.
So it's not just that she's a mutual friend.
Why does she keep saying mutual friend as if the word friend isn't still in there? You're friends with the girl. You knew that was her house when you pulled up to their house. And you're inclined to protect your friend's parents by saying what you said. Girl.
She's a friend. Isn't that right?
Yes, baby.
As I said before, I would consider myself more of an acquaintance. We have mutual friends. I wouldn't consider her a close friend, but
she's a friend.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my answer.
You basically grew up with her, went to high school with her.
I didn't grow up with her. I went to high school with her.
When I say grow up with her, I mean you grew up in the same town as her, right?
Grew up in the same town.
Went to the same high school as she did.
Yes.
Socialized with the same friends as she did.
Yes.
Went on day trips with her.
Yes.
And apparently have all the same friend group.
Right.
Right?
I don't know that we have all the same friend group.
No, he didn't say
These are
no.
people that we're both friends with.
But you don't consider her anything more than just an acquaintance.
I think I described it to you.
The answer to my question is you don't consider her to be anything more than an acquaintance.
That's right, AJ.
I wouldn't consider her to be a close friend.
Now let's take a look at the last photograph.
Baby, she up there pissed. She didn't think they were going to put that together yet.
Describe what's in that photograph.
It's a picture of me. Caitlin is in it, and there's seems to be other people in it as well.
May I approach?
Yes.
Kay did not get an invite list. She said they're just acquaintances. She's not getting an invite.
Both of you can take it. Sorry, I just want to drop it on you.
Hold on.
Both.
As well.
May I approach?
Yes.
Both of you can take it. Sorry, I just want to drop it on you.
I thought the lady was eating
That's
the
also a
apple.
photograph of who?
Caitlin, and I'm also in it.
And you're doing what in the photograph as it relates to Caitlin?
It seems like I'm kind of kneeling down next to her.
Touching her?
Can I see that for just a minute, please?
Bro, this is my type of party right here.
Sorry, can you show me you? Okay, thank you.
So just for the record, may I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
She did not think he was gonna do this. Baby, this my. She said, I thought it was an ice cream cone. Baby, I thought it was an apple. I said, I know she ain't eating that big ass apple right there.
You're sort of just behind Caitlin in that photograph?
Yes,
Caitlin's the one drinking the beer?
yes,
You got your right arm around her?
yes,
Both appear to be wearing swimwear,
yes,
bathing suits,
yes.
and you're giving some sort of a sign with your left hand?
No, I'm not.
Is that somebody else's hand that I saw? Maybe that's Caitlin's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have the photograph in front of me. I don't have it committed to memory. Looks like that's a photograph that you and Caitlin posed for together, correct?
It seems like it's a close-up of a bigger, like a picture. It seems to be zoomed in on a group of people.
Which was posted on social media, is
Okay.
that right?
Are you telling me that?
I'm asking you that. You ever seen that posted on social media?
I don't recall seeing this picture, but if it was on social media, then okay.
How long ago was that picture taken?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Who took the picture?
I don't know.
Where were you when the photograph was taken?
I don't know.
Probably at a beach if we're wearing bathing suits.
Probably at a beach or at a beach?
Well, I can't see a beach in the picture. We're in bathing suits. It could be at a beach.
Right, do you recognize the bathing suit that you're wearing in the photograph?
No,
You literally don't even recognize your own outfit?
no,
So that doesn't help define where you were and when that photograph was taken?
no, sir.
Do any of these photographs remind you
front of
that
the
you've been
jury.
to Caitlin's house at some point in your friendship with her?
No,
Has Caitlin ever been to your house?
not to my recollection.
When was the last time you talked to Caitlin?
I don't remember exactly. It's probably been a few years.
When was the last time you went to an event, socializing event with Caitlin?
Again, I don't remember exactly.
Did you talk to Caitlin at any point on or around January 29th, 2022?
No,
When was the last time you had talked to Caitlin before January 29th, 2022?
I don't know.
Would it have been a day before, a week before, a month before?
No, I don't talk to her. Like I said, we're not like close friends, so it's like pretty infrequent that we would interact. So I don't know when the last time before that.
What about texting or Snapchatting or communicating in that way?
I don't remember.
Would it have been a week before the 29th?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you know so?
I don't think so.
What about after the 29th, after you responded to 34 Fairview? You ever have any communication with her?
Not that I can recall.
So is that something that you think you might remember if you responded to a house of her father, where there's a police officer dead or dying on the yard, on the lawn, 30 feet from the front door? You might have had a conversation with Caitlin?
I've never had a conversation with Caitlin about that call or this case.
Girl.
Did you ever contact any of your other friends about the fact that you responded to Caitlin's parents' house?
No.
I want to show y'all something. Because y'all know there are some nice people in the Karen Reed universe. Let me show y'all something. Y'all are about to go crazy. Hold up. Y'all, look at this. I'm gonna zoom in, but I just want y'all to see. Look at all these pictures they had together. Do y'all see that? Okay. The people were on the same track team, y'all. More pictures. Wait, there are more pictures. More pictures. This are they in a wedding together? Or maybe that was a dance or something they went to. Do y'all see all those pictures? So, Brianna. So, the Alberts, whose house it was, they have a daughter named Caitlin Albert. The paramedic that's on the stand now is friends with Caitlin. And she's on the stand trying to convince us that they're not friends, they're just acquaintances. You got all these damn pictures together. They went to high school together and they were on the same track team. Y'all, they are a group. We have mutual friends. Mutual friends. Y'all are always in pictures together. Girl, please hang it up. Yes, Brianna, this is a mess. That was a wedding or prom, something like that. But she don't know her at all. Exactly. So they said Colin Albert was the ring bearer for Proctor's wedding. This is messy. Ash, what they say? Ain't that your friend? Ain't that your friend? Babe, they're side by side every photo, Brianna. So right now she's on the stand. The jury is not here. The jury is out, but they're questioning her. I think this should have been done in front of the jury. I'm sorry. This should have been done in front of the jury. I don't like that it was done outside the presence of the jury because they needed to see her sit up here and lie and fumble like this. Knowing that this girl has such a close relationship to them, it gives her motive to lie and say, this woman said, I hit him. I don't like it. Wait a minute, what did Miss Val say? They do look like best friends. I don't like it.
Were you ever asked about this relationship that you had with Caitlin Albert, this friendship that you had with Caitlin Albert at or near the time of the 29th of January?
No.
Did you ever disclose to anybody that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert at or around the time of this event?
No.
Damn, that was good. I love me some DJ.
When you went to 34 Fairview, you knew that was the Albert family home, correct?
No.
Girl,
When did you learn that it was the Albert? You now know that.
I know that now.
When did you find that out?
I don't know. I don't recall. It was some point after. But I don't know when.
Would it have been the next day?
No.
You and Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall were all discussing this case pretty intently after this event, correct?
No.
It's not that often in the little town of Canton that a police officer.
now why is she lying? Nuttall already told us that they talked about this shit every day. Yes, Brianna, Nuttall has already told us that they talked about what transpired every day.
Officers found dead or dying on another police officer's lawn. Wouldn't you agree with that?
We responded to a medical call. So the conversation after the fact was at the hospital, debriefing the call, going over what happened, what we use for equipment, what we need, and just.
Do y'all see what this girl is freaking doing? He says, listen, y'all in the small town of Canton, it's not every day that you find a cop dead in another cop's yard. That girl said, well, we responded to a medical call. When you got there, you clearly saw the man was dead and he looked like he was beat. Girl, I am sick of her. She might be the worst yet. She has Flamati beat with the whole getting in the ambulance. She's the worst yet.
Like that was the extent of the conversation.
Would you agree that this case, given its notoriety, is discussed at the fire station almost daily?
I don't know when I'm not there, but it does get brought up.
And obviously the fact that the house belonged at the time to the Albert family is part of that discussion.
Thanks.
I don't know. Like I said, it gets brought up, but I just avoid it. I don't engage in the conversations.
It was certainly enough of a subject matter that you learned according to you, after the 29th, that house belonged to Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, parents of your friend Caitlin Albert, right?
Well, at that point, it was on the news consistently, so I don't know where that like information was introduced, but
But it was pretty early on after the 29th.
I don't recall when it was known that that was the case.
I mean, you didn't learn that that was the Albert family home last week.
No,
You've
No.
known it for going on 2.5 years.
I don't know exactly when I learned that that was the house.
I realize you don't know exactly, Mrs. McLaughlin. I'm not asking you the day
Come
you
on,
learned.
AJ.
I'm asking you, you've known this basically through the lifespan of this case.
At some point after I learned it.
Just say yes.
I'm just trying to
Damn.
figure out about how long after, a week after, a month after.
I'm not sure.
But it was more toward January 29th than it was yesterday,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Helen Keller could tell she lying. I'm just so bothered that all of this has transpired, y'all. This is crazy. Look at Karen. Yes! Karen, yes! Stare her down, Karen. Stare her down, Karen. Make her uncomfortable. Ooh, look at Karen, y'all. Ooh, I love this woman. That type of girl.
Just a couple of brief questions. Do you know any of Caitlin's siblings?
No,
You don't know Brian Albert Jr.?
no,
You don't know any of her extended family that might be a little closer in age to you, like Colin Albert?
no,
You ever met any of them?
not that I recall.
Not that you
She
recall? or
made
no?
him. She
I don't
made him.
remember meeting any of them.
Your Honor, that's all I have right now.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
Sure. Just a few, Your Honor.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you're not friends with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm sorry.
You're not friends with Caitlin Albert, is that correct?
I would say she's an acquaintance,
Why she want to say we not friends?
not a close friend.
Girl.
Now, you were shown some photographs of you in a fairly large group with Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes,
You don't know when those were, correct? You
I don't know exactly.
don't know where you were when those were taken, correct?
No, not exactly. They seem old.
And just to back up, you knew her in high school, but you weren't friends in high school, correct?
They were.
I would categorize our relationship as always being just acquaintances. I knew her. We had some mutual friends, but we were never close friends. We don't have a one-on-one
Y'all
relationship.
are friends.
And as far as high school versus post-high school, would you see her more so during high school, the high school years, or after you graduated?
Well, probably more in high school just because you're there every day. But then afterwards, yeah, it was only here and there. Like I said, like mutual friends. So maybe events for mutual friends, I might run into her.
And to be clear, and I think you made reference to it, but that last photograph that's marked as K, that seems to be a cropped or sort of zoomed in of a larger photo, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, as far as each of those photos you were shown, you're present in a photo with Caitlin Albert in a much larger group, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever hung out or socialized with Caitlin Albert outside of the setting of a large group?
No.
You've never been to her house before that date of January 29th that you know of, correct?
Correct.
She's never been to your house that you know of, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as that first one, that's as far as social media is concerned, as far as a friends list, and without sort of doing, and I'm sort of putting that in air quotes, how many friends would you say you have on social media in total?
I don't know, maybe over 500. I don't know.
And of those 500 people, how many of those 500 people would you consider actual friends?
Much less than that. Less than 10.
All right, why don't we wrap this up, Mr. Lally?
Just
babe, we know.
when it comes to that day that you responded, you're working with the fire department, you responded to a call on January 29th to a home, or as you say, to somewhere on the side of the road. Did you have any idea whose house that was adjacent to where the treatment was concerned with regard to your patient, Ms. Rose?
No.
I know.
Okay. All right. So there was an objection that this was in violation of Rule 14 to admit these exhibits, Mr. Lally. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I agree. So the exhibits don't come in, but based on this voir dire and the answers, I'm going to give you some leeway on exactly what you did. Okay. The relationship, the socialization and the extent of it, friends on social media, those areas. You didn't quite get everything that you mentioned at sidebar you thought you'd get. So that's not coming in.
So
If you
stay within the parameters.
So why don't you come over here then, just because?
Baby, Bam don't goddamn play. I'm sick of her. I'm sick of Bam. Girl, look at Karen. Karen's one tough cookie now. Oh, is that her dad there, y'all? Girl. No, don't you think about it. Come on. Come on. No, but
If you all think they're right outside the door, you're mistaken.
Please be seated.
and that lady down. Do you hear me?
Jimmy, do you have any envelopes over there?
I do.
Same, Nick. Yes. Say it's terrible.
Any more? Do you need any more? I'll work on it.
No, this is good. Okay.
All right.
Just
Jesus, I need a motion.
Awesome. Thank you. Is there water waiting for you up?
My bad, y'all. I thought we were right there about to start.
As quickly as we can. So we do appreciate your patience.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, thank you for your patience. When we last left off, I was asking you about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few more questions about that. You and Caitlin Albert have known each other for how long?
Since high school.
Which is, give me a span of time.
So probably about 10 years.
What's pissing me off is, baby, you just had a dress rehearsal. You doing all of the like you trying to like now you putting on a show for the jury. Say damn 10 years. Cause now you pissing me off even more. You just had a dress rehearsal. You know what the man about to ask you.
You have traveled with Caitlin Albert and friends. When I say traveled, I don't mean to exotic locations. I mean day trips, etc.
Yes,
You have a group of mutual friends together, correct?
we have mutual friends. Correct.
Those mutual friends have gone on day trips with you and Caitlin Albert involved
Correct.
on more than one occasion, as a matter of fact.
Correct.
On many occasions, matter of fact.
I don't know.
More than 5?
I don't know.
More than 10?
I don't know.
You've seen photographs of you with Caitlin Albert on some of these day trips, correct?
Yes.
You've seen at least 3 of those photographs.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert on social media.
Yes.
Other than the 3 photographs that you've seen, we just talked about, there have been other events that you've been at with Caitlin Albert that weren't necessarily photographed, or we don't have those photographs, correct?
Probably.
You know that Caitlin Albert is the same Caitlin Albert that's the daughter of Brian and Nicole Albert, as you sit here.
Yes. As I sit here today, yes.
And you know that Caitlin Albert also has siblings, Brian Albert Jr., correct?
As I sit here today, yes, I know that.
And you also know, as you sit here today, that 34 Fairview was, at the time of January 29th, 2022, the Albert home, correct?
I know that as of today.
You indicated, let me rephrase that. When you showed up at 34 Fairview that morning, did you recognize that address or recognize the home as being that of Caitlin Albert's?
No.
You have since learned that that was Caitlin Albert's home.
As I know that now.
And you gave your original statement to Trooper Proctor the next day.
Yes.
And from that day to this day, or let's take yesterday, from that day to yesterday, you learned that 34 Fairview was the Canton Albert family home, correct?
You're asking if I know from.
Between those 2 dates,
Yes.
between the time you spoke with
Yes.
Proctor in this report till yesterday when you testified, you now know that that's the Albert home.
Yes.
And you also indicated that between that report that you gave to Trooper Proctor, that statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor, and yesterday's testimony, your statement has evolved. You've already admitted that, correct?
I don't think I agreed with you on that.
You did. You did.
It's changed. It's different.
I've always testified to I feel as though my testimony has been consistent.
I appreciate how you might feel.
Miss Cherie, Aaron can probably give us the best terminology, or one of the attorneys in the chat, but they had to they didn't allow the pictures to come in, but for some reason the judge had him ask the questions without the presence of the jury before allowing him to again ask the same questions and then give him the parameters in which he could ask the questions with the jury in the trial. Just I really I don't know why she did all that, because I feel like it should have been in front of the jury. The girl is lying clearly.
I'm just interested in the actual facts. You didn't tell Trooper Proctor anything about this officer questioning my client. correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar because I think this morphed into a different.
Oh God, y'all, Bev is killing me. They're hearing her now. They're hearing her her testimony now, but Why is Bev stopping him?
Agree, Ms. McLaughlin, that the statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor is not the same as the statement that you gave to these jurors yesterday, right?
Yes.
That just a moment ago.
Yes.
Brown said, I misunderstand myself. Bev, I don't understand why she stopped. Oh, I think this is going somewhere else. How do you know? How do you know?
A couple of other questions. When you did make this statement to Trooper Proctor, your visit to Canton PD was coordinated by another officer to put you and Trooper Proctor together for the interview, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you, come on into Canton PD, let's have an interview?
I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up.
So that was my next question. You may have just told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up?
I don't.
His name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
No,
You know Kevin Albert?
no,
You know him to be a police officer at Canton PD?
no,
You know him to be the brother of Brian Albert?
Check.
no.
The objection sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally, any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Lizard, which officer? Kevin Albert, because I know that's his brother.
So Firefighter McLaughlin, you went to high school with Caitlin Alford, correct?
Yes.
And could you describe the nature of your relationship, if any, with Caitlin?
If any.
I would describe it as we're not close friends. I would say we're more acquaintances. We have mutual friends. I don't have a one-on-one
I know that's
relationship with her.
And you were asked some questions about social media, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, or if you could guesstimate about how many friends, and I'm sort of throwing air quotes in there, how many friends on social media would you have?
I don't know, probably 500.
Oh, she got a small.
And of those probably 500 friends on social media, how many of those are actual friends that you talk to, interact with beyond social media?
Much less than that.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you this. As far as, would you say that you saw Caitlin Albert more so when you were in high school or more so since you have graduated from high school?
I would say probably more in high school because we were there every day. So
And about what year or so was it that you graduated from high school?
2014.
And as far as any sort of photographs that were referenced to you, have you seen those photographs?
Here
Yes.
today, I saw them.
Girl, you saw them when they
Do
were
you
on
have any idea where or when those photographs were taken?
I don't remember.
And of those photographs, it's not just you and Caitlin Albert in a photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
So a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
When you were asked about sort of these day trips, they were sort of trips specifically on a day to a beach, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And to a beach with a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to Caitlin Albert specifically, have you ever socialized with her in any setting beyond a setting that contained a large group of people?
No.
Now, with respect to, you went to, you say high school, you graduated from Canton High School, correct?
Correct.
And you grew up in Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you know Caitlin Albert before you attended Canton High School?
No, that's probably when we first really interacted was high school.
And essentially, you live within the town I'm sorry, you work within the town that you grew up, correct?
Correct.
And is that abnormal from a civil service perspective?
No, from a civil service perspective, you're given more points for residency. So it's actually I would say preferred, or you're placed higher on the list if you have residency in that town.
So it's actually preferred and more common than uncommon as far as growing up in a town and then working in that same town in a civil service position like a firefighter.
Yes.
Now, during the course of the time that you've been on the Canton Fire Department, have you received calls to residencies or other places or even patients that you either knew or were familiar with?
Yes.
Would that be a reason for you to not go on a call?
No.
And you have an obligation, wouldn't you say, to respond to a call when a call is made and you're on duty in that station house, correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained. Ask the question differently.
As far as when you're on duty as a firefighter at a particular station house, you get a call, what, if any, choice do you have to respond to any particular call?
I don't have a choice. I just have to respond to the call.
And then prior to that date of January 29th, had you ever been over through socialization or otherwise Caitlin Albert's house?
Not that I ever remember.
Has she ever been over your house?
I think she has,
No.
y'all.
And again, had you ever socialized with her outside?
I don't believe her. Just think of this. If that town is small and we all meeting up, go to the beach, we got to have a meetup spot. The fact that she keeps saying, not that I can remember, that girl she has been to their home before. She's just sitting up here lying. She has been to those people's house before. Not that I can recall. No, y'all went on too many beach trips. Y'all had to meet up because y'all were kids. Everybody didn't have a car. Yes, she's lying.
Out of a large group of people.
No.
When you responded on that morning, just after 6 a.m., the house of 34 Fairview Road, did you know who lived there?
No.
During the time since January 29th of 2020,
Sharonda, I don't know if you remember Rocky's judge was trying to do the same thing. He just wasn't as efficient as this judge is. They say objection. The judge is saying, hey, we hear objection. I already know what you're objecting to. That's why you don't hear it. They can't state what it is. I guess she already knows what it is.
have you ever spoken to Caitlin Albert about what happened that morning in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yep.
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about knowing sort of Caitlin Albert's parents' names or siblings' names or things of that, correct?
Right.
And prior to January 29th, you didn't know any of those names, is that correct?
No.
You learned of them subsequently, is that correct?
Yes.
May we approach just briefly?
Okay.
I need to know what's the age gap between the siblings, because that's another thing. When you're in a small town, most people, or if you grew up in a certain neighborhood, even if you don't know the person, you know the siblings. There was a young lady, she's on my lives all the time. She knows my older sister. I've never met her before, I don't think, but she knows my sister and knows me, right? One day she came on my live. So I can't believe that you're in a small town. You and this girl did all this hanging out and you don't know her siblings. Even if you like hadn't hung out with them or anything like that, you at least know their names and know what they look like. Then y'all are Facebook friends too? Girl, like that's not making sense. That's not making sense. Oh, my older sister, y'all know my older sister, Rara, she was like, oh, one of her friends knew is on my channel, and she said, oh, that's your sister. Little Melanie, like you remember, you may not know specifics about the siblings, but everybody know everybody. Yes, Megan. You know of them. Come on, Ash. That's all I'm saying. Erica said she's a small town person. She said, I don't know these people. I'll be in the house. Well, you're older too now. Did you grow up in the small town that you're in now? Because I'm talking about going to school in a small town. You go to, then when you go to high schools, if your siblings went there, there's that too. Your brother may have been a senior, you were a freshman. So even that little 1 year y'all together, people know. And then they Facebook friends. Let's not forget that. They are freaking Facebook friends. There are people's children I have never met in person, but I know it's their son. I know it's their daughter. I never met Too Pretty in person. Right now I'm thinking about the fact she was just at a birthday party. I'm seeing the people. I think I saw you. I want to say it was your grandmother you wish happy birthday recently. Never met her, but when you're social media friends, you become familiar with the people that are being posted on your timeline. Happy birthday to my sister. You see that for 10 years. Now I know that's your sister. Erica, point proven.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you learned of those other people's names within the Albert family subsequent to your response to this call on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learn of those through sort of various news or media reports in relation to this case, not something that you had any conversations with anybody about, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right.
See?
If I may,
I think
Okay.
I remember that.
Okay.
you indicated, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally just asked you about these 500 friends on social media. A couple of quick questions about that. Of those 500 friends on social media, how many of those have you taken day trips with?
I don't know.
Come on, AJ.
How many of those have you gone to the beach with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs with?
I don't know.
She
How
never.
many of those have you posed for photographs in swimwear with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you been photographed with your arm around while that other friend is drinking a beer?
Sustained. Sustained.
Ms. McLaughlin, all of those things that I just mentioned, you have done with this Caitlin Albert.
Come on, Bev.
Sustained.
Bev being messy.
That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Firefighter McLaughlin, you are all set.
Y'all, why? I'm gonna have to ask you, why is Bev protecting the state like this?
All right, jurors, we are getting ready to go for our view. So we're about to visit a place which you'll be hearing about some more. You've heard about, you've seen photographs of, and in court terminology, we call this view. The purpose of the view is to help you better to understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view that you will take is a part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The place that we're going to go, you've seen photos of, you've heard it, it's 34 Fairview Road. The lawyers and I will accompany you on the bus. The attorneys may point out to you the arrangement of the scene and items that they want you to pay special note of, but otherwise they cannot discuss anything in this case in regard to this case, and they can't talk to you. All right, they'll be able to do an opening here, and they'll be able to point these things out. While you're on the view, it's very important that you can't take notes, and you certainly can't use your phones and take photographs. All right, it's really just for you to see. You cannot conduct any independent investigation while we're there or at any time during the trial, as you've been told. You're not to return to the scene or ask anyone else to do it for you until the case is over. So this is your opportunity to take a look when we go. What you are to do on the view may be best summarized in two very familiar words, which is stop and look. Okay. Your responsibility is to see the place, to observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. So during your trip to and from the place that we're going to view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it among yourselves.
Oh, so that's why it was 8 hours long today, guys, because a chunk of that was them going on their field trip. So looks like we got about 2.5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna go to the gym today. I thought I was gonna be going late. I'll get to go early. Look at that. I feel so productive today. Damn. That's what's up.
And sir, I remind you, you're still under oath.
Key, I really thought we were going to be able to go. I was like, girl, if I skip past this and I see a law and crime camera out in front of the house, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. Jasmine, I've got to go to the gym because this summer, I need to be fine this summer. And I didn't work out anytime while I was in Memphis. Once. And it was so sad. It was so sad. So I'm going to, if it looks like we might be done about 6:30. So I'm gonna go to the gym after that. I'll get to go out there. Who live in the house? Oh God, Aaron, I can't imagine.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
So Lieutenant Woodbury, turning attention back to the treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance, right?
Yes.
With respect to that, you testified that you don't recall sort of specifically anything as far as clothing for Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
I was not paying attention to the clothing.
And so to that point, what were you paying attention to at that?
Primarily, the big issue was doing the CCR, then just CPR. We're trying to resuscitate the person as best we can. We know with the hypothermic patient, it's very difficult. It's a longer treatment protocol than a typical cardiac arrest because we have to do the CPR for an extended period of time. We have to get the patient warmed up. So the clothing is just quickly removed versus examined or looked at. And the focus was on getting compressions done. Someone was trying to intubate, getting a line started. So that's what we're mainly focused on.
As far as treatment is concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay or intersection is there between a cardiac arrest and a hypothermic patient?
When someone's hypothermic and in a cardiac arrest, we can't declare them dead or passed on until they've been warmed up. A lot of times with hypothermic patients, they can appear to be dead when they're still actually alive. So there has been instances where people have woken up in morgues that were hypothermic when they're.
Okay. Who was it? Who was it? Here we go. That's okay. I did not know this. Did you guys hear what he said? There are instances where people are hypothermic and they're still alive. I appreciate him for saying that. He says there have been instances where people have been taken to morgues because they were hyperthermic. Wake up in the damn in the morgue. Wow, man.
Their body warmed up a little bit. So we have to be very cautious, very careful about, treating them as much as we can, as careful as we can. We can't shake them too much, can't move them too much. So it's getting the blood circulating and then starting ventilating after a few minutes.
Wow, yeah, that's
Back
crazy.
to the CCR, the chest compression
Yep.
that we're talking about. What, if any, sort of based on your training experience, what, if any,
Did you say that, Key? Because I probably missed it. And I feel like this is a we need to tell you thank you moment, but I just probably missed it. I know you said you were bringing some stuff into some of your school stuff into Trial Talk. And was this one of those instances? Because if so, friend, we need to tell you thank you. Because I missed it. I'm sorry. Shit. I missed it.
any sort of protocols are? Well, let me ask you this. Were you doing chest
Oh.
compressions throughout the entirety of this interaction with the patient?
Let me correct it. The question was someone was asking, and we were asking, like, why would they perform all of these measures on someone who appeared to have been dead? So what I was saying, let me clarify. What I was saying was he just answered it for us. When they got to him, they could tell he was hyperthermic, and they needed to do. Sometimes people can still be alive. They may appear dead when in reality there's hyperthermic. At least that's what it sounds like he's saying to me. So yes, that's what I was saying. I was okay.
No, chest compressions, most people do them about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, it's very tiring to do chest compressions. So we swap off every few minutes. So a different person will come in and do the compressions. They'll do it for a little while, go into a different task. Someone else will come in and do compressions.
Is that sort of the protocol that you followed in this instance?
Yes. Yes, we were rotating her person doing compressions.
And the ambulance at some point leaves the scene and goes to a hospital, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what hospital,
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
If you could just wait till.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Questions.
Yeah, Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And did you go along for that ambulance ride?
No, I did not.
Where did you go?
So as the lieutenant on the engine, I stay with the engine. I detailed my 2 other engine personnel to the ambulance. So they went with the 2 engine personnel, the 2 regular people on the ambulance, as well as an additional person. Timmy Nuttall was the extra person for that one.
And so you take the engine and go with it?
I went back to the station.
And at some point shortly after that, are you called back to the roadway of Fairview Road?
Yes.
And same general area of Fairview Road?
Yes, same address.
And how is it that you get from the station back to Fairview?
So we had struck a box to cover the personnel that we had detailed. That means we send out a page looking for additional people to come in. We had Sam Pock come in. So he was my engine driver, and I was in the lieutenant's seat. We responded back in engine 4.
And the ambulance that had been there on Fairview Road with you previously was at Good Samaritan?
Yes. Yeah, a call like that takes an extended period of time, even at the hospital, to assist them there. So we had to get an ambulance from Station 2.
And if you know, who was on that ambulance from Station 2?
That was Jason Becker and Dan Whitley.
Now, with reference to this particular call, what, if anything, was this secondary dispatch with regards to?
So this call was for a Section 12, which is someone in having a psychological issue.
And do you know who that Section 12 was in regards to?
Yeah, this was for Karen Reed.
And at some point, you go back to the scene along with the engine and the second ambulance from Station 2?
Yeah, so the engine got there first. The ambulance coming from another station, so it was a couple extra minutes before they got there.
And when you arrived, who, if anyone else, is sort of on scene on Fairview Road?
The police were still on scene. They had never left. So initially it was me, Sam Pock, and the police. So I went up to try to get the backstory of why we're doing a Section 12 and what was going on.
And at some point, well, when you first arrived, without regard to what was said to you, but who, if anyone, do you speak with to sort of try to gain this information or backstory?
When I got onto the scene, I talked to the police that was there.
Who'd you talk to, sir? The police officer who was
Police officer,
there?
Yes, sorry.
And do you recall specifically who that police officer was?
I really did not pay attention to the individual officer.
And at some point, do you have a conversation, or what, if any, conversations do you have with the patient, in this case, the defendant, Ms. Reed?
So it was when we identified Karen Reed as the patient, the ambulance arrived shortly after. We started talking to her and trying to get her into the ambulance to talk to her further.
And just to be clear for the records, when you say Ms. Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's right over there.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where is she sort of when you first make contact with her on scene when you come back?
In the general vicinity of where the police cars are.
And what is sort of the purpose of this initial conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed?
For a Section 12, that's when someone's made threats to them, harm themselves or others. So I just had to judge her mental ability at the time, and if she was a threat to us, and how much of a threat she was to herself. So just a quick evaluation, see how her behavior was.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her during your quick conversation?
She appeared very distraught, very upset. Initially just trying to explain the situation to her about going to the hospital with the Section 12, and she was resistant to that.
And so when you say she was resistant to that, what if anything did she say or do to?
She did not want to go.
Hold on. You cannot talk over each other.
Sorry.
And the objection's overruled.
Please go ahead.
So what was the question again, please?
So what if anything, when you say she was resistant, what if anything did she communicate to you? Or observations did you make in regard to that?
She did not want to go to the hospital, and she didn't think she needed any assistance.
And what, if anything, are you sort of, you mentioned you were explaining sort of the process to her. What, if anything, are you saying in that explanation?
Well, once Section 12 gets written, it's written by the police. Once it's written, we are required to transport to the hospital. Section 12 means that they believe you're a threat to yourself or others. So you have to get evaluated at the hospital by the hospital staff there to see how mentally stable you are.
Now, at this time of this conversation, what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Ms. Reed and the prior patient, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew they had a relationship. I wasn't sure if they were married or engaged or what their status was, but I knew she was did have a strong relationship with him.
And in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if anything, was she asking or saying in reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
She kept repeating, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She seemed very concerned about that. We're trying to explain to her that we cannot declare him dead. He's being evaluated. He's being treated. They're trying to treat him the best they can.
And as far as when she's stating these things to you, is this, as far as the sort of tonality of her voice while she's saying these things to you, can you describe that?
She was very up and down. It was a repetitive conversation with her. She's obviously experiencing a lot of different emotions. So just her emotional state was all over the place.
And as far as this sort of second time that you're on scene, about how long period of time are we talking?
That was about between 15 and 20 minutes.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, where did she go? Did you stay with her sort of the entire time that she was on scene that second time, or?
Because she was resistant, we were trying to get her to voluntarily go. If someone voluntarily goes, even with the section written, they're released a lot quicker. So we're trying to convince her to go, be willing to go with us versus being forced. If at some point we have to actually force her to go against her will, then it's going to be a much longer hospital stay. So our main goal with staying on the scene so long was to try to get her willingly to go. Just makes her experience much better.
And just to be clear, when you say we, who specifically are you?
It was me, Dan Whitley, Jason Becker were the ones talking to her in the back of the ambulance.
When you clear, sort of when you leave the scene, where is Ms. Reed at that point?
So the ambulance transported her to the Good Samaritan. We also detailed Sam Park as the driver.
So the gentleman who had driven, or the firefighter that had driven you in the engine to the scene that drives the ambulance away?
Yes, correct.
Would you say his name again, please?
Sam Park.
Sam what?
Sam Park.
Spell it, please. The last name.
P-O-C-H is the last name.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hold on, because this, I'm going to tell the chat. What Key is saying is Thug done posted Vivarito, child. Hold up. I had it up. I put it down. Child, he must be on one today. Because why? Maybe he got hacked. He said, hold up. Biggest liar in the DA's office. This is the biggest liar in the DA's office. Then he shared this post from Thugger Daily. It say, all my homies hate Vivarito. Y'all know she just testified in the 4PF case too. Sir, please stop. Please stop it. Please stop it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further
No, I
Okay.
swear to you.
Ready?
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Woodbury, you and I have never met or spoken, correct?
No.
No, Ash.
I know you had said you were nervous, so I'm going to try and make
Okay.
this fairly brief,
Thank you.
sir. I just have a couple of areas that I'd like to go
Okay.
through with.
Yes, we need to
So
talk.
with regard to your interaction with Karen Reed and what you actually heard from her mouth,
Okay.
that's sort of where I want to concentrate, as opposed to anything that anybody else may have said to you about what they believe she might have said, okay?
Okay.
And it seems to me that your main interaction with her was not when the initial call came in to respond to, a man who was unresponsive in the snow. It was after you went back to the station in the engine and then came back to the scene for the purposes of the section 12 that you described. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And when you came back to the scene for the section 12, it's also fair to say that the section 12 issue was your focus, correct?
Correct.
You had an order in hand, correct?
The police had it and they gave it to us when we got there.
Right. Okay. So you got an order in hand once you got there,
Correct.
which is what you expected to happen, correct?
Yes.
And your focus at that point is, okay, and I don't want to be too, flip, but we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Is that a fair characterization?
That is one way to put it.
And you wanted to do it the easy way.
Yes, correct.
And you wanted to persuade Karen Reed that she should want to do it the easy way, correct?
Yes.
And after some conversation back and forth where she was initially resistant, she eventually agreed, yes, I'll do, not to put words in your mouth or hers, but to the effect of, yes, we'll do this the easy way,
I
correct?
did get her to agree to transport.
And with regard to her state of mind, I believe you had testified that she appeared to be very distraught,
Yes, correct.
going through a lot of emotions,
Yes.
grief-stricken,
Oh, that's one of them.
Right
Yes.
down now.
hysterical at times,
Yes.
raising her voice at times,
Yes.
crying at times.
I didn't see any actual tears, but
That
Yeah,
type
of emotional display.
All right. And so in terms of the only commentary that you heard with regard to her feelings or questions regarding John O'Keefe, it was the statements that you heard repetitively over and over and over again. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
That was some of the things she was saying, yes.
What else?
Your Honor, may we approach sidebar briefly?
Okay.
Here we go again. They have on sidebars in a little bit.
On exhibit 382, I believe, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your testimony on
Thank you,
direct
Kay.
examination was that you.
Kay says, so glad you're watching this. So much has been covered up or disallowed in the second trial. It's unreal. Kay, they keep telling me that, and I'm almost scared. I'm trying to get caught up on this trial, and then I need to tackle all of the things that they're not allowing. None of it makes sense to me right now, but the more I watch, I'm sure it's going to start making sense. So thank you for the super chat.
Observed them in the forearm area, correct?
It was the right, like forearm to arm. I was trying to signal like right up here, but yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I guess that's my.
Yeah.
It wasn't just on the.
Not just, it was the arm area. Mostly what I noticed was forearm, but there was some around there.
Okay, so it wasn't just below the
No, it
elbow.
wasn't up just below the elbow.
There was some above the
Yes.
elbow as well?
Yep.
That's consistent with exhibit 382?
Correct.
I'm just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions.
So Lally, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you very much. So
Yeah,
you're all
thank
set. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Mr. Daniel Whitley to the stand.
He in line with him. Thank you so much, Kay Schmidt.
Clerk, make sure you please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and during the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
He said, thank you for the building fund. Ain't nobody leaving the stream until we get $40,000 according to Mel Sapp. Ushers, lock the goddamn stream. Lock them. Lock the chat. What did it say? Lock the chat. Lock the chat. Take down everybody's name that's in here, $40,000, or we not doing a damn thing. We not doing a damn thing. Y'all, I still want to know why the hell they listen to that man. I could see my face now if a man closed the church doors and told me you're not opening the doors till you get 40,000. What the hell is wrong with that man? What the hell is wrong with that man? Y'all, I'm sorry. That man had lost his mind.
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Daniel Whitley.
Thank you so much for becoming a new member, Tiffany. Thank you. Thank you.
Whitley.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a paramedic firefighter with the Town of Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire?
I was hired in March of 06.
And prior to that,
Key, don't bring Marvin Sapp and that spirit over here to this chat. Don't bring Marvin Sapp to this spirit. Don't bring that spirit over here. What they be saying? Do I have 10 that'll give $100? Do I have 10? Don't bring that spirit. No.
work with the Canton Fire Department, did you work within that same field in any other capacity for any other company?
Yes, correct. I worked for American Medical Response out of Brockton as an EMT intermediate and a paramedic for 5 years.
And you're a certified paramedic, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you held that certification?
It was, I believe, November of 2006 that I got that certification.
I just feel like I just better say this. I just better say this again on this chat. I just had this conversation with somebody. Y'all better leave them YSL men alone. Leave them men alone. They was on an indictment for a reason. Y'all better leave them alone. Now, it was a crazy ass indictment, right? Some crazy. Y'all better leave them YSL men in that YSL damn universe. Okay? Thank you, Al. Sylvia Sapp is crazy. Oh, thank you, Al. She said, I know you did, Lauren. Lauren, I just thought I'd say that because I be getting way too many crazy DMs. I don't be talking to no YSL man, baby. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. What they say? You ain't got to worry about me. Y'all been leave them YSL men alone. Okay? Alice. Now, y'all, after Alice done gifted five millionaire male memberships. Alice, thank you, friend. And I can't tell y'all how to accept them, but they say it's a button and you can. There we go. Okay, Lauren got one. Thank you. Listen, I just felt that in my spirit. I better say it again. Y'all better leave those YSL men on this here internet, okay? Alice, I don't know. I had the memberships. I told you guys I started the memberships because I'm in the YouTube boot camp. I just have to do some members only content, which I will have members only content. I just really thought I'd be gone by now. But I do have some content coming though. Oh, thank you guys. Okay, people got the memberships. That's so amazing. Oh, I think Barchi wants to say thank you for purchasing memberships and being members of the community. Ain't that right, Bart? Say thank you. She just went, oh, I miss you too. Okay. But thank you guys. Thank you.
And is there any sort of continuing educational component or recertification process that's involved with being a certified paramedic?
Yes, we recertify every 2 years. We're required to hold basic life support card, which is just generally CPR, and advanced cardiac life support, which is ACLS. It's more dealing with EKGs and how to run resuscitations, cardiac arrests, things of that nature.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022, were you working with the Camden Fire Department on those dates?
Yes,
What kind of shift were you working?
24-hour shift, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
And where were you assigned on that particular day?
The Ponkbog Station, Station 2.
The Ponkabog Station, where is that located within?
The north side of town on Southmont Street.
And how were you assigned to a specific duty or a specific?
Yes, I was assigned to Ambulance 2 with Jason Becker. I was a field training officer at that point, and he was just finishing up his field training after he recently became certified as a paramedic.
And now, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., were you aware of a call or dispatch in regard to Station House 1?
Yes, we had just returned from a previous call about 5 a.m. and heard the tones go off. Actually, we were in the day room, which is where it's the living room of a fire station. And we heard the tones go off. We heard the police going to Fairview Road. And we just kind of sat and were wondering what was going on there.
Now, you yourself, you and Firefighter Becker, were you dispatched to a call as well, approximately 6:41 or 6:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And at the time that you received that dispatch, what, if anything, were you aware of with regard to the prior call that the other ambulance went?
So when the tones go off between the two stations, we're able to hear what the dispatch complaint is, what they're going for, and it came in as, I believe, CPR in progress in the snow or something to that regard. So we knew that was a fairly serious call that Station 1 had gone to.
Now, when you received your dispatch at approximately 6:42 a.m. or so, what was that call in regard to, and where did you respond?
We were dispatched for a Section 12.
And as far as your assignments within the ambulance between yourself and Firefighter Becker, with regard to this call, who was doing what?
I was driving. He's what we call the tech, the lead paramedic on the case. That's just generally how we operate.
And from your response, or your driving from Station 2 to Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or experience en route in between the two?
At that point, it was snowing pretty heavily. We were coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take the right onto Fairview. We nearly slid off the road, making the turn onto Fairview. It was snowing that heavily, and I don't believe the roads had been really plowed or treated or anything like that for us to, so it was pretty slippery.
Now, in addition to ambulance number 2 that you and Firefighter Becker were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus was dispatched to this call as well?
There was Engine 3, which is the District 1 engine, and at least 2 police cruisers. And then another gray SUV kind of further down from where we parked.
Now, when you arrive in this area on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you sort of observe as far as who's there when you arrive?
When I got out, my Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park were there.
And they were on the engine, is that correct?
They were on the engine, correct.
Now, beyond sort of the personnel from your department, you mentioned that there were some police officers there as well?
Yes, Melanie and Sarah, and then 2 other females, at least 2 other females.
And the other 2 females, where were they when you first sort of get out of the ambulance?
a few yards ahead of us, a few dozen yards ahead of us, I'd say.
And were there any other vehicles beyond sort of first responders that you observed on?
Just that other gray SUV.
And so I guess my question is, where were the two females that you observed in relation to the gray SUV?
Near it, maybe in front of, maybe one was inside. There were three females there.
And at some point while you're on scene, you learned the identity of your patient, correct?
Yes,
And what was the name of the patient?
Karen Reed.
And you had some conversation with Karen Reed that day, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated right at that table right there.
I'm sorry, if you could just point as to where she is.
Right here.
No, I just asked record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you first sort of arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is the first person that you talk to?
Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park.
And following that conversation, who, if anyone, you speak to?
Probably briefly Lieutenant Mulaney, but more, not Lieutenant, Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarah.
Now, following your conversation, well, let me ask you this sort of in general terms. When you respond to a call for Section 12, what is...
Just to let everyone know where we are, this is Daniel Whitley. He's another EMT paramedic that arrived on the scene as well. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you. He's another one. He arrived on the scene as well. So let me see. This is what he's going through. I remember, I don't know if you guys remember, so far we have had paramedic, the EMT of the world, and that was Nadal. Then we had Flamati. We just saw Katie's line ass. Then we had, that's 4. Then we had Woodbury. And now we've got Daniel Whitley. Oh, and then we forgot Walsh. Damn, and we forgot Kelly. It was 8 of them, y'all. 8 on the scene between the firefighters, paramedics, and the lieutenants. It was 8 of them on the scene. 8 on the scene, y'all. So a lot going on. I don't understand how all these people came and then this person heard this person didn't hear it. So it was a lot going on out there.
What's sort of the protocol that you go through in regard to that?
Whether it's a Section 12 or any call, basically, the lead tech generally takes over immediate patient care, goes over, assesses. Usually the partner will go over and try and find out background.
I think it's important to note that this is a small town. They literally found a man dead on a front yard. And even if they saying, oh, we didn't know it was the cop, I believe they made him aware as soon as they got there. And nothing else really going on. So they came. Yep, Alice, there's a lot of people there. A lot of people were there. And still no one came out of the house. So you have to think about it. They had the fire truck, they had the ambulance, and I think they said it was the SUV was there as well. So it was a lot, and police cars. Don't forget the police cars, because we've heard from I think we heard from 1 police officer so far, because we're only 9 witnesses. I'm sorry. Look at me. Y'all ain't even telling me. We 10 witnesses in. And yeah, we're 10 witnesses in now. And I don't think only 1 police officer has testified so far. But nobody came out of the house. And yes, we're up to about 8 people from 8 first responders. 8 first responders. And the person in the house was a trained first responder too. Let's talk about that too.
Ground details, try and find not only, well, especially for a Section 12, you want to get, the tech will get, which is Jason's role, the patient story, and then I'll get everyone else's story.
Nobody.
And At some point, you have a conversation with Ms. Reed as well.
Oh, yes.
And where is that in relation to vehicles on scene? So what is that initial conversation?
The initial conversation, she was very upset. She kept saying, so we had a section 12
BG, they said it's like on the homepage. I have to look for my phone, but they say it's on the homepage.
written, and that was to take her to the hospital because she made threats against her life, saying, I don't want to live anymore. If my husband dies, I don't want to be alive anymore. And myself and Jason and Lieutenant Woodbury were kind of like, well, that's seemingly more in the lines of normal grieving process after something traumatic happens to a loved one, whether they're going to die or not. We kind of didn't feel like it kind of led to that level of a section 12 to have her transported to the hospital. So at that point, I exited the ambulance and I went to speak with Officer Saraf, and I said, this kind of doesn't, if we want her to be at the hospital, get a full eval, we're going to need more than just, if my husband dies, I want to die, because that seems just like normal grieving things to say. And so I went back to the ambulance. He went, I don't know where he went. I don't know whether it was cruiser or what, but he came back, notified me that her
Sustained.
And from that conversation, did you receive more information or more clarity as to statements that Ms. Reed had made?
Yes, Officer Saraf had said that.
Objection.
So not what he said, sir. So
We
You
were
are
informed
unmuted.
that.
Objection.
I'm not sure.
so you can't testify to what somebody else told you. You can when there's no objection regarding what Ms. Reed told you,
Okay.
but you can't testify what anybody else told you. So when I say sustain, that means you have to stop. And,
Okay.
and the lawyer will ask another question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. You described sort of her demeanor, any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking.
Yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person
Jaleesa, this is another paramedic that was out there.
in ambulance 1 had transported
There were 8 total. Well, so far we're up to 8. I don't want to say total. So far we're up to 8.
was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours. And at that point, we were just trying to give her any hope that whomever A1 transported was still alive. And we kind of just talked about far off hypothermia cases where, kids have fallen in rivers and been submerged for many minutes, maybe even hours, and survived with no neurological deficits. So we were just trying to give her some sort of hope on the way to the hospital that there was a chance that her husband could be alive.
If any of you guys on here are first responders, shout out to y'all. Because do you hear him say, listen, we were trying to brainstorm, talking about instances where we've heard of kids being submerged underwater and they survived with no neurological issues. Like, shout out to y'all, because I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep saying it every time I get up here. They really tried to save that man. They were trying to save that man.
Now, at this point, what, if anything, did you
Let me not go there.
know about sort of the relationship between your patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the patient from ambulance 1 that had been transported to?
She identified him as her husband.
And is that something that you said once or more than once?
Many, many times.
Me too, Valerie. I
Now, she asked you some questions about his status and made specific reference to his clothes, is that correct?
The only thing I recall is
They smack so well.
asking if he could have survived without a jacket.
Now, as far as,
Maybe he had some coffee or something and stuff on his lip.
these conversations that you had with Ms. Reed, where did they occur in relation to the ambulance?
They were in the back of the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, was present in the back of the ambulance, beyond yourself and the defendant?
Jason Becker.
And with reference to, you mentioned that firefighter Becker was sort of the lead paramedic or the lead tech on this, is that correct?
Yes.
So is there, from sort of his role and your role, what are some of the sort of differences in the duties and responsibilities in relation, we'll call it?
So for any Section 12 or our department policy is there will be 2 EMTs, paramedics, firefighters with during transport at all times. That's both for our safety and the patient safety. So that's why it wasn't just 2 EMTs or paramedics driving to the hospital. I was in back with Jason, and Sam Park was driving.
Now, as far as you testified earlier about observations of her being upset or distraught, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that consistent throughout your interaction with her, or?
No. There would be episodes where she would like go from crying in her hands to all of a sudden perking up. She was crying about having to take care of kids, saying she couldn't do it. And I was saying, you can do this. It's not as hard as it seems. She kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids and they're not his kids. That's when I figured out who ambulance 1 transported. And I was saying, well, it seems like you have a good, strong support system. People who came and helped you in a blizzard to help come find your husband.
What that baby Karen was out there just frantic. Karen probably, who's gonna take care of the kids? I can't take care of these kids. They not my kids. What we gonna do? She was probably just out there just what? She said all of this? Valerie said he's lying. Hold on, Dave. I messaged you and I didn't even see if you responded back. I just can't. I mean, this lady, this is the most she said to any of them. She just done poured it all out, but I'm assuming this is after the ambulance has left.
Husband, she said, she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts. I said I did. She said anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say those things. And that kind of took me aback a bit. It seemed strange to say something like that after you were just crying because your husband was dead.
Take you back just within.
I was just kind of surprised.
If I could take you back within that just for a minute. So you had testified that during that, her description, you sort of realized who was the patient in ambulance 1, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, made you realize, or who did you think it was?
I live in and grew up in the Ponquag neighborhood of Canton, and Mr. O'Keefe was known for taking on his niece and nephew after, I'm sorry, I'm not sure positive of the relationship, but I believe it was his sister and his brother-in-law passed away. And it was something people admired him for, people looked up to him for. But I was able to, I also, I moved into the Ponquag neighborhood back after living outside of Canton for a few years. The O'Keefes lived diagonally across from me. I never had any sort of interaction with him or anything. When I moved in, my wife was probably about 6 months pregnant and I had 2 toddlers, so I was pretty busy. I figured he was pretty busy. I never even had a chance to introduce myself or anything before he moved to Meadows, which is how I kind of figured out
Your Honor, I object to this line of question.
Okay, next,
going on?
sustain, next question.
Now, you had also mentioned during your conversation with the defendant that she had said some things about Carrie Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And how is it that you know Carrie Roberts?
Well, Carrie lives around the corner from me.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. Next question, please.
How long have you known Carrie Roberts?
Just from moving back into the neighborhood, she would run
How long?
the neighborhood block party, and she put out that she would like the fire truck there on the neighborhood Facebook page. So I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the neighborhood block party.
And was Ms. Roberts on scene on Fairview when you arrived in your ambulance?
Yes,
So she was one of the other females along with the defendant.
correct.
Now, with reference to when you brought up as far as support system, and included Ms. Roberts within that, what, if anything, did the defendant say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
Wait, what's going on here? Kira, that's what it sounds like to me.
This conversation that you had with the defendants in the ambulance, about how long a period of time are we talking?
20, 25 minutes.
And beyond what you've already testified to, what did sort of that conversation consist of, or what was the sort of tone and tenor of that conversation?
Again, we were just trying to give her any support. She was one.
Okay, y'all, I had to take a break because I just had to make that. Y'all got to stop with these kids and these fans. You gonna go ahead and show me again.
Okay, come on.
Okay, show me one more time. Bro, look at my knees. Hold your foot up.
It's cowboy boots. Cowgirl boots.
You wore them to school?
Yes.
Oh, okay. They cute. They cute, girl. I'm gonna call you when I get off my live, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll call you back. Babe, why does my niece have on cowgirl boots? She like, oh, TT, let me show you these. Y'all, these kids have gone crazy. But Ash, she came the other day with some cowboy boots and a fan. She came the other day with cowboy boots and a fan. Baby, this is hilarious.
Once we were getting closer to the hospital, we
Objection.
So the tone and tenor. So what can you tell us about that? That's admissible, Mr. Yannetti. Go ahead.
The tone, she would go from being almost despondent to when she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts, the only tone I can use to describe it is snarky.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll strike
Like that shit. Do y'all hear what he's saying? Y'all, why are we here? Why are we here with Carrie? Does anybody who's watched the trial, if you can tell me, why are we here with Carrie? Does anybody know? What is he trying to do with this snarky is crazy? What is he trying to do there? Because I don't understand it yet.
Now, you transported to a Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you,
Mama, I think about them.
during the transport, where are you in relation to Ms. Reed from Fairview to Good Samaritan?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
During the transport, Ms. Reed is where within the ambulance?
I believe we have what we call a tech bench, which is a long bench. there's the ambulance stretcher, and then next to the ambulance stretcher is, we call it the CPR seat. And then that's where Miss Reed sat. And then I was in what we call the airway seat, which is
I'm sick of the smack.
basically like a captain's chair behind the stretcher.
And in addition to yourself and the defendant, who, if anyone else was sort of in the back of the ambulance at that time?
During transport?
Yes.
During transport, it was just me, Jason Becker, and Miss Reed.
So yourself along with firefighter Becker in the back, right?
Correct.
Who was driving the ambulance?
Sam Park.
Now,
Joe,
when you arrived at Good Samaritan, what, if anything, happened?
Miss Reed was asking to be able to see John, and I made the decision that I would run ahead to see if that was in the realm of possibility with the emergency room physician there. So I ran ahead. I came into they call it the code room at Good Sam, and I asked if the wife could see the husband. The ER doctor asked if she would be upset. I said if she would be upset if she was allowed to or not. And I said she's going to be upset. I believe she's going to be upset either way. He was asking if she would get in the way of the resuscitation efforts, and I said it's possible. She's very upset.
And so once you arrive at the hospital with the patient, where do you go along with Ms. Reed?
We escorted her down to we call it the psych hall or the behavioral hall at Good Sam.
And about how long was it after you escorted her into the hospital that you stayed with her following that?
At least 10 minutes.
And during those 10 minutes, how would you describe sort of her behavior or demeanor during that time?
Objection.
No, he can testify to that.
He was giving the nurses a hard time about, I'm sorry, she was giving the nurses a hard time about having to get into a Johnny, about having to submit a urine sample. Even the air techs went to the physician who was in the code room to see if she could not have to wear a Johnny, and the ER doc said no. If she's in the psych hall, she's a psych patient, needs to be in a Johnny. So at that point, there was just a nurse and a tech. We don't usually leave a psych patient with just a single nurse and a tech. And so we decided to wait until security had gone there before we left.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
I just really want to know, why would he kill Carrie Roberts? What was the point in all of this? Narky. What was the reasoning for bringing that up?
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, Mr. Whitley, when you showed up, you learned that Karen Reed was the patient that you were to deal with, correct?
Correct.
And it was your expectation that she would be going to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that you do when you transport somebody to the hospital is you try to get a medical history, correct?
Yep.
Why is that important?
Generally, we get pertinent medical history to pass on to the hospital. So if something were to happen.
Let's clarify this. Val, Carrie is also the one, she's the family friend. She went to homecoming with John when they were in high school, I believe. So guys, okay, so that we know, Carrie Roberts, she's the one who rode with, it was Carrie, Jen, and Karen that went from John's house to the area where, to Fairview. It was all three of them together. So I was asking, what's the angle with Carrie? And Val said, probably just to make Karen out to be a jealous girlfriend. Child. She took the parents to the hospital and brought the kids. Yes, yes, Ash. That's why I love it. All of our brains working together. Yes.
Where the patient wasn't able to describe their past medical history, it gets passed on to the next caregiver, which would be the nurses, doctors at the hospital.
Okay. More information is always better than less information, correct?
I would say so.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, did you take a medical history from her?
I assume Jason did.
Okay. Did you learn the results of that medical history?
You'd have to refer to Jason's report.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're not Karen writing down questions too. I know that's right.
May I approach?
Yes.
Karen over there acting like ASAP
Mr.
Rocky. I thought she
Whitley,
was
if I, I'm actually going to show you two documents with your permission. One would be Jason's report.
Okay.
And you talked about Jason Becker, correct?
Correct.
The other is a police report from Sergeant Yuri Buchnick. I'm going to give you the second page of that.
So let's do them one at a time.
Sure. And you've asked for Jason Becker's report, so I'll give you that first, okay?
Okay.
And when I approach you, I'm going to hand this to you, and I just ask you to look at it silently by yourself.
Okay.
And then look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What the hell is he reading?
I'm going to collect that from you if you don't mind.
The first report was the NFIRS report from my lieutenant.
Was Jason Becker's report included in it
Yes.
as well?
Yep.
Having reviewed those documents, does that refresh your memory as to the medical history that was taken?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Just lists multiple sclerosis.
What is multiple sclerosis?
I believe it's a neurodegenerative disease where the myelin sheathing of the trying to think of the word here, but
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
no, I understand.
I'm sure you do. It's a disease.
It's a disease that's progressive and has neurological muscle control things involved with it.
And when you say progressive, that means it gets worse over time as you age?
As I understand it.
And that was the medical history you got from Karen Lee?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right. So, sir, you are all set. Thank you, Mr. Whitley. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, call Mr. Jason Becker to the stand.
At least they didn't on the carry stuff. They just, oh yeah, we got another witness. 11.
You saw this way the understand the court and jury in the case down here and should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name, George?
First name's Jason, last name's Becker, Becker.
Another pair
And
of
what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic, Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
5.5 years.
And prior to that, what if any other employment did you have sort of within that same field?
I worked at Found Ambulance and South Shore Hospital.
Y'all finna skip this.
How long did you work at each of those? So 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
Correct. Canton Fire Dane Whitley.
Now, at some point when you were working on the 29th, shortly after 6 a.m. or so, did you become aware of a call for station house number 1?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you aware of as far as that earlier call?
As far as a man down in the dispatch, and I believe it was upgraded eventually to CPR in progress.
Now, at some point following that, approximately 6:41 a.m. or so, did you, your station house get a...
No trooper Paul.
Yes.
And
what is that mean?
That dispatch in regard to?
A regular, just vital signs, pulse oximetry, see your heart rate. But for someone like a female psych patient, it's more verbal.
And as far as any of those sort of vital signs and things that you took, what, if anything, abnormal did you note in regard to that?
No, nothing too abnormal. Just the heart rate might have been a little bit high, but within normal range.
Could you please keep your voice up, sir? Thank you.
Sorry. But the vital signs, her heart rate was a little high, it was 98, but it was nothing concerning.
During the time that you're having this conversation with her in the back of the ambulance, how would you describe her demeanor?
She would have periods of calmness, and then other periods she would appear agitated because she didn't want to go to the hospital. But all in all, she was cooperative with us.
Now, at some point, she's cooperative, correct, and agrees to go?
Eventually, yes.
When you say eventually, was there some conversation related?
We kind of mentioned to her basically what a Section 12 is. And unfortunately, she'd have to come with us involuntarily.
So you're explaining the process to her, is that correct?
Correct.
Eventually, she agrees to go, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the transport goes, who, if anyone, is in the back of the ambulance with her during the transport period?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance to the hospital?
Firefighter Park.
And which hospital did you transport Ms. Reed to?
We went to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, during the course of transfer to the hospital or transport, what, if anything else, did Ms. Reed say with reference to children?
She
Thank y'all. Y'all are saying that the red Solo Cup guy is after him, but I think this is our last witness. I think this is the last witness of the day. Was he not filmed? Do you guys know if he wasn't filmed? I think you're saying he wasn't filmed. Okay, then let me see. Hold up. No, y'all think he's the last one of the day.
With regard to your intent and your
He was filmed? Okay, so then he's
Now, with regard to her speaking about children, what, if any, further conversation did either yourself or Firefighter Whitley have with her in regard to that?
Yeah.
With children?
Yes.
I don't recall.
The other female party that Miss Reed was initially with in the vehicle when you first arrived, did you know who that was?
I don't know who she was.
And at any point in time, subsequent to that, did you learn who she was?
I did.
Who did you learn her to be?
She was Miss Carrie Roberts.
And with relation to your conversation with Miss Reed on that day of January 29th, what, if anything, did she say about Miss Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why they keep acting? Y'all, this is getting on my nerves because why does Carrie matter?
The with regard to the sort of medical questions that you asked, from those medical questions, what, if any, questions would you typically ask someone with relation to consumption of alcohol or drugs?
Well, probably part of the psych assessment, I asked if she had taken any drugs or alcohol, and she had denied it at that point.
She said she had not, correct?
Correct.
I know she smell like
Observations that you testified to earlier in regard to her, and by her I mean Miss Reed's demeanor. Did that change at all during the course of your interaction with her, or was that consistent throughout?
Demeanor, as in.
It's a poorly phrased question. Let me try and rephrase it. So, with regard to her demeanor throughout the course of your interaction with her, how would you describe that?
She was cooperative. Then she'd be calm, and then eventually she would kind of get a little agitated and repetitive questions. But she seemed distraught.
Now, with respect to the person she indicated was her husband, what, if any, questions did she ask either you or Firefighter Whitley or both in relation to him?
She was asking if he was dead, or could he be dead, could be dead, and she said, could I have hit him?
Was that something that she asked once or more than once?
It wasn't a lot. It was more of, could he be dead, could he be dead?
So somewhat repetitive, is that correct?
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Firefighter Becker, just my own clarification. You testified earlier that first arriving on scene and first spoke with Ms. Reed, she indicated that there was some statements that she said there were some statements that she did not mean, correct?
Correct. Suicidal statements.
And so, exactly. So my question is, that was in reference to the suicidal statements she had made prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Not to any subsequent statements, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Rona.
that was quick.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, right?
I believe so.
I wanted to go back to one piece of testimony that you offered on direct examination, if I may.
Sure.
You had, in response to a question from the prosecutor about the medical history and your question to Ms. Reed about whether she had had any alcohol to drink. I believe your answer today was she denied having drank alcohol the night before?
At the time that she was, she could have, I don't know if she drank alcohol the night before, but at that time I asked if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
I'm sorry, if I just didn't hear.
Yeah, you need to keep your voice up, sir. Speak
Okay.
directly into
Sorry.
the microphone.
I asked her if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
Oh, if she had any drugs.
Well, she taken any drugs or alcohol, she said no.
Did you specify a time period?
I just assumed it'd be in the last few hours for the reason why we were there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Unsure if she had alcohol days prior, but for the reason why we were there.
Okay. So
He said, okay.
was it your understanding that the two of you had an understanding of what you were asking?
Sure.
Objection, move to
Yeah,
strike.
yeah. So the objection sustained, it's stricken. Ask the question differently, Ms. Tianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so I guess with regard to your intent and your state of mind when you were asking that question, you were asking, had you taken any drugs or alcohol within the last few hours? That's what you meant to ask?
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
What did you specifically ask?
So when I ask a patient if any drugs or alcohol, I'm talking about at that point in time, but an hour before, 2 hours before, not days before, weeks before.
Okay,
So-
and this was at 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
Did you smell any alcohol on her at that time?
I did not.
Okay. You would agree that she did tell you at some point that she had had alcohol the night before, correct?
No.
All right. So,
Do you guys think they really couldn't smell alcohol on her? Just wondering. I don't know. I'm just picturing it. He said he didn't smell any alcohol. Maybe she had some mints like Paul.
this is now, what's today, May 3rd of 2024?
Correct.
And this happened back in January, on January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
You were interviewed by a Trooper Michael Proctor on February 14th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I recall meeting with him, yes.
And February 14th of 2022 would have been a little bit more than 2 weeks after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Your memory of what Karen Reed told you about whether she had anything to drink the night before would have been much better on February 14th of 2022 when you were talking to Trooper Michael Proctor than it would be today, correct?
Correct.
Because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
Certain circumstances, sure.
And with regard to whether Karen had indicated that she took any drugs, you told Trooper Proctor she said that she had not, correct?
Correct.
With regard to whether she had had alcohol the night before, you told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that she did consume alcohol last night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to see a sidebar on this. Please bring that with you, please.
Baby, don't be playing. Bev will give you about 2 times.
Repeat the question.
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that Karen had told you that she did consume alcohol the previous night, correct?
If that's in his notes,
Is your memory exhausted as to whether you told him that?
I don't recall.
If you saw his report with your statements in it, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
It's a 2-page report. I'll give you both, actually. It's a 2-page report. I'll give you both pages, but I have highlighted a line on the second page, so I would direct you to that. May I approach?
Yes. And take your time reading it, sir.
Yes, yeah, and please read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Very much so.
So you have to keep your voice up.
Okay.
I'm close to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. Most of the jurors are further away.
And the way this works is I have to collect that from you and then ask you a question, okay?
Sir.
I may approach you on?
Yes.
Having reviewed that document, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not Karen Reed, or strike that? Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to the fact that
Does that refresh your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
Damn,
It does.
damn.
Okay, and so did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 14th that Karen Reed had told you on January 29th that she had consumed alcohol the night before that?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you were listening to her talk at times, that her speech was very rapid?
Correct.
And particularly when she had said the words,
Thank you, my friend Isis. Thank you. Thank you.
is he dead? Is he dead? She would repeat it repetitively, correct?
Correct.
And she was fixated on that, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the last interaction that she spoke about with whom you thought she said her husband, she didn't give you any detail about that, correct?
She did not.
You don't know whether it was an in-person communication?
That wasn't my position to ask more details about that.
Oh, and I'm not criticizing you, sir. I'm just trying to get to what your knowledge was in terms of
Right.
information you got from her. So she didn't specify that it was an in-person communication, correct?
No,
She didn't specify as to whether it was a phone conversation?
she did not.
She didn't specify whether it was a text message exchange back and forth?
She did not.
And she didn't specify whether it was an angry voicemail that she left, correct?
She did not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Set, sir. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. Yes, you can leave that right where it is.
That is the last person for the day. They were quick with him. He was one of the people who transported her to the hospital. He was one of the paramedics. They actually transported her to the hospital. So that I really thought we was gonna be here till like 8. Hold up. And I see I'm gonna pull up day 5 real quick. I'm not gonna do it on this stream because I don't want to mix them up. Hold on. I just wanted to see. Girl, who is this, y'all? Hold up. I want to see who this is. Okay, y'all. Gallagher is the next one. He barely sat down. Yeah, he barely sat down. I'm trying to see how long he is up here. Y'all, who is Gallagher? Hold up. He said, let me see if he here after this. He is. Hold on. Who was Gallagher? Let me look through my little chart. Why, yeah, I know somebody on here gonna probably tell me before I pull it up. Keith said, now what they calling the damn Gallagher for? He a damn drunk. Okay. Oh, y'all, is Gallagher red solo cups? Okay, hold on. Let me get off of here. Y'all know what? I can just do this. Y'all know I hate putting stuff in the live that I don't have in my title, but I'll just add it. after because it's like super early. It's 5:00. I got another 2 hours. I mean, I can go to. I just don't want to go to the gym super late because I'm going to that gym.
Name Gallagher. And
Okay,
how
red
you
solo
doing, sir?
cups.
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the campus?
Total of 32
Key, why you got me about the time right, Frank Gallagher?
years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases and bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, sort of, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He is. He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7.
Thank you, Nene. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you.
45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
Where were you initially responding?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
But subsequently, did you learn a different location in response to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by this, where the scene was, were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
He was the lead detective, King. The lead detective, and we're going to refer to him as Mr. Solo Cup. Red Solo Cup, and you'll see why.
And who, anyone else from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to, where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over there?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processings, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lank had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
There may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lank the most important thing he could do at this time would...
The objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant Lank put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where?
Leaf blower name.
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was, I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sharonda, compromise the whole damn thing. It's like they did.
So I'm going to direct your attention.
Never came out, Nay. A whole leaf blower never came out. No care. He pulled up with the leaf blower.
Direct your attention what's commonly
I
marked
don't know if it was him, but somebody from the police.
It was 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Please review those. Look up.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
I guess it was from the office or something, Aaron. Yeah, I don't know where the hell he got the leaf blower from. Yeah, I'm just like, why would you do that? Like, why would they do that? Alice, we really just getting into
Mr. Lally, hold on for a second.
Gallagher.
No, I'll see counsel again at sidebar. on this
God
issue.
damn, lead detective.
Can I talk to witnesses?
Yes.
Lead detective Alice. Well, you've done seen this already.
Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So,
Plans and pens. That's a good question. I'm pretty sure they live nearby. Somebody went to get it and brought a leaf blower back. Y'all. Hey, it's it.
Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her?
He said the leaf blower part.
No, so I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked. The next 13 photographs in the book are marked as the next 13 exhibits.
Okay.
I know.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen.
We wish we could, Keith.
If you could enlarge that just a bit. And let's say, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the.
Sure. I believe that's Exhibit 30.
And if you could just describe to the jury what if anything we're looking at in this exhibit.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street. And it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points you ask or any, this is a legal point.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene in the roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you, sir. Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Y'all, what kind of camera are they using? It looks like an old camera. It's probably a flip phone.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from I guess it would be a westerly view, and the 3 cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
Y'all, this is what I don't understand, y'all. I still can't believe they took all of these pictures of these people's house, their cars. They wanted to document all this stuff and never went and knocked on their door. It just makes no sense. You took all these damn pictures of their home, their address, and never went and knocked on those people's damn door. Come on.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's Exhibit 31. And it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood. And there was an object in the center as well, which we didn't know what it was at that time.
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass. And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you can still see the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprints that you observed, what footprints did you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34th Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
Sometimes I feel like our society fucked because these police officers, like, I don't know what the hell they be doing. I don't even know. I don't know what the police officers are doing.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind.
I'm sorry. Did that damn man say the picture depicts the wind blowing? Did he just say that? Or did I probably heard that wrong, but I could have sworn he just said this picture depicts the way the wind was blowing at that time. Maybe that's what he said. Maybe I'm just not understanding.
Blowing in that direction based on what?
The flag flying.
The next photograph is.
Man, get this damn man off the stand. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I said if he says the way that flag is going, I said that.
That is.
Oh, let me tell BG this. So BG, when this happened, it was a blizzard. So what we're looking at, one of the pictures we looked at, BG, is the house. It is covered in snow, probably about 6 inches of snow. The man's body was found in snow too. So the pictures that they're showing us is just different angles of the home covered in snow, so you'd know. And to give you a clearer picture, for the pavement, everything is covered in snow. The streets, the yard, everything, it's covered in snow, so that you'll kind of know what the scene looks like right now.
Is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is Exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is Exhibit 27, and it's some, what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
I agree, Obed.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Think about this too. Some people say they think he fell. Maybe he tried to leave after being hit. I don't know. Or was he placed there already hurt and just couldn't get up because he was drunk? That could happen too. He just couldn't get up.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
I don't see any tail light.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm. And it's just a smaller picture close-up of that berm. It's Exhibit 25.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you've described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe is the last photograph, Ms. Gilman?
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
May I approach you and just?
Yes, yes. Tori.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guide cameras.
And what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruiser, from that?
I've reviewed
Thank you, Red, for becoming a member. I don't know if I saw that until just now. Thank you.
all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser officer, Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And John, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that a portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the
Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what if anything did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with a yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
The yellow tape it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera.
I sure wish they had cut the defrost on the camera.
You'll see Sergeant Good come into the picture right here. They're stretching out the crime scene
We
tape.
can't really see.
You can see it flapping in the wind there. See it raise way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here.
Oh, okay, I can see it. Y'all, it's just y'all. It's getting worse and worse. You mean to tell me they putting crime scene tape on a person's front lawn, and you don't take your ass out there to see what happened, what's going on? I'm sorry. If these people were helpful, if they came out, they wanted to see what was going on, I would not be second guessing them. In fact, I might be more likely inclined to think Karen did it. But the mere fact that these people are acting as if nothing happened, like, baby, it's your front yard. Crime scene tape. Okay, the police out there. Oh, maybe somebody, something. But the minute crime scene tape came out, you still didn't come out there. I see the tape, y'all. He was showing. The only reason I saw it is because it's flapping in the wind. That's the only reason. And he has a pointer. Can y'all not see his pointer? Let me rewind it. He has a pointer, guys. Try to look at his pointer. That's the only way I'm catching it. I'm on the screen so that I can point it out to you guys.
They're stretching out the
Right
crime
there,
scene
y'all.
tape.
Right here.
You can see it flapping in the wind there. See it
It
raise
went
way up
up.
because of
It's
the wind.
right here. Come on, me, I don't see nothing, baby. Yes, I do. It's
This
right
is the crime scene tape here.
Bart, you come back. Did y'all see it?
And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the.
Did y'all see it that time? She said I'm a visual learner. Did y'all see it that time? The only reason I saw it is because he said it's moving, and then he used the pointer. Y'all see it now? Okay. All right, making sure. Barchi, come on. Oh. Okay, no. You're not gonna do that. No. Turn around. Don't do that. No. Leave her alone. No. Barchi, stop. No, you turn this way. She's not bothering you. Y'all see Barchi is messy. Oh no, I didn't see a body in the yard. I only saw the tape. I wasn't even looking for a body. Baby Barchi is being messy. She's supposed to be, she wanted to get up here and sit down, but she's too worried about the other dog. She can't even focus. She barking at, it's a my niece's dog is here. She's barking at the other dog.
The cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
Key, don't do that.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't. No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved?
A tent?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up always?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Valerie, did he just travel?
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark.
Rhonda, she's crazy.
Yeah, you could play from there.
Yeah, a tent. So y'all see that this is later in the day because the sun is actually starting to come up. A canopy tent to shield the
Lieutenant, what, if
body
anything, are we looking at in
from
this?
the elements. Oh, okay.
If you look closely, it's the
That's what she's
crime
saying.
scene
They-
tape that's flowing around.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that kind of tent. That tent makes sense. I wasn't thinking about a canopy tent. That makes sense to me.
Right now, you can't see it. Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before in case there were any questions on how it was deployed. I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
Please show me.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
One.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please show me this video. Because this got to be the most ignorant thing. I mean, as soon as it comes on, it's going to blow. They're going to miss Love chair squeaking.
So showing you with this, you recognize that?
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
May we approach? Your Honor, Commonwealth, please introduce the witnesses.
Okay. Thank you.
Need some more.
My deepest apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Thank you so much for becoming a member, Beatra. Thank you.
Jurors, feel free to stay.
Girl, Bev, be quiet. Y'all said Paul be wearing the same clothes. He got on, I've seen him in 2 different shirts now.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 30.
28.
The last exhibit is this. If I can publish that.
Yes.
Anyway, this is 1 Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
Documenting the foolishness.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
You see, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Hold on and wait for a question.
Did you hear him say we can control it? What can you control with a damn leaf blower? And it's snow. Tiny particles of snow are going everywhere. What exactly are you controlling? Like, I would feel dumb as hell sitting in court showing this to anyone. Alice, is this for real? Is this for real, y'all? Because it can't be. This cannot be real. What are you controlling? It's literally blowing the snow away. I wish I had a crime scene investigator to call to say, like, what would have been the best way to handle this? Because he'd probably been in the snow. You probably wouldn't get anything, all right? Do we just pick up everything around and see if we find something within the snow and pray that it's a fingerprint on it or something? Because this looks ignorant.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand, John.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what if anything are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
Were we concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time?
And so what if anything were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed
How in the hell do you use a leaf blower gently? Man, y'all, this got to be the dumbest. Y'all didn't tell me anything about this.
more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. And the next video, man.
He's really trying to blow gently, y'all. I did, Miss Sheila. This so ignorant. Yo, oh my God. Y'all, this is some crazy shit. This is crazy shit.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
What do you say they were improvising? Yeah, this is embarrassing, baby. I would not want anyone to see me do this dumb shit. And I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but he really does look like he's trying to gently use it.
And Mr. Officer, you can put the lights on. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We got almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything else did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
Damn.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point,
Nope, Kiera. I think so, Gary.
But how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
And how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lank transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and
So I knew they put stuff in the red Solo cups, but are you telling me that they got these damn cups? I'm gonna keep going. Got these damn cups, put the bloody snow in the cups, and thinking it was preserving something?
anything was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them there?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lank placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lank placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
I
Now-
don't trust them, y'all.
You go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lank.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people.
Kiara, listen. I just need to address what Kiara said. This had to be their first ever crime in the snow. It seems like their first ever murder. Okay? Maybe this is a place where they don't get murders or something often. They didn't even have crime scene techs, because a crime scene tech would know not to do the bullshit that they just did. They just out here winging it. Talking about we had to improvise. They just out here winging it. Just hoping we get it right.
People in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen? Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lank arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so,
okay. Did y'all just hear what he said? Did y'all hear what he said? He knew Brian Albert in a professional sense. Gary, where you at, Gary? Gary, where are you, Gary? Gary, what did I just tell you? I said, no, I don't think it was that they knew they would find that tail light. They wouldn't find the tail light. I don't think they were privy to that information in the beginning. They did not knock on that door, nor did they go in that house, because they knew whose house it was. He just said it. I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense. He just said it. He knew who damn house it was. Small town. They all cops. He knew. That's why he didn't go knock on that door. He gets back to the station, and I'm gonna go back because I want to hear it again. He get back. Everybody knew Ash. I hope turn y'all phones down. Y'all know I get excited. I get louder. Everybody knew Brian Albert is a cop, though. He is the one. He is hold up. I got Brian Albert. It was his house. Although he was a Boston police officer, he just said I knew him in the professional sense. Then he said he knew Sean McCabe. I said, why is that name familiar? I had to go pull out my chart. Sean McCabe, who is the brother to Matt McCabe, who is Jen goddamn husband. I gotta hear that again, though, y'all. I gotta go back. He did. That's why he didn't care to knock on that door. We got to go back. We got to go back. He said, I think he said Sean McCabe was there, though. So let's go back. Let's hear what he says. Oh,
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lank.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that?
Y'all, this even worse than I thought. Okay. Y'all hear what he's saying? They went into a side door, him and Officer Lank. And it was people in the kitchen. Now we about to hear who is in the kitchen. I knew I missed something.
That were in the kitchen. Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lank arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as...
Key, he went back to Fairview. He went back to 34 Fairview. Went to the station and had a conversation with his chief. Okay, Chief Berkowitz. Him and another sergeant, Lank, they go back to 34 Fairview. They don't go through the front door. They go through a freaking side door and enter into the kitchen, and there are people in the kitchen. Girl, it's a little meeting in the kitchen. It's a little meeting in the kitchen. And by this time, he back over there. It's a little meeting in the kitchen, y'all. Who in the kitchen? 2 people for sure. He said, well, I know Brian was there. That's the owner of the home. He knew Brian professionally. You knew that was Brian's damn house. Then he said, McCabe was there. I thought he must have said Sean. I don't know why I thought he said Jim McCabe, but they're there. I heard Berkowitz died. I saw that, y'all. I heard he died.
Any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
How the hell all them people get there when they got there about 9 a.m.? They had been on the scene for 2 hours, guys. Y'all, they had been on the scene. I ain't trusted him already. They had been on the scene for 2 hours. Remember, they said that. So even after John's body left, they were there for 2 additional hours. He leaves, go to the station, come back, and it's 5 to 6 people in their house. How y'all all get to the house, but y'all couldn't come outside?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, You had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury sort of what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is crazy.
Do you recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes.
And what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
And I'll call seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 34.
Your Honor, if I may at this time, seek to publish a portion of exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bart, no.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st.
Bart, let me put you in.
Yeah.
You got the here.
No?
Can we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lally.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Buknik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes.
When did you write that report?
Possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report
Why
about
would you not
anything
do
that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything
Why would
like
you
that.
do that?
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene.
That's correct.
Especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the
Yes,
reason
he's the lead
for
detective.
annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him. Yes.
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough.
Ooh, that
For
was
purposes of my
nasty.
question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet
So he's letting the jury know that he's not impartial. Oh, okay.
tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From
Right.
toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Surely,
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
correct,
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you engage or did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No,
You're aware, as you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes,
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's.
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes,
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that,
yes,
but you didn't employ that technique here.
no,
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
sure, yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was, yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes,
But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
no,
Why not?
because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers.
police.
If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have
he
figured
said
out
no.
exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Plastic cups is crazy.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time.
That is correct.
Which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Keller, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived right across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Keller?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. But you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police, sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
I'm sure I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lank, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
Baby, that's it.
With regard to Sergeant Lank, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lank had an ongoing and a long-time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Y'all, Bev didn't even respond to the objection. She just, did you know that? Why didn't she respond? So, Gary, Gary, this ticking me off for real because I felt like he knew. I didn't know they were going to ask him. And he understand, like, yeah, I knew it was his house. That's why he didn't take his ass in there. That's why he didn't go in there. Let me call my lieutenant and say, listen, we just found a dead cop in front of Brian's house. What the hell are we going to do? Because why is it when you get to their house, there's a meeting in the kitchen?
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all, Sergeant Lank. No issue at all.
Not in your mind?
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Lank called damn Brian on his own. Bro, Alice, yes, but I need to verify that source because I want to talk about it on my TikTok, but I've seen people discussing it, but I hadn't seen the actual source. He's foolish. That boy said he want to pay all 18 years up front. He is foolish. And then on the same right, he's just foolish. I don't even know what to say. Y'all, this is crazy. I was mad at y'all.
All right, I asked a quick question.
I've got to understand this foolishness myself.
Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes,
There was snow falling.
yes,
It was icy cold out.
yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes,
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
that was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No,
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
that's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report?
Yes.
About your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
At that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it, read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent.
Okay, I didn't have.
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully.
He just showed
about
it to
the
you.
tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see.
Bro,
I didn't read any other part of the document.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
All right, and if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color.
Correct.
And you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Gallagher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
Evidence
He has some
containers.
Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
They gave you a cup.
How far were you from Kenton PD? From 34 Fairview to Kenton PD? Give me an idea.
Evidence
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes? Is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Kenton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Kenton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Kenton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop it out, and then it's sealed.
That's correct.
And forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason.
Let's say this, like even hearing them say this, it seems like they were still avoiding knocking on Brian Albert's door. If you knew that was Brian's house and you're more familiar with Brian than you are the neighbor, why would you not knock on Brian's door at the minimum to get some help here? At the minimum to get some help here. You go to the neighbor, you're doing everything to avoid their house. And that's what's suspicious to me. Why are you avoiding their house?
That it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure, yes.
But just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you go to Kenton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be
What the
viable?
hell do you make the cups for?
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood
Bro,
was,
this is dumb.
and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope, we took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. That time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
Do you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure, Sergeant Lank.
No, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
No.
By I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one, well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll show you a document and see if you
They
recognize that.
compromised everything, so we can't trust anything collected at the crime scene. I'm sorry.
Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which Solo cup?
I did not.
Okay. As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No,
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for
Now, why
the
does
other
that man
part of the
keep
glass?
doing that when he
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind
What is that about?
initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Why?
Is that
Of
because
course
that
not.
house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time.
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a
Thank
judge?
you, Jazz.
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right.
We was on that lawn.
Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied,
You do it to
we
my
still
house.
don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Was your assessment that the recusal should take place?
Yes, it was.
And he agreed?
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department?
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
Did y'all hear what his ass just did? He just asked him that. He asked, is the reason for the recusal because of the Albert family's ties to the Canton Police Department? He says, no, we did it because we got one Boston police officer dead on another Boston police officer's lawn who happens to have, like, when you get through, sir, it's because of their family's ties to the police department. You did all of that just for you to say exactly what he just said.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
Yes.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lank?
Sergeant Lank was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lank well, let me ask you this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lank had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lank
Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional.
Y'all, did this man not say he'd been a police officer for about 30 years? Somewhere up in there. I've known him since I became a police officer. That's about 30 damn years.
Relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
So you
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No, not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
No report.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time.
Did you find dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
In the house?
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
How dare you get to decide?
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins?
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing. If you're not a Canton police officer to have a key.
I thought I had turned the mute off. I was telling Alice, thank you so much. And she said, shout out to Mel for all day streaming. And I said, y'all make this so much fun. It never feels like I'm just hanging with my besties. That's it.
Card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
He was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. His habits where he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited?
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sally point?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well?
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
Headquarters, transported it into the office and logged them in as evidence, yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag?
That's correct.
The evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck?
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups? Personal observations?
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area. The kitchen, I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house?
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another?
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jim McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded?
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe.
Thank you so much, Melita, for becoming a member. Thank you. And I want to say 6 to 7 people in this house, and he was in there for a 10-minute interview. This would never happen. A 10-minute interview, 6 to 7 people who were at a party last night, might I add. They ain't even try to ask, well, can we get a name of everybody who was here last night? They didn't even do that.
Being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access or access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one
One
of
and
the
the same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens?
Yes, correct.
Hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that.
So we're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there. I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th, immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief, agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors. We can facilitate things. Yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing. No. Yeah. If it's an assist round peg, round hole, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest. So we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this
No,
case.
you did.
But it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will step. It's stricken and so's the question.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
Wait a minute, what?
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
What? Are they saying they went to remove her tail light? Higgins had it, and it shattered more than it already was?
May I approach you?
Yes.
What?
Just take a look
I
at
know
that
that's
photograph
right,
and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you,
Yes,
I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless?
BG Karen Reed's truck had a broken tail light. Now, the debate is there's a video of her pulling out of a driveway and hitting her boyfriend's car. So they don't know if she broke it there. But now he's saying when they took her car, they towed her car to the police station. They're trying to remove the tail light or something. Her lawyers are saying, hey, that tail light broke even more, right? You broke her tail light. Which, in my opinion, means they could have planted the evidence and they had the taillight pieces right there. Because why didn't we find taillight pieces until days and sometimes weeks later after the murder occurred?
was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay. Do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
The light was cracked, not broken. Yeah, I can't.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lank that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location on, the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lank booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report.
Which police report?
The original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicated that he took the solo cups back to Kenton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Kenton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
Right.
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
What?
You're a supervisor at Kenton PD. Why would you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only
Boy, you could get it.
2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer.
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant.
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Y'all, this is crazy.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
You
I'm
said-
assuming the chief of police.
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
Most likely.
Deputy Chief.
But I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
And they said they pay him.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is crazy. Karen might be guilty, but we can't even see a guilty through all of this bullshit. This is crazy. I don't even know how we got here.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
We can't access the evidence.
Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me and I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There you go. There's copies right here as well.
Thank you.
That's fine. Just 4, not 4. Yeah, just 4. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
I'm sure if there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame those photos would have been taken?
Yes.
Based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm
It
sorry,
is, Ms. Sheila.
protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank Keisha.
Start with. There we go. I might be able to use this. Ready? Yes. Take a look at what's been.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is.
Okay. Let's take a look at the, excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move it. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item,
It
correct?
looks like a grocery bag.
correct,
Certainly not sterile,
correct,
right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lank?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lank got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please.
39.
Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
This is
You see
crazy.
on the top of the photograph, same rag
I do.
with the same markings.
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV. In this photograph,
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes,
and next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag,
yes,
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
correct,
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
correct,
with what appears to be liquid blood.
correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay, let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes,
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
it's a Kubota. Yes,
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
yes,
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
you can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood.
Yeah, store bag in red solo cups. They make Fulton County look good.
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
Yes.
If I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
What?
and in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He know how crazy he sounds good. He's up there embarrassed.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
He want to come up. He got to come up. I don't know how you're going to fix it. I don't know how he's going to fix his testimony. There's no way to fix it. The man did not do anything right. There's no way to fix it.
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department. How would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to well, you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from the
Did y'all hear what he said? I remember he said that, but it just made me remember it. I got to write that down. He just said that he didn't think the glass that was found near John's body came from in the house because they were at a bar. What the hell?
detectives, Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing
He
the
said
tail,
statement.
correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer, but what, if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Yeah, that might be a thing,
Nothing further.
but not a reason to not search the house.
Very briefly, you said that no one
But you need to get
put John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, Your job's just done, right?
Objection.
That's what he's saying.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
Mm-hmm.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks, that's all I have.
You are all set,
Drop
Lieutenant.
the
Thank
mic
you.
on him.
Who is
Okay, I feel better now. It's 7:30, and my dogs were supposed to go out 3 hours ago. Y'all, we done made it to, I think this is the middle of day 5. So tomorrow we'll finish day 5 and day 6, which is good because day 5 was a longer day. We'll finish day 5 and day 6 tomorrow, same time, starting the stream. Meet me on X. A deadly body is not proper cause. Keisha, apparently not. Jaleesa, I'm happy you're into it. I see Ash K is super active because she was like, And it's really a mind-boggling case. And now I understand the hype because I think we're watching and you really just can't believe what we're watching. So, you can't believe it. Tomorrow, same time. She said, Key said, I don't want to see nothing else. Key, it's so good you can't turn away. You can't turn away from it. You just can't stop watching. She said, I'm chest deep now. Exactly. You can't stop watching. So, yes, remember, if you guys are up, y'all want to converse, I'm definitely going to have my TikTok video, and I'm definitely on X. First of all, I wasn't on X a lot doing YSL because y'all know I was doing like the live tweeting, then I'd be streaming. So I've been trying my best. Someone asked like, oh, you should live tweet. I've been trying to tweet while we're on the stream. I can't even keep up with the comments. It's super active. It's just like YSL. It's a super active community watching this trial and what's going on. I just can't wait till we get through this so that I can go ahead and understand what's happening outside of court. I wasn't on there a lot because it was hard for me to be doing those videos and trying to tweet too. I don't really like live tweeting and I'm on the stream because I miss comments. And I like to be present when we're talking in these comments. So yes, it's a lot trying to multitask, and people may think, oh, she's not reading comments. No, I'm trying to. I'm just talking to you guys and doing X. I can do those two things. What I absolutely can't do is stream and upload TikToks. Can't do that. But I can stream, send a few tweets out. I can do that part. But how many days are there? I can look at the amount of days. They said it was 10 weeks. The good thing is some of these days are short. So I'm thinking we should be done before the new trial starts because we're doing 2 and sometimes 2.5 days a day. I would stay on the stream. Well, it's only 15 minutes. I was trying to do 10 hours a day. So hold on. Starfish wants me to go back. 1 second. So we're doing 10 hours a day. I'm streaming about 10 hours and devoting, I'm going to say we might have shits and giggles, but at least 9 hours is going to trial watch. So I think we're going to get through. But they wanted me to go to Karen's car. Hold on. You said the right. Are you talking about here? Because that's my right, or you mean over here? We might need to, I've been trying to do 10 hours a day. Y'all know that I'm supposed to start my job at the end of the month. So I don't know what my time is going to be like towards the end of the month. My streaming schedule is definitely going to change. So yeah, top right side. Maybe, you know what I need to do, Starfish and Kate, I need to probably just get the crime scene photos and not this video. So y'all talking about over here? Because I can't tell from there, but I know there are other pictures that are better. We got a case to solve, Ash. You're right. They said let Barchi run the stream. Barchi would be, let me tell you, she loves stepping on my laptop. So she would be definitely stepping on my laptop. Okay, y'all gonna have to get some, I would love to get actual crime scene pictures, guys. So that I can make sense of it. Because now that we're watching, if you guys have evidence pertaining to things we've seen, we can pick through that evidence because now we've heard testimony. Now we've got testimony. India, I just might. I hate to keep putting it in the universe, but I love doing what I'm doing. And y'all know I wanted to go to Thug's concert, and it's in Chicago. I love Chicago. So I was like, oh, if his concert is on a Sunday, Mariah and I could fly to Chicago on a Thursday or Friday. I have family there. We can hang out. And then I was like, I got that job. I can't just get up and move like I've been doing for the last 4 years. I wasn't feeling it. If I want to go stay in Memphis like I just did for 2 weeks, spend time with my son, my sister, I can get up and do that. I don't like that, you know? Excuse me, Lily said I had a name change, period. Okay. Key, I'm still praying about it. I'm still praying about it, but I have done everything I need to do for the job. But still praying about it, girl. But I think I'm excited, just for like stability and things like that. And I've told myself, worst case, I'm going to figure out a great schedule to work around the job because y'all know it's customer service. So they definitely are on the phone. That's something else I'm not looking forward to. So I'm going to see. I'm not saying I'll be there forever, but I'm going to at least try to try it out. I'm going to try it out. Hannah said people act like it's easy being a free spirit. I don't know if that's what you call me not wanting that job, Hannah, but I'm going to take it. It's customer service, guys. It's for a healthcare organization. I don't like the shift because it's right in the middle of my streaming day, and y'all know I have so many like cases that I wanted to do. I got a lot of cases coming up, so there's that. But we'll see what God has in store. God might say, "Girl, you don't need to do all that." He might. I never know. He might tell me that. He might say, "Mel, something might pop off." You know, you never know. From here to April 28th, something might pop off, and God say, "Girl, I got you. I got you." It's too many trials in the shift right in the middle of the day, y'all. It's right in the middle. It's right in the middle of the day, but we gonna pray about it. I'm gonna take these dogs out. But thank y'all so much for streaming with me today. We hit 9 hours and 48 minutes today. I'll be here again tomorrow. I tried to do 9:30. I was on here at like 9:47. But we started early again tomorrow because I get more time out of the day. Claudia, put in the universe. God gonna say, girl, you don't have to do all that. But I love you guys, and I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all enjoy the rest of your night. If I see y'all on X or TikTok or Instagram, I'll see y'all later. Bye, y'all. Love y'all. Thank y'all. Have a good night. I'm not telling the firefighter nothing, Ash. I told you that is dead, girl. Bye, y'all.